Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. Boy, we're going to be in for a struggle today, folks. I'm going to just prepare you right now. The voice is not there. We are not at 100%. But you guys know I'm Trooper. We're going to fight our way through this thing. Hopefully my voice doesn't come off sounding too bad, but it is going to be an up and down roll with us today. I didn't expect the voice to go completely out last night, but it did. This cold has definitely wrecked shop on my end of things. But we've got day 2 of the draft up here for our Seattle Seahawks. We are looking at the end of the third round where Seattle is due to be selecting as it stands, of course. But you never know where John Schneider might look to try to move back up into this draft and see if he can make some moves happen. And yeah, you're gonna have to bear with my voice today, folks. I will do my best to be clear of speaking and all of that, but there are times I reach into the reservoir and nothing comes out but a little poof of air. That's all that I can seem to call upon at times with this. So yeah, you're gonna get the deeply gravelly voiced one today. I completely understand if it's driving some crazy a little bit. I'm gonna do my best, but I might also end up just speaking in a whisper before it's all said and done here today too. I hope everyone's having a good day. Feeling okay. Voice ain't in there. That's the only thing. I hope everyone's doing well. We're going to keep it pretty laid back today here with this voice because I can't supercharge it, but we're going to make it through. Closed captions. That's the way to go today. I don't know. I'm gonna make the closed caption machine work its butt off today to make it go. I'll tell you that. I'm not too sick. I'm actually a lot better. So I sound sick, but I'm not as bad head-wise. I've turned the corner on the cold, but it's definitely still at this point got the it's hammered the voice. I guess it's hammered the voice pretty good. It's tough. This is the exact time of year I want my voice to be at 100%, and it's failing me. It sucks. I'm gonna try the lozenges, Garth. I'm gonna try to see if that helps and maybe loosen some things up there. A little bit of honey in these. See if I can get a little bit of headway here. I don't know why. We also got the NyQuil, DayQuil on hand here, so we're gonna maybe hit the big dogs. Maybe that can help out a little bit too. I haven't traded up yet. Nope. There's no moves yet been made on that line. So we'll have to see if they do. I don't know how they get it done. Me and Brendan were talking about it last night, and there was really not any clear ways to go out there and move yourself up in this draft and get back that second round pick. Absent, you're giving up some, future draft capital, basically. I can't get along with my voice not working today, I can't get the NFL app thing to work on the thing. It's all in disarray today. Disarray. Yep, we only got 81 on for tonight right now as it's scheduled up. I got to think, Garth, even if they don't get back in the second round, though, that they're going to find a way to get themselves into the lower part of the third round again. It's going to be a long one, Megan. We're just day 2. The voice is already gone on day 2. It's brutal. The lozenges help. Yeah, Swedish, if we can do well in the third or the fourth round here and really find some value there, it might be able to supersede a little bit of the fact we lost the second round pick. Maybe that'll help us out a little bit with that. I do think John's going to try to get up a little bit higher, though, because that's where that drop-off happens, is right in the fourth round. That's where the talent starts to go into the other direction of things. MJ Daniel says, I'd love to see them get a second round pick if the trade price is not too high. I'd like to too. I think that's the thing though, is I think the price is going to be very, very high, unfortunately. But if John can pull it off, Kristen says, how are we looking for compensatory picks next year? Are we expecting another one from Wagner? The way it's been explained and looking at it, and it's definitely a, it's a little bit of a secret science kind of thing as to what you can expect. But I've been told we're going to get somewhere in the neighborhood of like 2 compensatory picks, maybe like a 4th and a 5th. I don't think we'll quite get the 3rd, but we're definitely getting a couple of compensatory picks next year. Mark says Mark Havercorn says hot toddy. I might have to do something like that too. Whatever it takes, man. Whatever it takes to get through this. Roxanne, how you doing? Good to see you in the chat. Nick says this year it makes sense not to trade up future draft capital for a second. All the dead cap, etc. Next year we're clean. Well said, Nick. Yeah, it's where I come down to the bottom line of it. It would be nice to get into that second round, but I'm also not expecting it. I don't think they're going to find a way to get a trade partner that'll be willing to make the move to where it's not you having to sacrifice so much into the future to make it happen. So, yeah, I foresee the same kind of outcome. Blue Green, I'm Travis, Jordan Travis over Rattler all day too. Christian says, are there many potential starters for us in the 4th round? It's about the drop-off period. Just being completely honest with you guys, to me, the drop-off on this draft comes about halfway into the 4th round. You start to see, okay, now we're into that tier 3 dip. And how far and long that lasts in the 4th round is going to be heavily based upon what players drop. If we get 49ers taking Ricky Parasols in the 1st round, then there's a good chance we might have a really good player dropping down to us. But if it plays out just how normally drafts would play, where the value is pretty well set and everyone understands where these guys should go, it might be harder on that late 4th rounder to find a starter. Maybe the early 4th rounder, you can find it. But the late 4th rounder, I don't know on that one. Daniel Barry, how you doing, man? We technically do have the draft started here. I don't have a pick yet, has been announced through. So just waiting on those picks to come up. George Ambiel says, hey, Brandon, great work as always. Fighting through for us. Hey, I do it for the love of the game. You know what I mean? I do it for the love of the game. And I appreciate that, George. It's great. My man out there in Egypt. Hope everything's doing well out there. And we have ourselves a great draft today. Bill's pick is in. Bills traded out of that 1st round so strangely. Everyone thought they were going to try to go get a wide receiver. Didn't do it. Now do they finally jump? Is this finally the spot where they take a Keon Coleman or a Ladd McConkey or a Donai Mitchell? Probably not. Waiting for the pick to come through. I think Cooper DeJean here. Cooper might be the pick too. Can I get my stupid app to work here? Sucks. Pick is in. They're taking their sweet time to announce it. Snail says, B, I watched what film I could find on Murphy, and I like the pick even more. I noticed several times he was getting double teamed over Sweat. Even when he was doubled, he didn't outright lose often. Yeah, that's my thought. That's what I saw as well in the film that I watched with him, Stale. It's not that he's being doubled over and over. Certainly Sweat gets his share, but Sweat's also not just purely protecting him over there. Kind of like we were talking about last night with a couple of posters where, he's just being given the opportunity out there to get the one-on-ones where Sweat's eating up all the double teams and doing all the hard work. And it didn't exactly quite play out like that in how the whole bottom line of that went, in my estimation of it. And it looks like yours too. He's a really good player. And as I said, I think he's going to grow on a lot of these people the more that they do take a look at that film back and really dive into it. Because this guy he's a unique talent. He can play in the sport. His skill set works. Athletic defensive linemen that know how to use their hands and have quickness will find success in the NFL. And that's why I have a lot of confidence he will do the same. All right, the Bills have selected. They take, with the first pick in the second round, Keon Coleman, Florida State wide receiver. Interesting pick here for them. They decide to move on from Diggs, and you're going to replace him in there with Coleman. I know they're very high on Khalil. Is it Zaire or something is his name? I forget exactly his name. And this is a little bit of a way to give Josh some more playmakers. You lost Gabriel too this year, didn't they? He signed a free agent deal as well, did their other second receiver. So makes sense they go this direction. I had it on my board with McConkey and Adonai Mitchell and Corley ahead of Coleman. I got to be honest, I think he just kind of dipped for me as I went along in the process. He's kind of known as being this contested catch guy, but if you look at his contested catch actual win rate in college on those kind of throws, it was actually very low, especially to compare to a guy like Rome Odunze. So the one great skill that he brings that he's supposed to bring is that big benefit, doesn't exactly bring that. And I don't know. It's he's definitely got some great size to him. He can jump through the roof. He's got ball skills. But from Buffalo's standpoint, you're going from Diggs to this. You're definitely taking a step backwards. And do hang on for my mods today. Do hang on the spoilers because, like I said yesterday, we're going to have, we try to do as much as we can not to post the spoilers in the chat, but like I said, we're going to have people bouncing in and out from all streams and stuff, so it's going to be a very hard thing to try to enforce, especially today. All right, we got the Chargers pick is in. Chargers with the first pick went with Joe Alt, left tackle. Got to feel like here there's going to be maybe a draw. Again, go back to wide receiver. Does tight end come into play here maybe? I could see Harbaugh liking Ben Sinnott. I have to feel like they probably, though. Tough part here is that from a defensive standpoint, there is no real value on the board to go defense here. It'll be an interesting pick. I don't know which way the Chargers are going on this one. Where are they going, chat, on this one? Chargers trade up. Mr. Kane, my brother from another mother, how you doing? Hello, my Hawks Nest family. Got to take time off a bit, but sure I'll be back in time for our pick. I'll be there soon. Sounds good, man. Jim Campbell says Murphy's knee bend and explosion blows your mind. Yeah, it does, Jim. He's different in that part. Guys just can't tend to get that low. It's that thing a lot of people have talked about, that ability to win that leverage war every single time and win it with some gusto. Yeah, I don't know where the Chargers are going on this pick. I guess I go back to receiver seems to be the need. They wouldn't go back to offensive line, would they? Cooper Beebe. Just hammer their offensive line. As far as the best available here, let me get that on the board here for you guys. You can see what we're looking at there. Cooper DeJean, the top guy on ESPN's board right now. And the Chargers with the second pick in the second round. 34th overall will take Ladd McConkey out of Georgia. So yesterday I had this kid as my final pick in the first round. Wasn't too far off on that one. So this kind of guy that I can see why Harbaugh likes him quite a bit. He just gets open. He's going to create easy, quick separation for Justin Herbert. You're not going to have to need him to, go here, go there, go up, down. Like he's off the line of scrimmage. He's open. He's 24. He's like 7-11, 24/7 open. Always creating separation. Short area quickness. And he ran, I think, the 4.39, so he showed you it had the speed as well. One of the really important players, along with, in my opinion, that on that national title team, Stetson Bennett doing what he was doing. But this kid, along with Brock Bowers, were the two things that really made the engine of that offense run. And I think this is a good pick by the Chargers. I had him as I had Ladd really highly rated just behind Bryan Thomas. I think he's going to be a very, very, very good pro. Good pick for the Chargers, especially for where they're at with their need standpoint on that receiving core. This is where need and value meet in a nice way. The Chargers are having a pretty good draft to start this off. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Garth. It says number 47. 47 more picks, and we're right back on the clock. At least tomorrow, Garth, we get to go kind of back-to-back in the fourth round if we don't pump up today. So we get to hammer it back hard tomorrow with a couple of picks. But yeah, we're going to be in for a little bit of wait today, folks. We're going to have to hang on for a bit. Cardinals are now on the clock. Ladd, good player. Receivers go back-to-back. We started out yesterday with 14 straight offensive players available on the board going right out the gate. Could we again see another run to start this out in the second round today with 13, 14 more offensive players going? I'll tell you, when I look at my board, let me show you my thing here. Something that stands out to me on the defensive side of the ball here on my horizontal board is look at how this has kind of gone. You've got all of your edges are out of the first round. We've got Kool-Aid McKinstry and Cooper DeJean still available that I had first round grades on. You have Newton. Robinson's out. Adisa Isaac is there. All three are linebackers. Only Ennis Rakestraw is my only second round cornerback that I had left in there. And then you got your safety collection. So, meanwhile, you go to the offensive side of the ball. Why are you seeing two receivers taken here at the top? And when you flick this over to the other side of it on my horizontal board here, look at the receivers. You still have some really good guys available here in the second round where you're picking. So this is where maybe a little bit of the drive here will be to go and try to go offense here to start this out again. Certainly is possible. Cardinals are up on the board. Cardinals with their first pick yesterday took Marvin Harrison Jr. No surprise there. No shocker. Got to figure that Zerzon Newton has got to be probably, we got to trade. Looks like the Falcons have traded up. The Cardinals have traded back. So the Falcons are moving up here now. Are they going edge? They wouldn't go with Braylon Trice or Adisa Isaac here, would they? Interesting. We got some action here. I like it. Thank you, Garth, for the $5 donation. We'll get to our pick eventually here. And maybe John trades up too. Tony Borges Silva, thank you for the $10 donation. What's up, Brandon? Do you think it's possible for Seattle to trade back into the second round with future picks? Corbin was talking about it on his Locked On podcast. Thank you for the $10 donation, Tony. I really appreciate that. And I know you donated yesterday too as well. So thank you so much for that. Yeah, I think it is possible that they would do it. I think it's very complicated because it's not just as easy as we want to get back in the second round this year. It's also the sacrifice of next year's theoretical second, third round pick. Does John want to start to do that already when he might want to, Tony, have that collection of picks to be able to move up to go get the quarterback next year? If he loves Quinn Ewers and he's got to move up 10, 13 spots to get Quinn Ewers, does he want to package all those picks together? And so that's where I think it'll get hard for John, where there may be a willingness to pick from next year to do this. But then there's also that, yeah, but I need those picks maybe, and it's going to be a deep draft. I think the ideal here is to try to find a way to package players with picks, make it all kind of work around to find your way to, here's a couple fourth rounders, here's a player kick in, give us your late second. Give us 59 overall. I don't know if that'll pull it off. It's going to be hard. And quite honestly, Tony, I think that when we come down to the end of the day, I would not predict John trading up into the second round today. I think he wants to. He would love to pull it off. But I just don't think that there's going to be a way to, there's not going to be a straightforward path to pull it off, unfortunately. And outside of, as Corbin was saying on his, he's right. Outside of, as he was saying, you're going to have to pull from next year and all that means to do that. And it's just not advantageous, I don't think. It's like the pick is in for the Falcons, so I'm just waiting on the update from that. And woo, here we go. Falcons with the third selection, the 35th overall in the 2024 NFL Draft. Select Rook Clemson defensive tackle, fine player. I like this pick for them. I guess starting to get a little bit of help there for an aging Grady Jarrett. Maybe an exit plan for Grady Jarrett in a year from now is this guy now. Really complete defensive tackle. He can play the run. He can play the pass. He's very hard to move off the spot inside from the 3-tech role. He can penetrate when you need him to do. So he doesn't have really the sizzle of a lot of top-end kind of quotients and traits, which is why I couldn't quite even put him in the second round. But I did have him in the third round. And I do think that this is a guy that gives you a pretty solid floor for the Falcons as far as he's going to be a player that, will you can use in the run, the pass. He should be pretty ready to roll pretty early on to kind of rotate in there with Grady Jarrett. I just don't know if there's as much upside with him on the down the line, but good, real rugged kind of player inside. I'll tell you guys too, somebody else was mentioning above, I do really like the Bryon Murphy pick, more having a day to sort of sleep on it, think about it. And I didn't have a chance to go back and do some of the film stuff I know some of you guys were doing last night, but I do walk away going, PFF draft tracker is like 5 minutes ahead of the, is it? Of the TV broadcast? All right. Start using that one, man. I'm behind the ball in this, so I need to start catching up a little bit on some of these, Wow, though, what's interesting is I guess Zerzon Newton has really dropped. Rook's a 3-tech, so Zerzon Newton's stock has really fallen. When did I move to Cali? Asked Voodoo. I just got down here in the last week, man. So I jumped on the car on Friday night and hopped in the U-Haul truck and got my butt down here. White knuckle. But Snail, I agree. I was responding a little back to you too, Snail. Now when the more I've had a chance to think on this one, the more that I have liked it on this pick. I think it's going to be a really good pick for us in the long term. Thank you again too, Tony, for the $10 donation. Great if we can move up, man. Be interesting to hear what some of the trades are costing today on the move backs and the moves up. Sometimes when I'm doing the live stream, I can't get quite what's going on. We got another pick in. So here we go. Another pick already in where they're going to come fast and furious today with the 36th selection in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Washington Commanders take Zerzon Newton. So the fall stops here. Dan Quinn's buying into the Newton. And boy, I guess Washington doesn't like edges, huh? Where Garth asked what defensive tackles did I have ahead of Rook. So I had Newton, Murphy, Sweat, Fisk, Jenkins, Wingo, all ahead of Rook. So quite a few guys I actually had in that place of things. So Zerzon Newton. Wow, Washington's already got LaRon Payne. They've already got Jonathan Allen. They've just signed both of those two guys to major deals. That's the only thing there is I like the pick from a value standpoint to Washington, but how's the kid going to get the reps in there? Is this an indication that you're on the road to moving on from an Allen or a Laron Payne at that point? Kind of weird. Washington FizQuest says, thank you for the $5 donation, Washington FizQuest. He says, thank you for your superb draft coverage, Brandon. Yesterday was a blast. Let me say it right. Yesterday was a blast. We'll have to start a GoFundMe for your vocal cord rehabilitation treatments. Yep, I may not be able to speak again a couple weeks after this draft finishes up. That may be the price I have to pay, but it's a fair price on my end to pay because I'm having a ball doing this stuff. I love draft day. I don't care if my voice is here or not here. I love this whole draft process and watching what these teams are doing. I mean, trying to just like consider this with Washington. It's like, you guys got 2 defensive tackles. You lost both of your 2 edges. I know you don't want to pick for need there. I see the picking for value, and they probably have a first round grade on Newton. So it's like, what are we going to do here? But at the same point in time, you go, boy, not the best of things. But thank you, Washington FizQuest. I appreciate the donation, and it'll be all right. We'll get there on this. All right, looks like we got another pick in here, and these are coming in quick. So, ooh, we got ourselves a shocker here, huh? We got ourselves a shocker, folks. Husky Love coming in. The New England Patriots with the 37th pick have selected Jalen Polk, Washington wide receiver. Wow. That's awesome. Boy, the Washington program's looking really good in this draft. As far as the guys that are coming through. But Jalen Polk, when I watch this guy's tape, you guys might scoff at me, but I really got a lot of Odell Beckham vibes off of Jalen Polk. The way he just kind of explodes up the field and eats up so much ground in his routes. How competitive he is at the catch point where, he's going to go up there and he's going to find a way to come down with the ball. He doesn't care. He's got that one catch he made in the game this year where Penix threw it up and kind of threw him into danger. And he just gets shellacked off one side, spun around and knocked down. But, wow. New England going with Jalen Polk to match up there with when Drake May in the first round. Wow. Very, very wild there on that selection. I like Jalen, though. I don't think it's a big reach by New England. I guess we can say that the Adonai Mitchell worries about work ethic are real. And they were looking for a Malachi Corley yak guy. I mean, Polk would be my next traditional wide receiver up on my board when you take out kind of the gadgety, undersized guys that I had ahead of him. Does make sense. Totally makes sense there. Thank you again, Washington FizQuest, for the $5. I really do appreciate it. The voice will be fine. It'll just be more locked in by the end, That's all. Appreciate you, though, man. And I love doing this. Raising Kiddo says ASMR Drad. Chris says Husky's got it good in this draft. I'll tell you what, this is where these type of things help for recruiting. Because when you have these many players being taken this high, you come back and you look at the recruits and go, hey, you're going to come here and you're going to be, you're going to go through the process and we're going to put you on display. And this is a legitimate pathway to get to the NFL. I mean, that's one of the biggest things in recruiting is being able to say, we're at a college here that can present you in wide enough display, high definition display, and show what you can do. That, it's not just because you're over here on the West Coast, it doesn't mean that you can't see yourself elevated in these drafts right along with all the other SEC folks and that type of thing. So it's a big deal that they're able to get this many guys going. We got Tennessee on the clock. I think New England there had to go wide receiver. You look at their situation there, it's one of the worst core in the league. Needed to upgrade it. They're probably going to need to grab another one in this draft, quite frankly. I get what New England did there. I'm a little more head scratching on Washington. I love the value-based model, but you don't have a pathway for Newton long-term as a starter there. And he's not working off the edge. Tony Borges, thank you for another $5, man. Really kind of you. Do you see McDonald putting Murphy on the edge occasionally with his versatility like Bennett did? And I love that pick. Going to have a top 5 run defense. Certainly this takes you a step forward into that realm, right, of getting closer and closer to where you can start to now mount a run defense that's legitimate and not a pure weakness on the team. And we've got to take it from that pure weakness and just slowly rise it up. And that's bit by adding. That's Leonard Williams coming in last year. That's Murphy coming in this year. It's getting the linebacker core stabilized to how you want it to fit for this scheme. There's certain little similarities there between Murphy and Ahmad Abuki. I will say, Tony, that Mike McDonald did not use Matabuki as an edge guy. He didn't kick him out to the edge. So in making the guess on this, I would say that my instinct on this would be that he will keep him inside, strictly in more of that 3-tech or 4-eye role in a 3-4. But I don't think he'll kick him out to the edge. It's possible the kid moves well enough to do that out there. And certainly he would be a handful for any tackle out there if they're trying to run block him or get him moved off the space. That ain't happening with probably 95% of the tackles in the NFL. So it's possible they could do that. I think he's going to really want to let him just kind of rip inside, though, Tony, because so much of what he does is that quickness. And in that quickness, it's in winning fast, right? It's not just quickness, but when I run my rep, I'm in the backfield and there to make a play. Whereas when you're on that edge, it's a little bit more about now setting down and setting the edge and remaining immobile and then throw the blocker away once the ball carrier comes around you. So it's a little bit of a different thing you're having him do at that point. I think that they're going to want to have this kid just cut loose, driving upfield and just wreaking havoc in the backfield, But it is possible, Tony. Certainly is possible, I would say. So we got, right now, Tennessee is now on the clock here. We'll see what they do. Really appreciate you for those donations, though. Very kind of you. I think the thing, too, with Bennett was so uniquely put together, Tony, in that he wasn't inside. He was as pure an inside-outside guy as you'll ever find, being that he could capably handle those outside duties, where Bennett was a threat still as a pass rusher off the edge. Not just as a big edge, kind of Red Bryant, hunker down and set the edge kind of player, but actually that, he could penetrate and get the backfield off the edge. He could whoop a tackle. I don't know if Bryon Murphy's going to necessarily in like pass pro with a tackle be able to pull that off. He might have it in his bag, but I don't know if I'd probably be a little bit skeptical. The Tennessee pick is in. The Tennessee Titans, with the 38th selection overall, have taken Texas defensive lineman T'Vondre Sweat. So the fall of Sweat is only a drip. It's not too far, I suppose, as he will be the selection here. Titans. We get a couple of defensive linemen off the board here in the second round. Kind of interesting. Very, very interesting. I guess this makes sense. You're kind of creating a bit of a wall if you're Tennessee. You put Jeffrey Simmons next to T'Vondre Sweat. Those are two very big men inside that you're probably not going to run the ball on at all. We had Tennessee with their first pick. Took Latham. So definitely they're like us a little bit here, maybe investing in the trenches. I mean, for T'Vondre Sweat, this is a good landing zone for them with him. It all depends on him, of course, how hungry he is a player, how much he really wants to, be, you're hearing about work ethic problems. He got the DUI, but talent-wise, guys like this big, don't move this way very often. He was far and away the best nose tackle in the draft. I think from Tennessee's perspective, to get the best nose tackle in the draft, 38th overall pick, they feel pretty good about that risk versus taking in the first round. I thought he was going to slip and slide a little bit more with some of the stuff that had gone on with him, but okay. Good call, Brian. Brian, you hit it, man. Said hot take, Tennessee takes Sweat. I wouldn't have necessarily thought that would have been the first place they went, especially thinking maybe they'd be a little bit like, maybe we can grab another receiver, but makes sense. Value is right there, that's for sure. Yeah, Garth, PFF's way better. ESPN's like about a day behind. It's brutal. And I can't get my feed to come up today on my NFL network, so I'm having to make do. Black Sabbath says Sweat and Simmons in the middle of the line. Beef. That's a big interior line. You ain't messing around. You ain't running in that line. Save the Geese says Seattle knew there was going to be a run on the D line. It's over with now. You know, like you don't have any other good talents left. If Seattle had tried to hold on that, you ain't coming back around on this one. Newton, Murphy, Sweat, gone. You got Rook off the board. You're down to third round talents here in the second, at the start of the second round. You're to third round talents as far as the defensive line is concerned. In my opinion, if we see a defensive lineman taken in this round going forward, that's probably a little bit of a reach. Not a major reach, but at least a little bit of a reach. Excuse me. Hexagon, I'd love to get Colson. Man, if there's just some way to pull it off. One of my favorite players in this draft. Chris says, wonder if we can get Trotter at 81 and move up to 93 to get Pooney. I don't know if he'd last past 100. We might. That's right about the right space for both of them. The Rams are now on the clock. The Rams took Jared Verse with their first pick yesterday. So let's see. Value here would be potentially offensive line, maybe. I don't think that they would go for Jackson Powers. They wouldn't go running back here, would they? Nah. They won't go running back. Linebacker might be a play here. I mean, Colson might go here too. They kind of have a few different ways they can go on this one. Corner's a possibility here. Rams tend to try to get by on lesser corners, but the value is so good here, I think they might just jump. Ricardo says, laugh it out loud, those fourth round sweaty dreams were crushed. Man, were they ever. I guess the league don't care about DUIs or work ethics. Jeff says, Sweat's always hungry. Gar says, I love how some Hawks analysts were saying that they wouldn't use number 81 on Sweat. Yeah. If he had fallen to that point, how do you not? It would be just too tempting. Rams kind of still figuring out what they want to do here. Yeah, blue and green. I do think Jenkinson, Hall, and Fisk probably do go in the second. I just don't think that's where those guys necessarily. I mean, I did have a second round grade on Fisk and Jenkins technically, but no, I didn't. I had a third round grade on those guys. So I do think it's a little bit of a reach if they do. Haley says, did Cooper DeJean break his leg? Is that why he's falling? Remember something about that? No, it's just he's got a little bit of the tweeneritis going on, where some teams look at him, Haley, as a guy that can only play safety, and if he's a safety, then as we're seeing in this draft, they just don't get taken very high. You have other teams, I think, that do see him as with an ability to play corner. I think we see him as that way. But I think that there's a little bit of a difference of opinion in the NFL between what one team thinks versus the other on that. Oh, here we go. Here we go. So the Los Angeles Rams, with the 39th selection in the NFL draft, take Braden Fisk. Braden Fisk out of Florida State. Look, this kid's a fun player. Really fun player, and he blew up the combine. He was your Mike Mamula of this year's combine on the defensive side of things. There's no doubting his testing numbers and his ability to move. He has very short arms. He's missing 2 inches off of his arms that you would ideally like for the position. And it's not only that he's missing those arms, but you're feeling the lack of a wingspan and length on him when he's getting blocked. This kid will give you his life, snap in and snap out. He will lay it on the line. He will, give you max effort. There is not a player in this draft who plays harder than Braden Fisk, snap in and snap out. But the issues come down to sometimes he's just not big enough, and sometimes he just does not have the arm length or the ability to not just get kind of just mollywopped in the run game, especially where he gets taken on a ride if he can't get himself clicked in right. He's not a point of attack holder. He is a grinder, a high motor guy, a guy that wants to just keep fighting and getting back there. But that's one of the reasons I didn't want to put him in the second round is he's not a twitchy enough guy. He's not a sudden enough guy coming off the snap, and then he's got the short arm length. To me, that had to ding him down into the third round a little bit and where I wanted to put him. We were definitely seeing a run on defensive linemen in this draft, probably indicative of these teams, I think, from the Rams' perspective and from Washington's perspective. I don't know if it's as much about them loving the players on this one as it is them realizing that if they don't jump now on these guys, there's not going to be a guy available for them to then take. And so that's why I like this pick from a Seahawks perspective for the Rams taking Fisk here. Don't think he'll be a bad player for them, but I think they had to jump up around higher than they probably would have ideally liked to take him because of how scarce the position is as far as the depth of talent there as it currently stands. Philadelphia Eagles have just traded up with Washington to the 40th pick in the NFL draft here, so they're on the clock right now. Wow. Braden Fisk. Haley says, B, your voice sounds rough. I know. It's going to be tough today. I get it if people can't take it, by the way. I understand completely if it's too grating on that side of it. I'm going to be here regardless. But, yeah, it's going to be a fight the next couple of days, Haley. The cold definitely kicked my butt. Gilbert P., I'm a newbie to college football, but it's very interesting. I don't mind doing the research and learning about these players. It's really fun, Gilbert. The more you get into it, the more you get in the process. I really love doing it. It's kind of like a 2-3 month period of time. I get to just really lock into it every year. It's kind of a whole different kind of wing of enjoying football a little bit and thinking about how these players will fit, why teams are doing this and why teams are doing that. The Eagles have selected, and oh, what a good pick for them. Number 40 overall, the Eagles stopped the Cooper DeJean fall. They will take Cooper with the 40th overall pick in the second round. Needed some cornerback help there. I think they see him as a cornerback in their defense. And this is a great pick for the Eagles, who I think are having a really solid draft so far. Quinyon Mitchell, great value where they took him in number 20 overall. And now number 40 with Cooper, a guy that they probably had a first round grade on. Another good value selection. This is why Howie Roseman gets the props that he does, is that he's always usually picking for value. And you can see the value in how he's picking. Do they need corner? Sure. But now you got Cooper and Quinyon Mitchell on either side. That has a really, especially where Darius Slaves kind of was going and Bradbury was going, that has a chance to be a very, very big upgrade for them over there at that position. Wow. They took the 2 best corners in the entire NFL draft. Holy crap. Wow. Eagles are killing it. What a great pick. I don't know what they had to give up to move back, but that's a smart pick by them. Connor Wilson, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that, Connor. Kind of you. Very, very kind of you, man. Didn't have anything in your note on your dono, just a dono, but thanks. So appreciate you, though. Ricardo says Fiska's got those T-Rex arms. Probably won't be a great pass rusher. It's a struggle for him. It's really rare where you get to really feel the lack of arm length on a player like you do with him too. He's fighting like hell. He's doing everything he can. I mean, this guy will just, I say, I'm not trying to overstate it. He'll put his life on the line every play. You know, he'll throw his body out there and get smashed, but if he can just get a hand on the ball carrier and pull him down, he will. But the T-Rex arms things, it's real. Chris, the Eagles didn't take JPJ to replace Kelsey because they already had the two replacements in the house. They had Juergens on the right, who was playing right guard, and then they had Landon Dickerson playing left guard. So that was really a move about. They were already set there. It would have been more to look for a guard at this point, I think, from their perspective. Plus, they tend to like the mobile guys, which isn't exactly JPJ. It says, I wonder what Draymond Jones's value is. Me too, man. Probably, I think, 4th round-ish. Red A says, prayers up, B. Appreciate all the coverage as always. Thank you, man. My pleasure, brother. Broadcast is still behind, laughing out loud. Yeah, well, they do that. They do that. Kool-Aid's still on the board. That's right, Antonio. Brian says Green Bay needs a linebacker, Wilson or Cooper. I bet they take... You don't think they would go Colson? Wilson's a tough one, man. He could go so many areas in this draft. Lions fan Adonai Mitchell is still available. There does seem to be some smoke to the reports that there was some character issue stuff going on with him because he's way more talented than to have fallen this far in the draft. We have another selection up. The Saints, with the 41st overall pick, have taken Kool-Aid McKinstry, another cornerback, goes to New England. And, it's kind of funny with this pick, folks, because my comp for, I want to show you guys, this is kind of funny. So the Saints take Kool-Aid McKinstry, and I want to show you guys my comp here that I had for him. So check this out. My where is it? Oh, Lordy. There we go. So I had Marshawn Lattimore as my comp for Kool-Aid, my draft guide, which is kind of funny because that's who's on the Saints. Of course, Marshawn Lattimore is the guy on the Saints. So the Saints picked the guy that I had comped. I think they probably, if I was to guess there, folks, saw a lot of things they saw in Kool-Aid like I did that was also there in Kool-Aid's game. Very similar players to how they move and operate on the football field. Texans are now on the clock at 42. PF users just keep picking. They have the PFF user picks here every time, and they keep coming up as Adonai Mitchell. Who should they pick? Adonai Mitchell. Who should they pick? Adonai Mitchell. I guess they got the Cooper DeJean one on that. Texans here, I think they probably try to go. Where did the Texans go? I can't see him going receiver. Maybe we get our first inside linebacker here. Benelli says Lattimore. Yeah, Lattimore was my comp for Kool-Aid, who's of course, the really good Saints corner that's been out there for a few years. Kool-Aid's just like him. They could be brothers. Blue and Green says that was the first one to like. It's been subscribed for a bit. Thank you, brother. Thank you for reminding me of that too. Please do hit that like button, folks. If you do what you like, what you're listening to, and my gravelly voice isn't too much grating on your ears, do please hit that like button and sub on up if you could for me. I would really appreciate it. Haley says, yeah, no shot. We're trading up. You see what's going on? What these are going for? Crazy. It's not showing me what the trade capital is, but I don't think. Yeah, my feeling on it too is that we're just not going to have a way to get up in this draft. We'd love to do it, but I just don't think we're going to be able to pull it off. Not quite. But Nelly says, I know his Lattimore right away. They're eerily close, man. Christian says, did I read that Tyler Lockett will be announcing one of our picks? I hadn't heard that. Might be. All right, the Texans have picked with the 42nd selection in the NFL draft. The Houston Texans take Kamari Lassiter, a cornerback out of Georgia. I had Lassiter in the 3rd round, so this is a little bit of a jump on this one. He's an okay player. He didn't blow me away with his skill set, especially when you look at he doesn't give you much as far as with the run defense angle of things, but pretty solid all around. Smooth back pedal, probably his best in press, and which is kind of interesting because I know the Texans defense did a lot of that press. I guess, yeah, he comes from the Niners do a lot of press with that, so yeah, he probably does. Didn't give up any yards last year, only 136 yards on the season, and that was down from 400 last year. So a guy that's been really improving. But 3 main parts that I worried about with Lassiter and looking at him as a potential Seahawk were doesn't play the run really well, gets really grabby in coverage, and I was kind of uncertain about his speed. He ran a 4.5 40, so he's just not a very fast corner. And then when you talk about a guy who's not fast, who does his best stuff up in press, think about what that does, where you got to trust his ability to turn and burn, get back there on top of the route. And if he's a 4.5 guy and he's going up against a receiver like Xavier Worthy at 4.2, how does he do that? Probably can't. That's why I had to ding him down to more of a 3rd round grade for him. But probably a bit of a need here for the Texans. And again, much like the defensive line here, we're seeing the corners and the defensive linemen go in the 2nd round, and not a lot of other positions. So I wonder if some of these picks are being made because the Texans are going, holy hell, we just saw all these other guys go off the board at the corner position. It's getting lean suddenly really quick. And if we wait until the 3rd round, we're not going to maybe have a good corner to pick from. This does put the Cardinals now on the clock, 43 overall. Yeah, Tony, I wanted Dijon too. It would have been great if you could have pulled off Bryon Murphy and Dijon in this draft. That would have been a hell of a coup. Connor Wilson, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, love your draft coverage. RFK Jr., laughing out loud. I'm running for president. Vote for me. I will be your president now and in the future. It's so true. It sounds just like him right now. Oh, God. RFK, that's awesome. Great joke there, Connor. All right, Cardinals are on the clock, 43 overall. And the pick is in. The pick is in. The Cardinals with the 43rd selection in 2024 NFL Draft have taken Max Melton, cornerback. So that cornerback one I was talking about just a second ago with Lassiter, it's what we're seeing here now. Teams are kind of freaking out. What do you take away from this? I don't think the Texans, I don't think the Cardinals are necessarily operating in pure value-based model mode right now. They have a desperate corner need. They're worried about the corners not being available there later on, and we're getting a bit of a flux of a run on these corners. A lot of people like Max Melton. He's hyper-athletic. He's very explosive. He's very twitchy. He's got really nice moments on tape, but he's got some really rough moments on tape as well, where he can get over-aggressive, he can get turned around, his footwork can get a little bit sloppy, and get a little bit lazy throughout the course of the route when he's just, especially haven't been targeted a lot. Certainly, but we all know his brother, right? Bo Melton came through here and has actually been doing pretty good with the Packers. But another guy that I did put a bit of a third-round grade on because of the fact that I thought that there were some holes in Max Melton's game. So seeing the Cardinals takes Max Melton, seeing the Rams take Braden Fisk in the second round, I walk away from that and I go, hey, the teams in our division are reaching right now. They're going around ahead for these players, in my opinion, a bit here. My final outlook is there is more bust potential than some of the other guys in the third round that I have third-round grades on in regards to Max. He moves like an outside corner should move. His feel in off coverage is completely off. His tackling needs a lot of help. His technique drops off from play in and play out very sharply. But he's very competitive, and he's got good footwork on the drops and his bail technique and whatnot. But I do feel like this is a little bit of a reach for the Cardinals there at taking this at 43. Still technically in the top half of the second round for Melton. That's a bit high for me. Bo's bro. That's right, Garth. Bo's bro. He's a Bo bro. Not a Bobo bro. Swedish Nobi says, how's anyone keep up with 4-2? Come on, B. Yeah, no one's going to keep up 4-2, but I mean, to even go 4-3-9 and be a Lad McConkey. How's he gonna stay in front of a Lad McConkey at 4-3-9 with his 4-5? I know I took a little bit of the extreme, but even just down on a little bit of a lower level to it, it's understandable that he's going to have a hard time with that, especially because he does his best stuff in press. I mean, you have him in off coverage, that's not where he's as comfortable. Ms. Visits has also noticed how far Michael Hall Jr. has fallen. Yeah. I did have in the third round. So he does end up landing. No, I had actually had a fourth round grade on Hull. So not shocking for me that he's kind of dipping a little bit. Raiders on the clock now at 44. MJ says, I'm going to hate watching these second rounders go everywhere but Seattle. It's a little bit brutal when you don't have a pick in this round, man. It hurts a little bit, yeah. Chris says, Draymond wouldn't get more than a fifth. Taylor, even later. Definitely don't trade next year's first. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Chris. And yeah, it's hard to get the value for those guys when you try to make those trades. You always end up getting a little bit less than you think you should get. Casey says, Brandon be commander-in-chief. I am running for president of the United States. Vegas says, is it wrong to me to say I don't find that croaky voice annoying as I sound pretty much the same? B. Hey, as long as I'm not in the boat by myself on this one, Megan. We're both rowing the oar on this one. I'm good with it. Hopefully it's not coming too bad. I'm trying not to get those. It's where the air goes out of my voice that gets tough. Line fan says, Packers are a stupid team when it comes to drafting, so I ain't worried about them. Indeed. They definitely like to reach a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, the run on the corners started as a sprint. Freaking sprint. Swedish says the JPJ slide is making me palpitate. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Colson or that, I'd be very happy. Only I wonder what Jackson is, just if he can fit into that spread stuff that we want to do. But he's so good, you figure he'd make it work somewhere or another. Haley says, seems like Atlanta's in spin mode after the fan backlash. There definitely seems to not have resonated with the fans, their approach on that one. And I'm sure you saw too, Haley, the video feed of the general manager for the Falcons trying to talk to the owner of the Falcons, and somebody kind of caught him and it looked like he was trying to explain himself, like he was defending himself just a little bit. Oh, the Jackson Powers fall stops right here. 44th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Raiders select Jackson Powers Johnson, center. Good pick for them. Really good pick for them. Another good guy goes off the board. Don't know if he would have been a fit for the Hawks with the scheme stuff, but he definitely was the best center in this draft. And from the Raiders standpoint, you get the best center in the draft, number 44 overall. 21-year-old kid with a lot of upside. You really got to like it. Just comes back to, again, I do feel like he was more of a mauler type down in there, more of a guy that you would want to try to set loose on nose tackles one-on-one, and he'd be able to actually control those nose tackles where more often than not, those centers just get overwhelmed if they've got to handle the nose one-on-one. They're not double teaming the block. It would be less about that with Jackson of moving him in space, crawling to the second level. You almost more want to kind of keep him in that phone booth a little bit, what you're asking him to do. But good pick there. Good pick there. It's what the PFF users wanted to see for the Raiders too. So, and the Packers on the clock. Packers on the clock. They went tackle with their first pick, Jordan Morgan. Linebacker or safety seems like it might be a pull here. They could go interior line. Oh, here we go. Linebacker it is. The Packers with the 45th pick in the 2024 draft take Edgerrin Cooper, Texas A&M. Good pick for them. A lot of people had this guy as their number one inside linebacker in this draft, and you feel good at Packers taking that at 45. Like Raiders with getting Jackson Powers at 44. You go, okay, that's a good spot to get him. That's right about the right landing zone for this. This is good value for the Packers. I like the draft the Packers are having right now. You know, Jordan Morgan is going to be a good player for them. Edgerrin Cooper can do everything you want an inside linebacker to do, and he's big, he's rugged, he can run. He's got to learn to take on blocks a little bit better. But he's got the 34-inch long arms that preset him to be able to do that. Moves in space really well. Sideline to sideline range. Pretty good tackler in addition to that. Good fit where meets value for Green Bay here. It's a good pick for them. I would do the same if I was Green Bay. Don't buy into this corner run. Don't start taking corners in the third round as that being one of your needs. You know, pick them in the right spot. Go for the better value. Some smart picks back to back. I think I like these two picks with the Raiders and the Packers as much as any picks in the second round so far. Where just that value meets need is the ultimate in draft. So the Colts are up now at 46. Brian says, I made the mistake of buying event tickets for tonight, squeezing in 10 more minutes. Damn it. Christian, I've had to pause the stream by 6 minutes to sync up with my draft stream. It's insane. Oh, man, I'm sorry about that. I'm trying to go to the most quickest one that I've got, but certain areas get it faster. Ricardo, trading up for Junior Colson here. You're starting to get a little bit more into the deeper part of the second round. Maybe it starts to get less costly to go up in there and do that if that's a possibility here. Especially with Cooper off the board now. You're John and company. You're probably getting a little bit nervous if that's an intention on your part. Mark, thank you for reminding me of that. Please do hit the like button and sub on up. It really is appreciated. Tony Borges, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I can't believe JPJ slid so much. I can't either. I mean, he's by far and away the best center in this draft. He is, I think, a little bit Tony scheme specific with being a 330-pound center that didn't move great. He had to go to the right scheme that wasn't going to ask him to move a whole lot. And a lot of these modern age schemes do ask those centers to have to move and get down in space a little bit more. But you look at what he put on tape, and at 21 years old, you know, you put him in that same range as some of these other players in the draft, like a Joe Alt, where you go, there's so much more reason to believe that there's going to be more upside available with this kid, that he's not a finished product. And odd that this kind of player in that way would fall like that, but good for the Raiders to pick him where they did. That's smart on their part to pick him there. Yeah, strange that he slid that much, though. Definitely the NFL wasn't as high as the fans were on JPJ, I guess. I did put my final grade on him was a second round grade on my horizontal board for JPJ, so he did end up going about where I thought he would probably end up landing. Panthers are back on the board now. They selected Xavier Legette with their first pick in the first round. A bit of a controversial pick from some people's perspective. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Brando, if you win the presidency, will you retroactively award the Hawks the 05 Super Bowl? Well, I can't do it that way. That would be an overstep of of the presidency, and I have to understand what I'm able to do and what I can't do. We've had too many presidents in recent years that have been willing to, I'm going to do what I want to do. So what I will do is I will open a investigation into the NFL practices of officiating and whether or not there has been some establishment of manipulation between officials and the NFL in offices. I will sick CIA and FBI both on them. I will make it a priority number 1 day event for me when I enter the presidency. That will be the first thing on my desk is the signing of this declaration of an investigation with the intent to find out if truly that 05 Super Bowl was rigged or not. And the Panthers have selected our first running back has gone off the board. The Panthers with the number 46th overall pick take Jonathan Brooks, a Texas running back. Spent a lot of time locked in behind a couple of their backs there. Wasn't able to get as much time starting, but I had him as a second-round guy on my board as well. I expected he was going to fall maybe a little bit more than this, but he was my second running back. I like Benson a little bit more than this kid. My player comp for Jonathan Brooks is DeMarco Murray. Kind of got that same little bit of that upright style, long-legged kind of look to him. He's got a little sprinkle of burst and vision, gives you some sharp cuts. Lateral change of direction is of that of a guy at 6'4", and that's really what had me kind of put him just a little bit below Benson, because when he wants to go sideways there, it just is a little labored. He can bounce laterally with a sidestep, which is really nice. He is missing some necessary vision that I would have liked to have if I was making him my pick. He's really relying on good blocking to find his yards. Another one of those guys that's only 21 years old. He's going to be 21 years old this July, so extremely young. Some I think of him as the best back in the draft because he is so young, and they're looking at that upside. But he's got some things that are not super great in his game as well. In addition to that had me a little bit like, if I'm talking about the three guys who got in the second round the couple of years, Kenneth Walker or Breece Hall and a Zach Charbonnet and a Jonathan Brooks, I like those other three guys much better than I like Jonathan Brooks as a back. Still put a late second round grade on him, but this is another pick for the Panthers that feels a little bit like a reach to me. The Giants are up next here with the 47th overall selection, and they are going to spend no time at all wasting a little time grabbing what I consider to be the best safety in the draft, Tyler Nubin. It's going to be a great fit for a Wink Martindale type defense out there that they're still running, I believe. Nubin is, you guys know I've talked him up and down here on the stream over and over again. He's the real deal. He's missing the speed. You just turn on the tape. He gets it done on the field. And that's what should win out overall. Yeah, you want the testing numbers to lean in that a little bit. He would be a first-round guy as I have him graded. I did factor in the testing numbers, but just such a really good player. You can play him free. You can play him strong. You can play him down the slot. He can play in zone. You can play man. I think he only gave up 6 total completions last year that he was credited for giving up in coverage on 21 targets last season. This kid is a player in your secondary, and I think that's a really great pick for the Giants, who, of course, had to fill in the spot that was vacated by their free agent loss there. Spacing on the kid's name, but the kid out of Alabama that they lost in free agency to the Packers. So able to replace him with a guy right now who will be ready to go, I think, from a day one standpoint, and he should be a really good player for them in that defense. So first running back, first safety go off the board here. Back-to-back picks. But yes, Garth, if I get in on my presidency, there's going to be, the wars, the economy, I'm going down to the root we all want to know right now as NFL fans, is this thing legitimate or not? You letting this run legitimately or not? If it's not, all I've got to say is 2 words. Yard arm. Yard arm. Garth, you know what I'm saying? If it's not, if they took that Super Bowl for us, if it was truly the case, better get some rope. Colson's still sitting there. Yeah, Cyberhawk, definitely I went to the PFF one. That one's a lot better. That's a lot better. Haley says we'll never win without a Polynesian in the trenches. It does help to have at least one of those, doesn't it, Haley? Kind of like you want at least one. Doesn't hurt. Jason says, ha ha, you sound like Billy Bob Thornton in Sling Blade. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. I like my tater tots. Yeah. Gonna give me my tater tots. It's gonna taste real good. You shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have done that to the boy. You shouldn't have done that to the boy. I'm gonna have too much fun with this voice today. Yeah, I'm draping it in honey and trying to make it through. I can only wonder what I'm gonna sound like tomorrow. Ooh, the Jaguars with one of the more interesting picks in the draft here. The 48th selection. This is another big time reach. The Jaguars continue the run that we've seen in the second round of defensive linemen in this draft, taking Mason Smith with the 48th pick. Boy, if I'm Trevor Lawrence, I'm like, you got a project defensive lineman rather than getting me an offensive lineman that can help me out. You guys did see that I got broken last year, right? I don't like this pick for the Jaguars. Mason Smith was originally an edge at LSU, one of those 295, 300-pound edges. Then they moved him they were going to move him inside in 2022. Went down to a season-ending injury like before the first game of the season. Came back last year off the ACL, playing in that 3-tech and did not play particularly well. He just didn't look comfortable inside. He didn't look comfortable with understanding how to win the leverage wars. You're really going for the physical skill set of him at this point and being like, well, he'll be a year removed after the ACL and he'll get more comfortable inside. He played so much edge in college. I'm not a fan of this pick, though, for the Jaguars. KCI will be a dictator for at least a month. I will be both a kind and a cruel dictator. Ricardo says Jonathan Brooks looks good. Jamal Charles Light. I like that comp too. I think Jamal had a little bit of an ability to get lateral a little bit easier, but the same kind of long-legged kind of style, upright a little bit. Yeah. Sentai Ranger Donnie says Hawks Nest. Steve Shives Ray. Hey, what's up, Steve Shives? I hope everyone is well on this second day of the 2024 draft. We're doing great, man. Hope you are doing well as well. Thank you for jumping on in. Jessica Sylvia says, isn't Wink Martindale a game show host? He should be with that name. With that name, you should be. But he's a defensive coordinator as well. Blue and green, Haynes or Gray or Cedric or Cooper. Yeah, that would be great. That'd be great. Gar says, wow, you'd actually be a wonderful president. That was an intelligent and measured answer. I'm worried about the important things too, right, Gar? Sweetest says, B, you need to investigate Bill Levy's emails. See, you guys are with me on this. You know what I'm doing. We all got that nagging question in the back of our mind, right? We got that little nagging question in the back of our mind. I think that it's the big answers that you need to have here and get solved. With the 49th selection in the 2024 draft, the Cincinnati Bengals are going to take Chris Jenkins. Holy run on defensive lineman, Batman. Chris Jenkins out of Michigan is going to go number 49 overall. Now, this is good for us. Lord knows we're taking a 3-tech today and having 7 3-techs on our roster. The more 3-techs that can go through the second and third round, the better for us. Mason Smith, Chris Jenkins, Braden Fisk. Go, 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 go. Please. It frees us up for more better players that we're going to have available for us. This is another pick that's feeling very reachy to me. I'm getting very reachy vibes here off of what the Bengals are doing with this selection. They lose DJ Reader this offseason in free agency, and then they grab Chris Jenkins. I like Chris Jenkins. I did have a 3rd-round grade on him. He's a really good run-stuffing 3-tech, but he doesn't give you much as a pass rusher. So to get that, take that in the 2nd round where you're getting basically a run-stuffing defensive lineman from the 3-tech position without any pass rush. I mean, at least Devondre Sweat even gives you pass rush. It's kind of a it's a tough pick there for the Bengals from my perspective. Because Megan says, I'll stand on the hill and to the grave say 05 Super Bowl is stolen from us. I sure would like to find out the answer someday on that one, Megan. One way or the other, because I feel the same way. Oh, I do. Casey says it was rigged. Sir. Yes, sir. Brian Myers, Cedric Gray, 81. I'm with it. I'm completely with that'd be a great. That's perfect value spot to go grab him. Manelli says John's definitely sweating. Whoever's that, Grossi should be happy. Grossi should be really happy with this draft from the baggers. They've done a good job. Trotter, Colson, two guys that they're Trotter or Gray, or probably one of those two guys should be there, I think, in 81. Yeah, JPJ a little slow laterally, Ricardo. Exactly. Just he could do some movement stuff. You just wouldn't want to put him into a pure movement-based scheme like a spread system. Washington is now back up on the clock. Washington, of course, has gotten their quarterback in this draft. They took Zerzon Newton earlier in the second round. See what they do here now. Boys and Grenade Seattle should have all the Super Bowls. They should. Haley says, laugh my ass off, B. Do you think the thing Hawk fans won't like in the second is just not having a pick? I think that's really at the heart of it a little bit, Haley. You know, they just didn't like not having a pick. You know, that's where I think a little bit of the consternation over the Bryon Murphy thing came in yesterday was people going, well, it's okay, he's just selected, so we didn't trade back. Like, we don't have a second round pick now. I think that really frustrated folks. But I kind of took it as a good thing because I was like, it just speaks to how high they think of Murphy, how good they think he is. Roxanne says, yard arm. Bring him out and line him up, Roxanne. Mr. Kane says, it took me a moment to realize your stream is about a minute and a half ahead of my TV and not the effect of the smoke. Gonna have to pause your stream to try and match. Laughing out loud. Well, I'm always usually behind, so I figured let me try to get a little ahead on this one. As I'm always usually, I got 3/4 of the chat knows the pick by the time I read it, I think, at times. Cooper Bebe is still available too. Flags happens. Is it pronounced Mason? And that's how I pronounce it, at least. If you're gonna stick that extra A in there, I'm gonna stretch it out a little bit. Maybe it's supposed to be like French, where it's like an accent. Male, it is LSU's territory. You know what I mean? It could be that kind of French thing coming in there. Flag Savage says, lucky strike, filterless to warm up the voice before the stream. Sounds like I did probably 3 packs before I started the stream today. Garth, let the boy watch. Let him watch. It's one of the greatest outtakes ever, Garth. Lord Boom says, Brandon, I did not know that. Bryon Murphy played linebacker in college up to his sophomore season. Now watching him move and movement drills makes sense. That boy can move. I'm a linebacker coach now. Yeah, he's got a little bit of the linebacker coach. Linebacker, he also had a running back pass to him too, which is interesting. So I think all that stuff helps him to have a lot more athletic bounce and lateral ability and movement that you don't typically get from the defensive tackles in that position. He's a good player. D-Man says Wink Martindale was a famous game host in the 70s and 80s. Tic-Tac-Toe was his most famous one. Oh, okay. Pretty funny name. Commanders are up here at 50. And the pick is in. Washington Commanders, the 50th selection in the 2024 draft. It's corner or defensive lineman, I guess, in this round. They take Mike Sainristil, slot cornerback out of Michigan. Well, I like the pick from Washington. I did have a 3rd round grade on this guy, but that's as much just because he was a slot only guy. But kid's a playmaker from the slot. He was maybe the best defensive player for that Michigan defense last year. arguably. And he was a monster out of the slot. What do you have, 6 interceptions? So he showed ball skills. He's a former receiver convert. He's just moved to the position in the last 2 years. The slot's becoming more and more important in the NFL. And, these guys are basically de facto starters now. It's like slot receiver. It's like taking Jackson Smith and Jigba on the other side. It's just the name of the game in this day and age. That you're going to need those guys and need them to be good. Hell, we played so much of Devin Witherspoon down there, didn't we, last year in the slot? Sandro Strolla is by far the best slot in this draft. I think he's got top 10, maybe even top 5 slot potential at the next level. It's really hard for the slot guys to be able to take the ball away, especially jumping routes down in there. Everything is so condensed, but everything is also so quick and fast. And it's very hard to be able to do that. And him to show off that skill set last year really gives you a little bit of upside here, which is probably what drove Washington to want to take and pick him up a little bit higher than maybe some other people might have had him graded, where they look and they go, yeah, he's giving you something that's also very unique. He's giving you upper level play from the position, but also the ability to take the ball away from that position, which even on the good slot even on the good slot cornerbacks, you'll tend to see with them that they don't do a great job at necessarily jumping routes, getting a lot of interceptions. They'll get a lot of pass breakups. They'll tackle really well. They might even have a solid coverage course, but that's the part that's really a rarity. So Washington having a little bit of an interesting draft. They've kind of gone all over the place. Quarterback, Zerzon Newton. Now Mike Sainristil, slot cornerback at number 50. This has the Steelers on the clock, and we are now definitely moving through the back of the second round. We're making progress. Big boy Jess, John Cooper did go to Philly. So Philly went corner back-to-back in this draft. Quinyon Mitchell in the first round, and then Dijon in the second round. Big Dizzy says Jenkins is a stud. He certainly gives you a solid floor, Big Dizzy, where he's going to be a good run defender at the next level, no doubt about it. He just has to come a little bit more forward with the pass rush as far as that to determine, where he's going to land. Gar says Bill Levy was a Pennsylvania native. Steeler fan since the day he was born, Garth. Thomas, yeah, I feel the third round might be the time Seattle will trade up, but it could be like what they did yesterday night. If we can just get Colson to drop into the top of the third, I think the price will be a lot more reduced to move up in the draft at that point. Definitely the price was too high to jump up here in the second round. We're seeing that. But maybe the third round they can make some magic happen in there. Flag says, is Michael Hall Jr. the next defensive tackle off the board? It could be. I think I'd probably lean towards saying it's him, Tyler Davis, or Mekhi Wingo. I have both Wingo and Tyler Davis higher than him, but it wouldn't shock me if any of those three guys go as the next one. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate you for that, Daniel. Giants pick Tyler Nubin with our second. Trade worth it? Yes. Yeah, it's worth it. I love Tyler Nubin, but this was really, the trade was more about getting a dynamic interior defensive lineman and how hard that is to do. It's really where this trade sort of begins with Leonard Williams. It's that in this league right now, we have positions that are being devalued, overvalued, properly valued, or raising in value. Everything's in a variety of different places. The one thing that is also happening, though, is that the defensive line has raised in value. And with that, the cost of these guys, and not just the cost, but the availability to get these guys has been heavily reduced. And this is why you're seeing a run of defensive linemen in the second round, guys that probably have third round grades going in the second round, because it is such a vital, valuable position to have on your defensive line and have it set up. And so John had for years, I think, been trying to kind of find his way to locating a defensive lineman like Leonard Williams that could be that impactful, and he just wasn't able to do it. Tried with Malik McDowell, of course, that draft, how that went. You tried with a couple of other guys too. It just didn't happen. So, you had to kind of bite the bullet on that one and pay the high cost to do it. but the cost is worth it because it all has to be, the whole thing that has to be taken into account is just, this is where the cost is of doing business with defensive linemen in this day and age. It's a new day. It's a new era. And this is what we love about the NFL is that things are always moving and changing and fluctuating. And what's a valuable position today won't be a valuable position tomorrow, especially with how the sport might change in a given direction. But as it goes right now in this day and age, you need to get your defensive linemen. And for us to get ourselves stacked at defensive line right now with Leonard, with Bryon Murphy, Draymond in there, Jaron Reed still in there, drafting Cam Young last year, bringing back Hankins in there too, is just to give you a solid group and a core. This will be a big, huge step forward to us being able to, at the very least, solve our run game worries and issues there. Snail says, B, just for fun, what round grades do you have on Rice, Gore, and McCaffrey? So I have on Frank Gore, I have him with the 6th round grade, Frank Gore Jr. With Brendan Rice, I have Brendan Rice and Luke McCaffrey. I didn't mean to do this because they're both former pros. It just happened to go this way. But I put both of those guys at the end of the 3rd round. So in Brendan Rice and Luke McCaffrey, I have 3rd round grades, back end 3rd round grades on both of those two guys. And we've got a couple of picks that just went through. My gosh, okay, really quickly, this just popped on through here. So the Steelers, with the 51st selection in the NFL draft, have taken Zach Frazier, probably the 2nd best center in this draft, arguably, with the 51st overall pick. So looking to build up their offensive line, no surprise there from the Steelers. The Colts wasted little time. They jumped right up at this point. It looks like they traded with LA to get up into the spot. They said Adonai Mitchell's fall needs to go no further. And they take Adonai Mitchell here at 52 in the 2nd round. So the receiver run continues at this point. You've had Harrison, Neighbors, Odunzie, Thomas, McConkey, Adonai Mitchell, Leggett, Worthy, and Jalen Polk all taken off the board here in the first 2 days. So the receiver run was real. It was real. And Frazier, that's a great pick for the Steelers. Not a big movement guy, a little bit. You got a lot of the same stuff that you could apply with JPJ. You could apply to Jack Frazier, former wrestling, all-state wrestling champion guy. Really gets in there and he can torque guys along with his body. He's that traditional Steeler offensive lineman that's going to be a good mauler in there. Really good fit for them. He's going to be Najee Harris's best friend down there inside. And Adonai Mitchell, I wasn't as super high as other people were, but I couldn't deny the upside on the kid. And it sounds like if you can just get his head on straight and get him motivated in the right direction, that you might have one of the true monsters at the wide receiver position in this draft. So you got to like the value there for the Colts taking him, that being able to hold on that long for that kid. It's less of a risk at that point when you're taking a guy like this that might have a little bit of that boom bust factor to him into at 52. Makes a little bit more sense there with what they were doing there. You got the Colts. The Colts missing a 1st round pick. So the Colts go Latu and Adonai Mitchell. The first 2 picks. Washington's now back up on the clock. And it feels like Washington has been on the clock constantly the 2nd round. Are they picking every pick? I wonder if they come. It looks like they traded with Philly. I wonder if they're thinking corner here. I wonder if the corner run is going to continue. But dude, Daniel, thank you for that $2 donation. I do still maintain that it was worth it making this move. And it was, I understood where John was coming from because studying these defensive tackles over the last couple of years and the guys that might be available for us to trade for or find or to draft, it's been very, very hard. They're getting risen up in value, where it's almost to the place where they're right there with wide receivers, just about, as far as they're considered value throughout the league. Casey says, "Parlez-vous français? I might have to start." Haley says, with 3 comp picks next season, I'd offer next year's 2 and a 4 for Draymond Jones to move up to about 50. I'd love to move up here, Haley. Colston's just sitting there. He's just sitting there. Should do her Sanders in Seattle next year, says Blue and Green. Maybe. Yeah, Michigan players going big time in the second round. Jason says, I wouldn't have given up a second this year, but oh well. I know, man. It is tough. It's hard not having the number 2 in this draft. Regardless, the real question is Cat versus Chris Jenkins. That's exactly right, Chris. That's what it came down to, is if you were in the second round and you maybe we have the opportunity to take Bryon Murphy. Maybe not. But let's say we didn't have Bryon Murphy as an option there where we were picking. And you're in that second round, and it comes down to, okay, well, Big Cat versus Chris Jenkins, Big Cat versus Braden Fisk. It's like, well, give me Big Cat every time and twice on Sundays. Jessica, I think Woolen may very well flourish with the new coaching staff and defense. He's got to clean up his tackling, Jessica, but the thing that he does have that the coach is going to lean into that the previous regime did not lean into as much was the man coverage skills. Both him and Devin Witherspoon are awesome in man coverage. Put him more in those kind of situations. Let him work from that. And he could be potentially very dominant, especially in coverage in that aspect of things. Jim Campbell says the best defensive tackle went 16 yesterday. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Gene D says, what position we picking next? I think we're down third round. Number 81 overall. And let's see here if we got another pick in. We do not. Washington is on the clock right now. I'm guessing corner here. TJ Tampa, Dennis Rakeshaw, Kyrie Jackson, Josh Newton type maybe. Could go safety here too. Edge makes sense. Adisa Isaac or Braylon Trice here. No. I have not been able to predict Washington's moves at all. Washington, with the 53rd selection in the 2024 draft, take Ben Sinnott out of Kansas State, tight end. Really fun player. Got a lot of, to me, similarities in his game to what you had with Sam Laporta last year. Not quite the athlete of Laporta. Not quite the ball skills of Laporta as far as a pass catcher goes, but a really good blocker and really close on those other items of things. So I like this pick for Washington overall. They lost Logan Thomas. They need a starting tight end. I do feel like there's a little bit of reaching for need by Washington in this second round, where it's less about maybe the best player that they have available on their board and more about filling holes. Except for Newton. Obviously, you could say that about Newton's pick. That would not be a neat pick there, but it's a little reachy for me with Washington in this round. I did have a second round grade on Sinnott, so I probably shouldn't say that, but does that feel right for you guys for Washington? Are you guys feeling what Washington's doing here? I don't know. Yeah, I think the Big Cat trade was worth it. It wasn't a trade necessarily, and I understand it looks like it's a trade at the deadline. That's a trade that's about the moment and going forward now. It really wasn't. It was about solidifying a position that you've been long trying to search out, that kind of player, and having it both for the immediacy and the long term. Where it was about, look, we can't find this talented of a guy normally anywhere else we look. This is the only way to go get this guy. We've got to pay the high prices to do it. And we've been trying to find this kind of guy for a long period of time. And our run defense is bleeding. It's not just bleeding. An artery has been hit. It's spraying out blood on a yearly basis. We have got to fix this. We've got to take the steps necessary to fix it. And Williams wasn't going to fix it all on his own. Showed last year, especially with how many snaps you had to have him play. But these steps will take it to getting fixed eventually when you put this much talent up front. We will get this run game stopped, and the defense will be better from it moving into the future. Not from last year, but moving into the future. Flag Sabbath says Steelers got Frazier and Fatano. It's a great draft. Great draft for them. You're going to have Russell Wilson starting for you next year or Justin Fields. Either one. Get them an offensive line that can keep them protected. Keep them clean. So I love those moves from their standpoint on this flag. Having a really good draft. Those are great picks. Great value on the picks. Feel real good about what they're doing so far here. Garth, I thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Garth. And all the love you've given here the last couple days. Brando, thoughts on 25's drafts being fruitful with a lot of NIL COVID kids coming out? Is this legit? I think year by year it does get a little bit tough to predict on this stuff, Garth. I think that yes, overall the answer would be a yes. This is the last year, next year, of your COVID kids. Those that got the extra 6th year of eligibility. It will be out of the system by the end of next year. And what that has meant the past couple of years is that there's been more players pushed into drafts than you will normally see. So after 2025, 2026, the numbers will drop back down to more of what we've historically seen as the total number of kids coming out into drafts. I mean, I had like 41 receivers that I scouted in this draft alone. It's about the same as far as cornerbacks go. So there's a tremendous number of just pure prospects entering these drafts over the past couple of years because of that 6 year of eligibility. But it will be finally kind of coming to a close after next year. This is why, Garth, I'm hesitant to move any picks in next year's draft because it's going to be a strong draft. I want to move up for a quarterback. And you just don't want to already start kind of robbing yourself of that this far out in advance. But we are moving to a spot in this draft where maybe the cost won't be so much to make this happen now. You know, maybe this will be a little bit more okay for John, where he's like, okay, I give up a 4th next year. I give up a 3rd next year. As Haley was talking about, we're getting the compensatory picks back in. So he just looks at it as much about a flip of the compensatory picks as much as anything else. X-Strike says, I missed today's draft. What have we done today, Hawks? Nothing yet, X-Strike. You haven't missed anything so far, man. Everything is, we're not picking until kind of about midway into the 3rd. So we're just about to round out, it would seem, in the 2nd round here. We're just about to close up the 2nd. The Cleveland Browns pick is in. The Cleveland Browns are going to select with the 54th selection in the 2024 NFL Draft. Michael Hall Jr., defensive linemen, continue to go fast and furiously in this 2nd round. Boy, do you like the thought of being the team that took the best defensive lineman in this draft? When you're watching so many teams in the 2nd round take a defensive lineman. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 defensive linemen taken in the 2nd round of this draft, and we're not even through the 2nd round yet. Michael Hall, fun player with a lot of skill, understands how to use his hands, good first step quickness, fights like hell through the course of the play, a little undersized, he can get swallowed up at the point of attack. Didn't think his tape flashed quite enough for me to really ever get super excited on this guy. And this does feel a little bit like a reach pick here for Cleveland, where teams are starting, like, it seems like both cornerback and defensive line teams are kind of freaking out, going, oh my God, we're not going to have any of these guys left when we get into the 3rd round. We got to jump on these guys now. It's kind of wild to watch how many of these guys are going in the 2nd round. I didn't have graded up in this area. Or not just me having graded, many people didn't have necessarily grade up in this area. I think many people looked at Hall as kind of the floor spot to start looking at picking him in the 3rd round. So there's definitely teams right now that are not operating from a value-based model here, that are doing some reachy stuff here a little bit. But thank you again, Gar, for the $5 donation. And yeah, I think you want to hold, next year's going to should be a solid draft. Should be another very strong draft. Maybe even better than this one. Or too early to tell a little bit. Jessica says, next year's projected to be better drafts. I want all those picks. Plus, McDonald will have a better feel for his team then. Me too. Me too. I will say if it does get Jessica where we don't have to give up a high pick in next year's draft, knowing we're going to get a couple compensatory picks back, but Junior Colson still kind of floating here on the board. Very tempting potentially to kind of move up a little bit to go get Colson here. Yeah, Peyton Wilson's still on the board too. I think Peyton drops into the third for sure. Robert Jimenez says, have a hottie toddy, Mr. President. See, if I was a drinker, I would. I'm just not a drinker at all, so I can't do it. I'm already half loopy. You'll get me full loopy at that point. Taking 2 guards is double dipping. Yep, blue and green. Smart though. Always said if you're gonna have Russell Wilson starting as quarterback, give him the thing that he's not had most of his career, which is give an offensive line. And if you can apply that to Russell Wilson, you can absolutely apply that to Justin Fields in his first stop there with Chicago. Get him an offensive line. Make their job easier a little bit. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate the $2 dono, man. Andre says, Junior Colson, the 81st pick. I hope he lasts that long, Andre. I sure do hope he lasts that long. Yuquan, are there any good offensive linemen left? Yeah. You got Zinter, Mahogany, Christian Haynes, Dominic Pooney, Mason McCormick, Tanner Bortolini, Sato Lamumea, Matt Gonclaves. I think he'll kick into guard at the next level. There's some interesting players kind of up and going right now. Dolphins on the clock at 55. Dolphins up until this point. Dolphins went with Chop Robinson with their first pick. Didn't like that at 21. That was a little bit of a reach. Maybe Jatavian Sanders here. They might go tackle too. I see like Roger Rosengarten here, Blake Fisher, Patrick Paul. Haven't seen many tackles taken, have we? Yesterday we had the run on our 6, right? And the sacred 6. All Fatano, Fashanu, Fuaga, Mims, and Latham. And we had Morgan go too, but it's been pretty quiet today. Thomas says PFF somehow gave the Hawks a B grade for Murphy pick. I don't get that at all. Yeah, I don't understand that one either. PFF wasn't very high on him. Which is weird because he was the second highest rated. You know, it's like PFF, do you believe in your rating system or not? Right? Thomas, is actually kind of interesting on this because, okay, PFF, you want to tell me that your grading system is the holy word. Okay. So how is it then that your second highest graded defender as a defensive tackle in college football last season gets a B pick for a team that got him in the middle of the first round? It's like your PFF math isn't adding up, guys. Seahawks Gaming says Sam Howell's better than Bo Nix, and we didn't have to spend the 12th pick on him. I think you make a good argument for that, man. I do. Not a big Nix guy. Oh, I was right. There we go. One of the names they put. So Miami Dolphins 55 are going to take Patrick Paul. Go back to the tackle there. I thought that made some sense for them. And when defense come back, get your offensive line in place. Patrick Paul, a good left tackle. Probably fit him over to the right side. Gives them some insurance for Teron Armstead and his yearly injury problems that tend to come up. Haley says Sanat over Sanders. Why? Blocking. Sanat's a really, really good blocker, Haley, and Sanders is just okay. Sanders is willing, but he's not like Ben is with it. Ben was probably one of the better blocking tight ends you'd watch on tape, but the prospects this year, Sanders was just kind of okay. Isaac's TheSeahawksNest, according to both JJ Value and Rich Hill charts, we could reasonably trade to Green Bay's 226 for a fifth and a 2025 fifth, comboed then with our third, plus 4.2 plus 418. So we would get Green Bay plus their fifth. We would give them our third and both of our fourths. That's a good question, Isaac. I would probably more want to drive Isaac to take out their fifth, take out one of our fourths, and let's just go a 3 and a 4 to get up to the 2. Or we're giving you a 3 and a 4 so that, you fall back essentially 23 spots. I think I'd want to do that. I don't want to kick in the extra 4 as well. I'm not mad if they do it, Isaac. I'm not going to be pounding the table if that's the move we made. I'd understand it and I'd be okay with it. But it does seem like a little much for how deep we've gotten into the second round. Jadavian Sanders is definitely a beast. He's a better pass catcher, a more athletic pass catcher than Ben Sinnott. But Ben Sinnott's much closer to him as a pass catcher than Sanders is to him as a run blocker. Johnson's nice. Herbicide says Russ is going to make both of those lookies look bad. Andre says, what do we do besides a defensive tackle? I think middle linebacker, interior offensive line are the two main targets here that I would look to see them jump on here. Thomas, Haley's with you on the Theo love. Number 1 tight end target, huh, Thomas? He's a freak. He's a big boy. And he moves like a guy shouldn't for that size. Greg says, could Junior Colson have a medical red flag causing him to drop this much, or does NFL just not rate him as high? I think they just don't rate him as high. Greg. He had to play with a cast on his hand through a lot of the year, which probably reduced down a little bit of his effectiveness. How can it not? But he just doesn't seem to be a guy who NFL circles coming into this year kind of feeling that as well, that was as high on him. It's also a little bit, I think, Greg, of the fact that this is representative of the interior inside linebackers just maybe not having as much weight as they once did. Dallas Cowboys. Thank God they saved us of making this pick because I was worried we were going to do this. The Cowboys with the 56th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft take Marshawn Neeland, Western Michigan. Interesting pick there for the Cowboys. Marshawn Neeland. Is this to get out ahead of DeMarcus Lawrence? Or is this to get out ahead of the Micah Parsons deal that you don't want to do? Not sure if I can make a lot of sense if the Cowboys take Neeland here past them just loving him because as an edge. So, I guess they're maybe looking at him as an early down edge and then Parsons comes in and pass rushes a little bit. I couldn't watch much tape on Neeland. He was Western Michigan tape online. It's just not available. So I don't know much about him. He's one of the power edges in this draft. Sets a strong, hard edge. Plays 100 miles an hour. Certainly high effort. A lot of teams were really growing and loving this guy as the process wore on. He was getting a lot of hype. So not a complete shocker that he goes at this place in the draft. A little bit of a head scratcher from the Cowboys standpoint. And not loving the Cowboys draft. Tyler Guyton and Marshawn Neeland. For a team that looks at itself as being in a Super Bowl window, do these two moves look like good Super Bowl window moves? A tackle that's going to take some time to develop and an edge that's an early down run defending edge. I don't know if I could feel as good as that if I'm a Cowboy fan about what they're doing there. I think Jerry's trying to talk himself into it. He'll be just like DeMarcus Ware. It's going to be DeMarcus Ware 2.0. That's true. Colson did 0 testing too. So that's always going to make teams a little worried. Tampa Bay back on the clock. Tampa Bay is picked. So the Tampa Bay Buccaneers with the 57th selection in the 2024 NFL Draft have taken Chris Braswell. Another 2 power edges kind of taken back-to-back with Nealon and Braswell here. These are 2 guys you're taking. They'll be able to set the hard edge on that side in the run game. Braswell gives you, I think, a little bit more of a pass rush than Nealon currently does. Good, rugged, strong player. Doesn't have a lot in his pass rush bag. Kind of an interesting pick here for to me, Alabama. I wasn't as big on Braswell. This one definitely feels a little bit like a tiny bit of a reach, but at a 3rd round grade. So you're not going to crazy town on this one if you're them. But just didn't have a lot that he showed as a pass rusher. Bear with me one sec here, folks. Ooh, yeah. It's good for us, though. Nealon, Braswell, Patrick Paul going. This is moving well for us in this round. Overall, 2nd round has been pretty good for our Hawks here. Stage is really well set up here as it currently stands. Please do, folks, if you like what you're listening to today, please hit that like button and sub on up. I would really appreciate it. Packers on the clock now here at 58. Thomas Sato Lamu is another guy I do like for guard too. Play the tackle at Utah. Should kick inside the next level. Chris says 81's too early for Zinter, more like a 4th rounder. Yeah, I agree. If we can get Colson into that 3rd round and then come back and bounce to Zinter in the 4th, that'd be pretty nice. Garth, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Garth. He says, Brando, can your second act as president be taking the America's team label off the Cowboys? It'll be a mandate. That will actually be one of my few executive orders. I tend to think, Garth, that executive orders are highly overused by modern presidents. But I think that there are times that you've got to whip out the executive order and put certain egotistical billionaires in line. And when it comes to labeling yourself America's team, it's America's sport. You don't get to be the team of America. And that doesn't work for us. So I would officially call for the removal of the American team label on the Dallas Cowboys. I would also make it a fine for any Cowboy fan at any point in time to call themselves America's team. Instant $500 fine and a citizen's arrest if you're in the bar. Instant. No more of that. No more of that stuff. Thank you, though, Mangard. Appreciate you. Nick says, are we getting a 3rd round compensatory? If so, I'm fine with trading our current 3rd rounder to move up if need be. We should be, yes. We should be getting a compensatory pick back in return. 100%. At least, I think 2 at least. Maybe 3, but at least 2. Some of it's some offsetting stuff because you did sign some free agents as well. Seahawks Gaming says, I can see the Niners getting Wilson or Wolves. I can see the Niners getting Wilson or Colson. They did almost sign Eric Kendricks. It's possible. They did. I think they did sign Shaquille Leonard there, didn't they? And they're looking for somebody that can fill in for Dre Greenlaw, who's going to be out for, you would think, at least a decent portion of the season if he maybe misses all of the season with that Achilles tear. The Green Bay Packers have selected, and they did finally go with the safety need that they're looking for. They've taken with the 58th pick, Javon Bullard, safety out of Georgia. Real strong safety out of Georgia. Had been playing a lot of slot prior to this year down there. And he did okay in the slot. When they fitted him out to free safety this past year and let him work in those kind of split safety looks out there at Georgia, from that point, he really excelled and really came forward as a player. So definitely more of a pure free safety than a slot guy. Gives you a little bit of flexibility with that. But overall, I think a pretty strong pick here for the Packers, who continue to be, I think, one of the teams that are having a good draft here so far. They've got some extra picks. That helps. But Jordan Morgan, Edrin Cooper, Javon Bullard, I think those are all really solid picks that are right around about the right spot to be taken. I had a second round grade on Bullard. They've done no reaching in this draft. Packers are going to be tough to deal with for the foreseeable future right now. It's a team on the rise, one of the youngest rosters in the NFL last year as it was. And now they're having a really good offseason with some of the signings they've made. And then a really good draft on top of it. Props to them, man. Very impressive. Very, very impressive. Definitely like them versus a couple of other teams and how they're moving on this one. Macy Stead, thank you for answering the call that I made you. I asked you guys if you could to sub on up if you can, and you did so. So thank you so much for doing so. I really do appreciate you subbing on up. We're trying to get to 20,000 this year. That's going to be the goal. See if we can get to 20,000 subs by February of next year. And you're helping us get there, Macy. So thank you for subbing on up to the channel. I really do appreciate that. You're awesome. Flag Sabbath says supposedly Brandon Coleman had trouble taking coaching at the Senior Bowl. That's tough. Especially for a guy that's going to have to transition inside, and he's going to need to take a lot of coaching on that transition inside. Who's Patrick Paul? He's a left tackle out of Houston. He's solid. I had a second round grade on him. That's an okay pick for them. Pick is in. Texans at 59. Taken Blake Fisher, right tackle out of Notre Dame. Good pick for them. Tackles are starting to run. This is what I wanted to see too. Let's get some of these tackles picked, right? Let's get all the tackles picked up and through. We're not going to go for a tackle. So the more tackles, the more defensive linemen, hell, even the more corners that we can see picked here, the better for our Seahawks. So good pick here from our perspective on it. Blake Fisher did have a second round grade. So, I do like this pick for the Texans, giving your guy CJ even some more help out there. Now they had Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil out there last year holding it down, but this just kind of ensures that you're going to keep CJ clean on the edges there. I like this with a young quarterback, the commitment to keeping your line in solid shape. He's a heady player with a powerful kick step and pass protection, nimble feet, bit of a finesse blocker. That's going to work really well in the pass-happy offense that's going to be the Texans. Excellent hand placement striking. Does struggle with power rushers, so I don't know if there's a thinking here on the side of the Texans thinking that you're going to be able to move him inside to guard, because I just don't think he's strong enough to go inside to guard. He's barely strong enough, I think, to hold out as a right tackle. But he's got 34 3/8 long arms, really long arms. And that should suit him very well in this draft, as a pro. But I like this move from the Texans standpoint. It's a good move for them. It's nicely for our Hawks, too. All right, so we've got the last about 5 picks going down here in the second round. We got the Bills, Lions, Ravens, Niners, and Chiefs coming down the pike here. Variety of different ways that can be gone. We're getting closer and closer, though, to the Hawks' potential pick. Greg Kemp, there's a couple of really good blocking tight ends still available here. Barner's one of them. Theo Johnson's a good blocking tight end. I think Barner's probably the best of the bunch, but hell, even Stover's a good blocker. Clatchin does okay with it. There's a couple of guys that can move some people off the line. Nick says, just stay put at 81. Talent will still be there. It's going to be hard, man, with that. If Colson starts getting within 5-6 picks, I bet John starts getting a little jumpy. Haley says, I don't want to give up 81 this year. Feel like that's painful. Rather give up the 2 next season. I get it. I think we're getting to that point where you're getting so close in the third round where do you have to give up a 2 to get up into this third now? Versus kind of putting a package together if that's what John wanted to do. And DVD, yeah, absolutely. There's a chance. I say Zach Zinder I don't think get selected in the third round. BB is possible because he deserves to go there. But I certainly think at the very least you're going to have Zinder still remaining. Bills are on the clock here. Jessica, is it true that the Cowboys have not made the NFC Championship since the invention of the cell phone? Well, I mean, technically the cell phone and the big block phones were around in, the mid 80s. But the modern cell phones, yes. The smartphones, yeah. It has been that long. And judging by the way they're drafting here so far, it's going to remain a long, long, long time. Thomas, I love Mohamed Kamara. I actually had a high grade on him too, Thomas. He's a fun player. Ooh, here we go. So the Bills go out and take Cole Bishop with the 60th pick, Utah safety. Young kid, 21, kind of a down-the-box kind of guy, real good tackler, leader on that defense. He's always pointing everybody in the right direction and where they need to go pre-snap. Smart, heady player. Just the kind of guy that the Bills would like on that defensive side of the ball. They put a lot of those kind of guys through the years that are like that, and your Micah Hyde types and whatnot. Good pick for them. It's a little high for me with Bishop. I didn't like him as much as other people liked him because he's got some holes in coverage. But he is very young. There's a lot of reason to believe that maybe there's a lot more upside still there left to be had in him. Interesting pick there for the Buffalo Bills, though. A pick that starts to feel a little bit like a need pick for what they had as a whole on their defense, as I think they lost one or both of those safeties this offseason in free agency. It's looking good for your Hawks, though. The right players are going off the board that we're happy to see go off the board. And very few inside linebackers. Only one inside linebacker taken so far in the second round. That is what you would have liked to see if you're a Seahawks fan coming into the day. Haley says Trotter or Barrett are my favorite linebackers in the draft, but I might be coping with the fact that I don't think we'll be getting Colson. It's going to be hard if we don't move up for him. I mean, if he lasts to the end of the third round, applaud to John for having the stones to sit there tight and hold on and wait for that and make that happen. If he does. But, boy, it's hard to see, isn't it? Hard to see. Stoney says, I was surprised with our first round pick, but I'm okay with it now. I figured it would grow on some of you, even if you had some slight drawback to it initially. I thought the more folks out there in our Hawk fandom kind of a chance to go back and look at him a little bit deeper and investigate into him a little bit deeper, that you would find oh, wow, and this guy's really a player. He's really good. And the team definitely trusted in it. It's the team's faith in this pick. I know a team's going to have faith in every pick that they make. With Detroit's in with a pick, they're not messing around or wasting about with their time. They take my final second round corner in this draft. So the Lions are going to take Ennis Rakestraw out of Missouri. Real good cover guy. My comp for him was Marcus Peters. Smaller, thinner quarterback, but very competitive. It's probably what drove him to Detroit a little bit in their like of him. Good long arms. Solid tackler. He's a little quicker than he's fast. 4.5 guy. Only gave up about 200 yards last year, and he was one of the highest run defending corners in all of college football last year. So the Lions with this pick, it does make sense. That's good value for them. I almost in certain respects like the Rakestraw pick from a value standpoint more than I like the Terrion Arnold pick. But the Lions definitely understood where their weakness lied on that team. and what needed to come forward. The corner position has sucked butt for them for the last couple of years, and it needed some big time fixing. So you got to give them props for at least starting to deal with an issue and to deal with the situation. At the same time, how much of that is you dealing with the situation versus how much of that is you reaching a little bit for the need, what you consider to be a bit of a desperate need at that point. But Rakestraw goes off the board. And the Lions, like the Eagles, go back-to-back with their first 2 picks at the cornerback position. I think some people see Rakestraw as a guy that might move to safety too. Isaac says the closer we get to the 3rd round, the more my palms sweat. Yes. It's going to be happening with all of us at that point. That's going to be everybody. Daniel says, you sick, Brandon? I'm actually feeling pretty good. But yeah, I'm suffering from the last of the sickness getting out of me. Unfortunately, it's in my voice, and I appreciate you guys bearing with me today on this. I know it does not maybe sound the funnest on your end having to listen to this scratchiness. But yeah, I feel good. It's just the voice is a little dicey. Haley says Greenlaw was said to be on pace to start the season opener. Oh, okay. That's a hell of a recovery time off of a torn ACL that fast, Haley. It's possible. It has happened. The one thing I will say is even on those guys that have come back fast from that torn Achilles, I think it was an Achilles. Yeah, it was Achilles. It does tend to be one that takes you a little bit of time to fully get yourself back. If you can, fully get yourself back. Just because we don't have to remove the America's team label. We'll just laugh at them for saying it because we know. We all know. It's true. It is true. Tony says, I got 1,000 scratches on my hand from the new kitty. It happens, man. They got those kitty teeth too. Those things are sharper than razor blades. But that's the love. That's the part of the bearing of the love and the bond that you start to build, man. And my hands for my cat the first year were all scarred up from here to here to up. Can't stop that playing. Ravens are on the clock. Who did they go with yesterday? Didn't they go? I think they went corner. Yeah, they went corner yesterday. Nate Wiggins. And they have selected. So the Ravens look to shore up a little bit of their offensive line here in the 2nd round. They're going to take Roger Rosengarten, University of Washington tackle, and the how about the Huskies? We got a 3 first-round picks yesterday, a couple second-round picks today. Huskies are back, baby. Huskies are back. Great pick for Baltimore. They needed to deal with their offensive line. They probably need to come back and get their guard position dealt with now beyond this. But Roger Rosengarten, a guy that I thought for a lot of people throughout this process, and it turned out I was even sleeping on him because he was a guy being talked about by a lot of people like, oh, he'll be a 5th, 6th, 7th round kind of guy. And I was like, man, the tape I watched, this guy looks like a 2nd, 3rd rounder to me. What am I missing? He's so athletic. He's so snappy out of his stance. Ravens are going to like this pick, I think, quite a bit. Raven fans will. And and they were kind of freaking out a little bit, though, Raven fans, about the offensive line situation here over the last day with taking a corner yesterday. This should satiate some of the fears they're going through. Because this is a good player. And this guy that might have some upside to be able to play both left and right. So he says, too many pong hits, Brandon. Too many something. Don Mata, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, you grab some throat spray. He says, grab some throat spray, B. You are the GOAT. Oh, thank you, Don Mata. I got the Ricolas going, man. I'm trying here with it. I'm trying to get that honey in the back. It's an upward battle today. I got through the 2nd round though. We're almost through the 2nd round, so it's holding on strong. Thank you, Don. I appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you so much. Jeff says, I want someone to grab Rattler. Don't want him there when our picks roll. Yeah, if we could get Rattler selected, let's get Troy Benson selected. Let's get a couple more of these receivers off the board. it's definitely going to start getting pretty dicey as far as the push back over to positions that we really want to see available for us here soon. Like they've blown through the corners in the defensive lineman in the second round. So the third round is going to get real nervous here for me. Niners are on the clock right now. They took Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver, yesterday with their first pick. Their fans right now are no doubt banging the table very hard for them to go and select a tackle here. I think if Roger Rosengartner had been there, he might have been the pick here for the 49ers. So they're maybe scrambling a little bit in this pick where there's really not an offensive tackle of value available now at this point for them to take. With Fisher and Rosengarten off the board, you're going to have to kind of stretch to make it happen now. You're going to have to kind of dip into like fourth round city at this point in order to find yourself a tackle if that's their intention. Maybe they come back with center here and go like Cedric Van Pran. Or Christian Haynes. Corner's possible here too for them. Definitely a need. Big Dizzy says, I like BB, but his strength numbers were borderline embarrassing. But when you turn on the tape with him, man, Big Dizzy, he's taking people to task on the field from a power and strength standpoint. It's one of those things where I wonder on a guy like that if it's really comes down to really, when you watch him on the field, you got to trust in that that's the power that he's going to be able to show. He's got the functional strength. It's like play speed, play strength, and his play strength is one of the true assets of his game. Oh, the 49ers traded out. I think I was right on that. They found themselves in a pickle where they didn't have the tackle available that they wanted to pick there probably. So they have moved back. The Chiefs have moved up. Chiefs are now going to pick back-to-back 63 and 64. The Niners will drop back behind us. I wonder what they had to give up to make that happen. Niners go completely out. Oh, no, okay. They flop picks. So they just flop picks. Chiefs are up on the clock right now. Small jump. Isaac says, don't make the poor man do any walking today, even though I know we all want to need it. I'll try to do as I can, but it's going to sound like this. Not good. Walking sick. Walking cough. It's hard to talk like him anyway. Now, when I don't have a voice... Blue says, I'd be happy for Shadu or Sanders next year. Don't know why. I just love him, his competitiveness. I like him too, man. He's a good quarterback. He's a good quarterback. He's a good player. He can play. Samuel Lim says, can you show your cats, please? Yeah, we'll go and grab them. I'll try to go grab Pumpkin here. Let's see if I can get her up on this. Okay. Oh, baby. I feel a little bad picking up the cats right now, Samuel. They're both like super deep into their naps, but I'll try to grab them here before pick if I can get them. The Chiefs have taken tackle Kingsley Sumaataiyeya. The Chiefs go with the tackle here. Try to reinforce their offensive line a little bit. Probably flip with San Francisco because they were anticipating San Francisco was maybe going to try to take a tackle there and maybe take their guy if they didn't move up there a little bit to get him. Garth and I thank you for the $5 donation and all of your support the last couple of days. Brando, did you and your bro pull a Smokey and the Bandit and drive to SoCal with no stops? It was almost that, Garth. It was just about almost that. We did a 9 hours. We started out, we did the 9 hours down to, I think it was McDermott, Utah. Well, you talk about a crap hole sit down. Holy jeez. And then we stayed in a really, we slept for 8-9 hours in a hotel, and then got right back on the road. Me and him are both kind of wired that way, Garth, where if you got something you got to do, just go get it done. Just get it knocked out. No way to get around it, Certainly don't want to make it elongated. But yeah, we pretty much did the Smokey and the Bandit, man. I was in my U-Haul doing 75 down the single lane highway. Daniel says, damn it. I hate how your voice is going out at your favorite time of year. I know. It's brutal, man. What are you going to do, though? You know what I mean? I'm still here with you guys, my people, and we got well over 350 people in the chat, so you guys are dealing with it. You're handling it. You're understanding it, and I appreciate that. And I really do. It doesn't take any of my love away from this day, I'll tell you that. Greg says, what if the Niners take the yak wide receiver everybody's hyping up to replace Debo? I kind of thought that's what they were going to do, Greg, with I was expecting a Debo trade at some point today. Doesn't seem like that's coming down the line, which is kind of odd. But Corley would be the straightforward, easy guy to kind of come in there and replace that skill set, and your offense wouldn't really miss a beat. I know Debo's a very hard guy to replace, but Corley gives you as close a skill set to that as we've maybe seen since Debo came out. San Francisco 49ers decide to deal with their cornerback position. They will take the 64th pick, Renardo Green, a cornerback out of Florida State. I like Renardo. I had a third round grade on Renardo. It's not that far where they're picking because I did have him as kind of a higher third round grade, and we're at the back end of the second round, so this isn't a huge reach by the Niners. Good player. My notes up on him here. 4'9", 153, 10-yard split, 6 foot, 186. Quick twitch, explosiveness lead the way with this 2-year starter. You line him up and press, and then you let him press and run, and he can stay step for step with anybody. He's a gnarly tackler, willing to twist you in half if he's got to. He's going to fit in really, really well with whoever that San Francisco cornerback, I can't remember, that always just grabs onto DK 24/7. Ward, is that what it is? Tre'Davious Ward. This guy's a lot like Tre'Davious Ward, where he's just going to grab on for dear life and hope the officials don't call it. And with Ward, they don't kind of call it, so Ward gets away with it. Maybe this kid will get away with it too. He is better in man than zone. Niners don't run as much man coverage. Maybe they're going to start to intend to, I guess. Though he's a good tackler, he doesn't take the best routes to the ball carrier. Overly physical in coverage when he doesn't need to be. But hey, again, we saw this with Tre'Davious Ward and DK so much. Like, officials will basically let Tre'Davious Ward mug DK on every play and not call it. So, solid over selection by them. A little bit of a reach here, especially when you consider how many cornerbacks that we've had as run on here in this second round. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you got 7 corners taken in this second round alone. That was on top of having 4 taken in the first round. I bet you Niner fans are freaking out about the fact they don't have their line dealt with here. They're sitting there going, "Oh my God, Purdy's going to get destroyed." They're like us a little bit at times, where their front office can just frustrate the hell out of the fans by not dealing with the offensive line. Like, can you guys just do this thing, please? Can you please just pick the line for once for us? Mr. Kane, Brando, you can hit us with my first, my last, my everything with that voice. Thank you so much for your dutiful hard work, good sir. I salute you. I salute you too, my brother from another mother. And I love what I do, man. Voice or no voice, I don't care. I'm going to do this. You know what I mean? I'm going to do this. Maybe the voice will turn tomorrow and just become a low, like, hello, Seahawks fans. Not right now. Ooh, the New York Jets have traded the Carolina Panthers. The Jets have moved up into 65. Seattle now sits somewhere about 14, 15 picks away here approximately. So the Jets went with Olu Fashanu with their first pick. You wonder if maybe they come back with wide receiver here. Maybe they look at Jatavian Sanders. Safety's a possibility too, but I think that they go back to. I think they go back to the offense here. I think you're looking at a wide receiver here. Value is pretty nice, and there's some guys that might be appealing to Aaron Rodgers out there. These guys left available. You got Malachi Corley, Malik Washington, Jalen McMillan, Roman Wilson, Jamari Thrash, Brendan Rice, Luke McCaffrey. I think you go a variety of different ways here. There we go. Yeah, they did it. I thought they'd go receiver. So with the first pick in the third round after trading up, the New York Jets take Malachi Corley, your Deebo Samuel of this draft. Really close comp. I mean, if you want to think of Deebo, just think of this kid. Their comps between them is so very similar. He may not run quite as powerful as Deebo did coming out, but he also might be a little bit better with the contested catch skills and with just a little bit better hands maybe. Love this pick from the Jets though. Just get this guy the ball in space and let him go get to work. That's part of what the modern receivers are built to kind of have to do. Really fun player for them. This is a guy that you should be able to come in even as a rookie and not have to have him like learn the whole route tree as a wide receiver and run all the routes perfectly good. You put him in that gadget guy manufacturer role. Here's some bubble screens, run a drag route underneath, that type of thing, and he will be very good for you in that role. I like this pick for the Jets. You're going to go hard with Rodgers and you're going to go all in on him being the guy to roll this. Give him the playmakers on the outside to make it happen. Give him the offensive line to make it happen and see if he can hold up. So it's a roll of the dice. I wouldn't have necessarily traded for him back in the day when they did at the time it was, but they've rolled that dice. They've gone down that road. Once you start down that road, you got to complete the process. And that's what the Jets, I think, are doing here a little bit with this. So good pick for them. That's good value there with Malachi Corley. I had a second round grade on him too, so I like the kid quite a bit. Swedish Shinobi says, that's not Christopher Walken, that's Christopher Crawlin. I know, exactly. Don says, please, Brandon, don't do any accents. Your voice is really important. Hawk fandom should ensure your voice together. State Farm is where it's at. I might have to before the day's over. I might have to go to something like that. Cardinals now up. Blue and green. Brandon, where's your NyQuil shots? You're four behind our trades. I know. I've got to catch up on this. Thomas says, drove from Burien to Tempe nonstop once. Such a god-awful trip. It's brutal. It's really brutal. There's just places where things slow down and you can't just get in your thing and go. There's so many trucks on the road as you're trying to get through. It's not a trip I would recommend if you don't have to take, that's for sure. It's a long drive. Oh, man. The Tempe one's even worse, Thomas, because you got to do that extra, 6 hours or something. It's like you got that extra, okay, I'm done. And then, you got 6 more hours left to go. Mr. Doc says, someone's got to say, hey, I'm from McDermott, Utah. It's Nevada. It's McDermott, Nevada. I don't think anybody's from McDermott, Nevada. I think you get forced there. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that. Feel like the Hawks need to trade up to get their guy. Junior Colson's sitting there staring you right in the face here. Your pick 66, pick 67, 68, how much would it cost you to move up from where they're sitting only 15 spots away? If they do love that Colson guy, and this is where we can lean a little bit in the realm of Donald is certainly letting Schneider know about Colson and what this kid's got as his upside and where he is going as a player. Having himself been, starting the kid as a freshman at Michigan. So if he believes him in that way, if he is as strongly aligned to think that he's that guy, then there's your pick. The Arizona Cardinals have selected. They will take the second running back off the board. With a 66th overall pick, they will take Trey Benson, Florida State running back. And I like this value for them. I had a late second round grade on Trey, so a good spot for the Cardinals where they're picking there with him. Guy's got some very, very eerie similarities at times to Todd Gurley. He looks so close to Todd on film in so many ways. Cardinals going Darius Robinson, Max Melton, and Trey Benson with their first 3 picks. Okay draft for them. I think I like from a value-based standpoint, I like the Benson pick best. My favorite pick for them, though, would be probably Darius Robinson, as that was an outside-the-box selection for them, but a smart one, I believe. So we get down now a little bit deeper in the third round, 2 selections off the board. Washington on the clock. Washington's got, they've picked so much already in this draft. Jaden Daniels, Zervon Newton, Mike Sainristorel, Ben Sinnott. And then they still have a pick here now at 67. But yeah, Jordan, I think right now, if you're in on Junior, if you think he's that good, if you think he's different from the other inside middle linebackers in this draft for Seattle, the cost cannot be that high to move up here from the middle part of the third round up into somewhat of the top of the third round. But this all is dependent upon, if they're looking to move up, that they have a guy they're that in on that they just feel like we got to do that. John does seem to feel pretty patient right now in his approach so far. He's hung tough through the second round. So maybe this patience will still pay off. But I feel you on that, Jordan. Yeah, Washington could go Haynes here. Haynes makes a lot of sense here for them. You got Jaden Daniels start to build that offensive line up a little bit. That's been the one spot that you have so far neglected in this draft. Haley says Colson to the Chargers at 69 would make a lot of sense. Yeah. You're going to have to jump up in front of New England. You're right. Chargers have gone offense with their first 2 picks. I think you're right, Haley. I think that's where Colson goes. So we got to move up to New England if we're going to do that. Lord Boom, Brandon, like my man said, the Niners might need to take Colson, but will the Niners take Junior? No, they're not. They will take Bubba Jabroni from the Creek, Maine, because he has that viral video last year. Maybe so. Made a great catch. That's all it takes. Roxanne says Arizona had 3 picks in the third before we sniff a pick. Yeah. Oh, here we go. All right, let's go. So Washington does help out their offensive line, takes a guy we're not likely to take. Brandon Coleman might be a guard at the next level, might be a tackle. Not that interesting of a tackle to me, or a guard option, really, at the end of the day. He's all right. You know what I mean? He's fine. But we're good. We're good there. All right. One more guy off the board we weren't likely to take. That's what we wanted to see. We're to the 68th pick. Seattle's within earshot there at 81. We are within earshot there at 81 here. So many good players left on the board right now. Excuse me, folks. Patriots on the clock. Yeah, Junior Colson, TJ Tampa, Peyton Wilson, Cedric Gray, Jaden Hicks, Jatavian Sanders, Jalen McMillan, Christian Haynes, Cade Stover, Marshawn Lloyd, Matt Goncalves, all Goncalves, all the top of the board players available right now as we currently sit. And the Patriots have selected. Patriots continue a little bit of the tackle run here, going Caden Wallace, Penn State. Good for us again. I think there's a little bit of a reach there by the Patriots there on that selection. But again, this works well in our favor, man. The second and third round here has worked out well. Now the Chargers could come in and throw the whole table over right now with taking Colson. And boy. Outside of the Eagles, this might be the last worrisome spot. Maybe the Cowboys too, but it's getting interesting now. What did the Chargers do? Picks have worked well for us. This is where we want to see this so far. This is nice. Noah Lansing, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that, Noah. Says Colson, Peyton Wilson, Bibor, maybe a Jaya, Amabagadea at 81 could be OP. All those could be pretty solid. I don't know Bibora, so I don't know. If that's the selection, Noah, I won't have anything for you guys on that one. I'll be like, Biba who? Biba what? I didn't have a chance to check him out, but all three of those other guys are definitely distinct possibilities for sure. I have Kieran a little bit more in the fourth round, but you're not in a big place of reaching at this point if this is where you make the selection either. Chargers on the clock. Thank you, Noah. Appreciate you for that dono. Big Dizzy says, we can't move up. We need too much. It's looking like it's hard for John to get it done. I would have thought even by this point he might have jumped up if he was going to. I think we're standing pat. Riverside says, dude, if we somehow get Colson at 81, BB at 102, and Borderline at 118, I will S my pants. I might with you on that one. We might have a S pants session all at once. All at once. Come on, Chargers. Go with like another wide receiver. Come on, John. Go take like Brendan Rice or go get another corner. Yeah, Megan, Sean Payton's whole thing with trying to pretend, and he wants everyone to think he's the smartest guy in the room, I feel like. Like, okay, Sean. Stu says in the Seahawks pick is Spencer Rattler. Oh, imagine Junior Colson's on the board and they make Spencer Rattler the selection. Yikes. Always hand grenades says, which picks do we have left? Pick is in. Oh. Ah, hell. Well, Haley, you called it. The 69th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Los Angeles Chargers select Junior Colson. Damn. Hmm. Well, good pick by the Chargers, man. They've run a really good draft so far. You got to feel like they've made three really solid selections there with Harbaugh, and they know this kid backwards and forwards. So that sucks. Yeah, that's lame. Dang. Almost had him. Almost had him. He fell pretty far. We had a chance to trade up if we really wanted him. We had an opportunity at some point in here to move up if we really did want him. Thomas says John kind of intimated he wasn't going to move up in this pre-draft interview on Seattle Sports yesterday. It makes sense. The cost was maybe just too high to do so. Maybe they just don't love the players that much more. Maybe they look at Colson and they're like, we like Cedric Gray more. He says it's okay. Barrett's better. Barrett's better. If I say it enough, it'll be true. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Giants on the clock now, and they have selected. They are going to go with another cornerback. Oof. Giants, I don't know if I'm loving their draft here. They go ahead and take Andrew Phillips. That's a reach. Cornerback out of Kentucky with the 70th overall selection here in the third round. So Seattle's creeping up closer and closer. We were within 10 picks now of selecting. Cardinals are on the clock here. And, okay. Michael Barrett is the way, Haley. Cooper Beebe. Cooper's still here right now. He's still here as well. Jackson says Cedric Gray is a solid choice, similar potential of Patrick Queen. I like Cedric Gray. I'm okay with it here. Third round grade on him too. So if that's the pick, that'd be a good pick. You'd feel good about that selection. See what the Cardinals do here. Cardinals, Marvin Harrison Jr., Darius Robinson, Max Melton, Trey Benson. Seems like the Cardinals are picking a trillion times in this draft. Solid draft overall. Can't get mad at it. Greg says Cedric Gray, Trevin Wallace, my favorite linebackers anyway. All right. Solid guys. Solid options. I wouldn't be against him. Haley says, B, would Cooper Bebe be a fit for Huff's blocking scheme? He's not a real hypermobile guy in that how he moves, but he is smart enough as a player and understands how to get from point A to point B in an efficient manner. I think he can handle that stuff. I think it's in his bag to do it. I'll admit he's not the pure mover you might typically look for in this scheme, but he can get the job done. I have faith in that. Ricardo says, damn you, Harbaugh. Jeff Schegel, I like Nathaniel Watson. He's a poor man's Colson, just not at 81. Later on. Yeah, you can get him right in the 5th round. And you might just land yourself a starting 5th round middle linebacker at that point. Tremendous production out there out of Ole Miss. 12 years ago, 13 years ago, we went out to Ole Miss and got ourselves a real big linebacker out there, and he started for us for 10 years. Maybe they go down and look to do something similar. Corey Endel says, what channel are you watching? Corey, I'm doing my feed wasn't working with the NFL Network deal, so I just shut off the TV side of it. I'm just checking for Pro Football Focus has the tracker site at the fastest, I think. So I'm just working off of the tracker site, basically. As far as availability goes, and guys that could make sense here for Seattle coming up, you still do have Peyton Wilson here, Cedric Gray, Jaden Hicks, Jatavian Sanders, highly athletic tight end. We got Jalen McMillan. Christian Haynes is still on the board here. Matt Goncalves is a guy that I do believe can kick inside to guard at the next level. So Cooper Beebe still on there as well. So some really good names here for Seattle. But yeah, I do think that Beebe can work in a movement-based scheme, Haley. He's not a pure fit, but he could work. And he's so good that it's worth doing that kind of, it's not a force fit, but not overlooking the fact he's not a purified fit for the scheme. He's worth it because he is so good. The Cardinals are going to go ahead and take a tackle. Isaiah Adams. Isaiah Adams. Boy, this one, the one that feels just a little bit reachy to me on this one. I did not have a good grade on Adams at all. So Cardinals starting to, on some of these picks, like some, don't like others. Good for Seattle, though. Yes, take all the tackles you guys want. And what a run of tackles we've had in the second, third round today. It's been ideal for Seattle where they're going to be picking in the back end of the third round because with the first two rounds, there's been three main positions that have been hammered. You've had receiver, cornerback, defensive line. I guess a fourth would be tackle. Those four positions are by and far being more selected than any other picks in this draft by a huge margin. So this is a good development for us as we're not necessarily looking in those four categories as other teams are. Good for Seattle. Panthers come up on the clock now. We are inside 9 picks till Seattle selects. Panthers, not sure where they're going to go. Certainly this is where they might look for middle linebacker here. They've gone with receiver, running back. So they've gone on offense with the first 2 picks. They come back here now to defense with this third rounder. Isaiah Adams. I do not like that selection from Arizona. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Garth. Harbaugh in the AFC West, effing us like he's in the NFC West. I hate that he's a good coach, but we have a disciplined disciple and his kid on the staff. It's true. We couldn't get him, but we got the second best thing to him, I suppose, Garth, right? So we got the new blood version of that. You know, the new age sort of Harbaugh, if you will, Garth. But yeah, he's kind of stepping in front of us on this one today a little bit, isn't he? Because I think there's a good chance if Colson doesn't get taken there, that Colson might drop all the way down to us at 81 at that point. The Cowboys, the Panthers, maybe the Raiders would have been a potential landing zone for him there as well, but they snaked us, Garth. We got Harbaugh snaked. I hate when I get Harbaugh snaked. Thank you for the reminder, Mark. If you like what you're listening to today, even with my scratchy ass voice, please do hit that like button for me. And the Carolina Panthers indeed have gone with a middle linebacker. And so definitely the Panthers would have taken Junior Colson, I think, here if he hadn't have been selected. Meaning Trevin Wallace, Kentucky linebacker, will be the pick for the Panthers. You liked him quite a bit. So we're the middle linebackers are getting a little thin here now. Are we about to have a middle linebacker run here? Just a little bit? Maybe just a little bit. But thank you, Garth, for your donations, man, today. Harbaugh's always getting us one way or the other. He wants the payback. Looking for that payback. See, Lord of Bravos, just tuning in, been working in the garden all day, and holy good on you, Brandon, for doing this with your voice almost completely shot. Thank you, man. Yeah, it's I knew it was gonna be rough today coming at it, but you know, you gotta this time of year only comes once a year, so you gotta just knuckle down and fight your way through it. Luckily, I feel good. My voice, I don't feel like how my voice sounds, so it's just the voice itself that's giving me problems, but it's all good. I'm having a great time here with you guys today. Hopefully the gardening's going well. Rainwater games, we need this pick to be an offensive lineman. We passed on offensive line in the first round, and that's fine. But now we need to fill that spot. That's our biggest need. Certainly could make that argument. I wouldn't push back against it, Rainwater. Not at all. Definitely that interior of offensive line, and BB becomes kind of the guy you're for me, I'm kind of locking in on here. I've loved that guy for 2 years. If we can pick him up, that'd be great. Haley, I didn't like Trayvon Wallace as much either. He was okay. Just okay. Duquan Quack, thank you for the $2 donation. He says they're going to wait till the 4th for a linebacker with Colson gone. Very possible. I mean, that's the other thing with this is that I do have a 3rd round grade on Cedric Gray, and excuse me. 3rd round grade on Jeremiah Trotter and Cedric Gray. But there are a collection of inside linebackers in the 4th round, 5th round that I have as well. And the team may not think that there's a really far drop off from one to the other on that one. I'd understand if they took that approach at this point. I think they had met with Trayvon Wallace, so that was another one that I think that they liked a lot, potentially for this round as well. I think it's very possible, Duquan. If it's not Gray or Trotter, then they're probably waiting. Scooby Snack says tea with honey or lemon will help you with your voice B. Try it. I swear by it when I lose my voice. I'll give it a shot tonight. I'll be dumping some honey down the gullet tonight for sure. Baron Trap, yeah, Peyton Wilson is still available. He is still available. You guys kind of the look here of the best. I'm working like I was trying to make that work. So you got TJ Tampa, Peyton Wilson, Cedric Gray, Jaden Hicks, Jatavian Sanders, Jalen McMullen, Cooper Beebe. Christian Haynes out of UConn is still there as well right now. So a lot of good options here for your Seahawks when they come up and pick. Cowboys are on the clock right now at 73. We should be to Seattle in about 15 to 20. The Dallas Cowboys with the 73rd pick take Cooper Beebe. Now this is starting to get a bit brutal. Cooper Beebe, 73rd overall. Good player, my favorite guard in the draft. The Cowboys getting him here at 73. Great for them. And they did a good job here of strengthening back their offensive line. When the Cowboys have gone this direction in recent years of trying to invest in the offensive line, it's tended to pay off for them. And I would expect that this pick would as well. Cooper's a really good player. And I would have loved to try to trade up and get them there. I can't imagine how much the cost really would have been to do that. But I guess as we know, John doesn't like guards. Guards are not exactly his thing. BB, come back. BB, come back. You can blame it all on me. BB, come back. Yeah, that's what I wanted too, Scooby Snacks. That one hurts. Now that one in the Colson pick, man, that just, we're so close. We're so close. It's 10 picks away. We can't trade up 10 picks for these guys. They're not worth it. I guess from John's perspective, not. Christian Haynes, Mahogany still there. Still some good guards there. Bye, BB. That's right. Bye. Falcons on the clock. Ricardo is Isaiah Adams. That's a reach for the Cardinals, Ricardo. I had a very low grade on him as a tackle. Very low. AI says gargle with salt water too. I will. As soon as the show finishes up today, I'll be doing that. 100%. Salt water and honey. Yeah, we got Peyton Wilson still available here, so he has dropped a bit, that's for sure. But maybe a possibility. And we thought they were going to take Dallas Turner with their first round pick. The Falcons finally came back around and dealt with their edge. And they will take University of Husky, Braylon Trice, and edge in the third round here, ahead of Adisa Isaac. So like Trice better than Isaac. That's interesting. But solid pick for the Falcons getting him here. That's good value on Braylon there. Very highly productive edge rusher, a bigger edge. He'll probably be their strong side guy. Ebiketie will be their weak side. Good pick for the Falcons. I don't think that would have been a guy that we would have looked to target. So that part's good. Seahawks now within 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Within 7 picks. Oh, so close. Oh, so close. Furlack has been celebrating over 2 years. 2 years as a Hawks Nest member. Thank you, Furlack, for that long time dedication to the channel. I really do appreciate it. He says, I have a feeling with them missing out on Colson that they go with Trotter Jr. Very possible. If the pick is Gray or Trotter Jr., I'm not going to be mad at it and I'll understand it. The value is fine with those two players there. I never saw Trotter as quite a second round guy, but get him as kind of a late third round guy. That's good value. Or mid to late third round guy, that's good value. And similarly with Cedric Gray, they're both more kind of coverage linebackers that can also give you some run defense. They're very complete. They're not that far off of where Colson would have been in my estimation of things. So it would be understandable if that's the direction that they went. I'd be okay with it. Mr. Kane says guard Haynes, linebacker Gray. I think linebacker is the pull. Haynes would be my backup guy that I'd go to that they'd look at. They might like Mahogany a little bit more because he moves a little bit better in space, getting to the second level, and he's a hammer as a second level mover. Jeff says he wouldn't mind us taking a swing at Wilson. You're going for the biggest upside guy as far as interior linebacker in the sport, but then you're also in the draft, but you'd also be going for the biggest potential bust side on it with the injury history and all that side. I wouldn't mind it either, though. I like Peyton Wilson. To get him into the middle third, this is, again, I think, good value. It's worth the risk at this point in the draft of where you're taken, especially for the upside that he can bring. Roxanne, oh, thank you for the $10 donation. I do appreciate you for that. It says B, what is your OU on number of commercials aired when the Hawks are on the clock? It'll be 4 commercials, Roxanne, but they'll run one of them twice. So they'll run it at the front and then they'll run it at the back. We'll have to wait an additional 15 minutes for our pick. They know Hawk fans tune in. They know that we're watching. They're like, we got to stretch this watch hour as much out. We got to get the advertising dollars we can when they're on the clock. It happens too much every year. They never just go right to the Seahawks pick. Like, oh, this team pick. Now to the Seahawks. And it's always, okay, we'll give you guys like 20, 25 minutes. Then we'll let you know the pick on that. Just hang out. Piccolo says, so bummed out. I get it, man. It hurts to lose out on BB and Colson both. It does. That's a lot of us were just like, come on. Kieran's got 3.5 minutes of commercials, Roxanne. I'm going the full 15. They're going to stretch it. They're going to stretch this sucker as far as they can on that. Thank you so much, Roxanne. Piccolo says Schneider tried to play chicken and got cooked. He might have. Might have. Yeah, congratulations to Braylon and up with them dogs. Showing up at this draft. When more dogs drafted highly in this draft than we've seen in a very long, long time. Husky program is coming back. Megan says teams are panicking now, B. In certain positions, I think they are. I mean, if I look at the Cardinals with that tackle pick and I'm like, you're making that pick of the tackle because you're seeing a run on tackles, and that's not the right value for where he should go. When I look at Andrew Phillips going to the New York Giants, a guy that I had a late fifth, sixth round grade on, you're taking him up in the third round. That's the Giants seeing the run on cornerbacks and getting desperate with it. Like, we got to come out of this with a quality quarterback here. This is how you, to me, go down the pathway of reaching in a draft, and this is how you fail yourself in a draft. You can just obviously see where you're reaching for need, not even where it takes like a lot of imagination to see it. And like, no, you're going for need. It's obvious that's what you're doing. So I think there's maybe a little bit of panicking there, Megan. I mean, outside of panic, it's just like, we got to get it done now. We got to get this player now. Can't wait. So let's overdraft. Greg says some people think Haynes can also play center. He might be able to. All right, the Bears continue to stabilize and reinforce their offensive line. I'm guessing they're looking at this kid, Kieran Amagadeja, the Yale tackle, who I think some people think might be a guy that kick in to guard at the next level. Maybe that's what the Bears are doing here, because they obviously got Fasciano at the left tackle. They've got Darnell Wright at the right tackle. So I'm guessing that they didn't just take this kid to be a backup, but they were going to probably transition him into guard, and he might be able to do that. Good pick for the Bears. You're going to get Caleb Williams. Get him an offensive line that can keep him clean. Work on that offensive line. Make that a priority in a way you didn't prior to Justin Fields walking in the door. Good on them there. We're starting to roll here. I'm going to be right back, folks. We're back in the battle again. Broncos are on the clock. The Seattle Seahawks are about 5 picks away. It might be an infomercial extravaganza, says Garth. Yeah, they're going to do what they can. Yeah, mark my words, folks. We come up to pick. Don't expect the NFL to announce our pick quick. I think it's going to get stretched. Stretched like a mother. Denver pick is in. Denver Broncos with the 76 selection overall. They've taken an edge. Jonah Ellis out of Utah. Couple of Utes taken today. The Utes. Did you say Utes? The Utah, Jonah Ellis. He's okay, edge. He's okay. I had him as more of a 4th round grade, but okay. Kind of a need pick for the Broncos there a little bit. That's how that feels. Kind of a power, stronger edge. I think other people liked him a little bit more than I did. Kind of reminded me of Nick Erbig, the kid out of Wisconsin last year. Had a great year, 12 sacks, 39 tackles. Just okay run defense, though. Kind of just a plan A guy. He doesn't have a plan B. Could use his hands a little bit. Not a bad pick. Not a great pick either. So availability-wise, guys, we've got, and girls, we're currently looking at TJ Tampa's the highest-rated player on ESPN's board right now. Peyton Wilson, linebacker, NC State. Cedric Gray, so 2 inside linebackers are sitting there right now. You'd think one of those two would be available to Seattle when they pick. Jaden Hicks, the local kid out of WSU, is also available. Jatavian Sanders, many people add as the number 2 tight end in this draft, still available for you there as well. Jalen McMillan, maybe the third Husky receiver here, drafted shortly. Christian Haynes and Mahogany, 2 really solid guards, are available here at this spot as we stand. So a couple different ways that could be gone here. It is starting to get a little lean. It is starting to get just a little bit lean, though, I'll tell you that. And the Raiders wasted no time in making their selection after the Denver Broncos. They are going to take Delmar Glaze, a tackle out of Maryland, a guy that I think may potentially kick into guard at the next level. I'd give them a little bit of versatility between the two. I liked Glaze a lot. I like this pick for the Raiders a lot. And you know what? I think that the Raiders are actually having a pretty strong draft. Brock Bowers, Jackson Powers Johnson, and now Delmar Glaze. They built up their offensive line. They've made their offense more explosive with Brock Bowers. I like the direction that the Raiders are taking right now with this draft. They're playing it pretty smart. Pretty smart. The Seahawks are inching closer here now. You have the Eagles up. They might go inside linebacker here. Cardinals and then the Bengals. I don't think the Bengals will go inside linebacker. I think this is maybe the pick that we have to worry about of them jump up and grabbing Trotter or Gray, depending on which one Seattle likes more on this selection with the Eagles here. Guard9, thank you for the $5 donation. It says, Brando, myself and the chat are down to tell us the Hawks can get a quality player at 81. Myself and the chat are down to tell us the Hawks can get a quality player at 81. We're going to get a player. We're going to get a player. I know we're missing out on Colson and BB, and I feel everybody's, lamentations. I get it. I'm with you on that, is that it hurts losing out on those potential guys. But there's going to be a good player that falls into us at 81 because of the nature of how this draft is rolled. Being that there's been positional runs, and there's definitely been some reaching for need picks. This then, as a cause and effect, pushes value then down into a bit of the deeper part of the draft, as it will here to Seattle. So we're still walking out with an outstanding pick here. May not be our guy, may not be your guy. This will still be a very good pick of good value, I would think. Thank you, though, Garth, for the $5. I think there's a couple people here that I'll be ecstatic with. Any of those inside linebackers, any of the trio that are available here, any of the guards on the inside, sign me up for that. I'd feel really good about any of those kind of positions on that. They could shock us a little bit here and go a different direction entirely, like hit you up with a receiver or something like that, or a safety. But my inclination would be either inside linebacker or inside offensive line, because the value meets with need. Your value of need there also with who you might have the highest rated guy on your particular board, and where he's sitting. Thank you, though, Garth. I appreciate the donation. Brandon McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I just got home. Who you got at 81? Who's BPA now? Surprises on anyone who you thought would be gone? I like the Texas tight end and Rattler. I thought that the Texas tight end would go somewhere in the second round, so him lasting into the third's a bit of a surprise for me. That's certainly a little shocking to me. As far as anybody else that's really dipped, I think not anybody's really super dipped that I didn't think. You mentioned Sanders. That might be a guy there. But with Cedric Gray and Jeremiah Trotter Jr., who are both still available right now, Randall, I did have third round grades on those guys. So there really has not been necessarily, we were looking at the top of the draft here a second ago, Randall, and it was all about Cooper Beebe, and Junior Colson sliding down in the third round. Those were your sliders. Those were the guys that we wanted to kind of go, okay, jump up now, John, and grab him here. The fall's been enough. You can go up. You're not going to have to give up too much to go get him. There's not really necessarily the guy right here, Randall, that is like, oh, here's the silver bullet guy we got to select. This is the one that's going to jump out. But there's some good options. So again, just mentioned we got we got all three of the inside linebackers here, Randall. We got Peyton Wilson, we got Cedric Gray, we've got Jeremiah Trotter Jr., you got Christian Haynes, you got Mahogany, so you got some interior offensive linemen, you got Jatavian Sanders, who the team has met with and who may have interest in on this. So a couple different ways they can go on this, but good players will be available to them. They're not going to have to reach coming into this position because the cupboard has gone dry or empty, I guess is what I should say. I'd have a hard time, Randall, with Rattler here. That'd be a tough pick for me in the third round here. It really would. I don't dislike the guy, but I just think the stage is set right now for them to go a different direction. All things being equal, Thank you though, Randall. Glad to have you back in the house here. Hopefully it's a good dinner. Texans are on the clock right now. Daniel Bailey, thank you for another $2 donation. He says, is there a value pick not at a need we might pick? Receiver would stand out to me. So, what if the team has a second round grade on a Malik Washington, right? Or a second round grade on a Jalen McMillan or a Luke McCaffrey. That's the position I thought that they could get themselves into a pickle in here in this third and fourth round, is that you're operating from value, but your value model tells you receiver is the highest graded guy you have on the board. That will make it kind of interesting on this pick. It's not egregious. I don't think there's going to be probably a second round receiver on their board that's just, begging them to make the selection. But that might be the one position that goes outside of the need-based point, that the value, they're just operating fully in that value spans. It pisses Hawk fans off. I get that, but it's the nature of your question, which one's not the need, which was just the pure value. And I could see John looking at some of these receivers and having maybe a late second round grade and saying, there's no other positional group that is as high in this draft in my outlook and where we're at right now from a value-based standpoint as that. And we want to run our drafts by a value-based standpoint. So it could go that direction of it, but I still would expect them to probably go not that way. Thank you though, Daniel. Appreciate you for that. Takers Extend, thank you for a $5 donation. Very kind of you, man. And it's good to see you in the house tonight too as well. Weren't Rattler and Howell projected as number 1 and number 2 overall at one point? Any chance we take Rattler, or does it have to be a linebacker or guard? John says he wants to take a linebacker every year of the draft. This may be the year that we start to see that his words are true, that he's not just telling us that and it's just how he'd like to do it but can't ever do it. Is it possible that they take a third quarterback here? Sure, in Rattler. It is possible. I really don't think it's likely to happen, or that there's even, that it's even, it's possible. I wouldn't give it a high likelihood. I wouldn't put betting chances on it. I think John, in many ways, made his evaluation of Rattler when he made the pick for Sam Howell. And that he went, okay, my choices are going to be, Spencer Rattler and Jordan Travis. I'm going to trade for Sam Howell. I think that's the math that he kind of did in that situation already, which to me would prevent him, or preeminently prevent him, from then making Howell the pick here. It's like, no, I wasn't signed up enough on that guy to go that route. Otherwise I just don't trade. I don't trade out of the third. I keep both of my native third round picks and call it a day and take Rattler with one and one with the other one. I think linebacker or guard is very highly likely to be the pick here. You got a couple of fourth round selections, so team doesn't have to be pushed. Like, we're not going to pick for 16 more picks, so we got to get this thing done. But the value, it's where that value meets the need, where you're into late third and there's some great inside linebackers and you have that need, or there's some great inside offensive linemen and you have that need. The Texans have made a really nice selection here. They go out and take Kalen Bullock, safety out of USC. I think this is a great value for the Texans on this pick. I think I like overall their draft for the most part. It's okay. I didn't like the Lassiter pick. Blake Fisher's fine. This might be my favorite pick of theirs. They go with Kalen Bullock in the third round here. Interesting selection for them. Pair him up with Jalen Petrie. It's good safety tandem back there with the Texans. You're going to be up in a lot of games. Those guys are going to have a lot of opportunities to make some plays back there in that secondary. And with Kalen Bullock, he's just a big, long playmaker back there with ball skills. He's going to get his share of interceptions when he starts. That's for sure. So Seattle is 2 picks away now. Colts are on the clock. Bengals on the clock. Seattle's on the clock. Let's see what they're going to do. Two Utes. Sorry, did you say Utes? Ooh, okay. The Colts waste little time in selecting. They come back to reinforce their tackle, which is this is a guy that's going to actually, I think, play guard at the next level. So this isn't the guy that's going to play tackle, but he'll go to guard. Matt Goncalves will be the selection at 79 for the Indianapolis Colts. Not a shocker here. I thought he'd go right around in this range. He's going to be a good card convert, I think, at the next level. Out of tackle. Big boy inside there for the Colts. It helps them to, probably at the right guard position, start to really stabilize back that offensive line a little bit. So a solid choice for the Colts there. Good for the Hawks as well, as I think we are free and clear of, if John Schneider's got, if he's got some starry eyes for one of these 3 inside linebackers that's remaining, Cedric Gray, Peyton Wilson, or Jeremiah Trotter, you're going to get your pick on one of them here. You are going to be having the opportunity to select one. And the Bengals are wasting no time. So the Bengals select Jermaine Burton, one of my sleeper receivers in this draft. Yes, not so much a sleeper as he goes in the 3rd round. Jermaine Burton, closest receiver in this class that you would see towards a Doug Baldwin. A lot of similar skill sets with Doug Baldwin and Jermaine Burton. Maybe not the top end speed, but explosive leaping ability. Great releases off the line of scrimmage. Excellent hands. And this will now bring the Seattle Seahawks up on the clock at 81. At 81, they are now up. Your Seattle Seahawks on the clock. Who do they take? Some really interesting names here. That is for sure. But Taker, as you asked, I think that this is inside linebacker or guard is probably the way you go here. You'd have to think that that's what they're leaning on. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. If Pete were still with the team, are we taking Murphy at 16? I think there's a good chance of it, quite frankly, even still. Ooh, here we go. Ooh, the Seattle Seahawks with the the 81st pick in the 3rd round have finally answered all of the fans' cries. Please give us an interior offensive lineman, and you are going to get one now in Christian Haynes, a guard out of Connecticut, who will fit right in here and will be a very fine player for your Seattle Seahawks. This is a guy that can move in space. He is strong with his hands. He understands leverage really well. He's at that 6'3" size, so he's got that not oversized stuff that you get with guards on the inside at times. A really, really good player for your Seattle Seahawks here, and a solid pick. The value is right for where they're taking him at. He tested pretty well with a 5.03 40-yard dash, 1.75 10-yard split, 33-inch vertical. He wasn't an uber moving kind of interior lineman, but good enough for this spread scheme. He has got lethal hands when they strike. When he hits you with those initial hands, they are very, very, very heavy. Didn't see any issues with him picking up blitzes. 4-year starter. He is the type of offensive lineman you want to see, where you get a lot of these offensive linemen that will just try to do barely enough on their job, right? They're waiting for the whistle to blow. They're just going to block the guy for a little while, and then they'll back off and they'll be like, okay, I did my job. This guy will play to the echo of the whistle. He will be mean with it. He will look to try to pancake you. He will keep fighting you until basically the ref has pulled you off of it. So a fun kind of offensive lineman, the traditional type you'd like, in that he can move, but then he also brings a little bit of that nasty attitude to the play that you have to have for the position. If you're going to move full-grown men off a spot, you got to bring a little bit of a chip on your shoulder in how you're playing, and you feel that from Christian Haynes. This isn't going to be the most sexiest of picks from Seahawks fans' perspectives. I know many are going to be, banging the drum here for us to have potentially gone for an inside linebacker here. But I think you could make the argument also that the interior offensive line was getting thinner and thinner and thinner through this third round. Whereas when we dip back over to the fourth round, we're still going to have some good selections in regards to the inside linebacker. So I love this pick from the Seattle standpoint. I think this was one of the safer offensive linemen that you could have taken in this draft because he's got 4 years of starting, because he moves well enough to fit in this scheme. This isn't going to be a guy that I think you're going to have to wait a long period of time to see him get out on the field and find his footing. In fact, I could easily see him be a day one starter for you at left guard. And he was as good of a guard prospect as you were going to find in this draft. It wasn't a great, big, deep divide between a guy like Cooper Beebe going down to a guy like Christian Haynes. They were all into kind of that second, third round rated territory, but a good player, a guy with a nice high floor, may not have a huge monstrous ceiling on the other side of it, but I like his overall game. There's not some big deficiency that he's bringing where he's good as a run blocker, but he sucks in pass protection. He's solid all the way around as a player, and this is a guy that will immediately help the Seattle Seahawks offensive line. So good pick by John Schneider, good value for it here. I believe I had on my big board at the time somewhere in the neighborhood of a late second to third round guy here in this pick. So they pick him right in the right spot, not a reach kind of pick. This is where you'd have to pick this kind of guy, and especially understanding as we're watching through this third round where certain positions are having runs on them. If you didn't strike here to get an interior offensive lineman, you might very well have come back in the fourth round and there have been nobody there to go select, or that you're looking at picking through fifth, sixth round guys at that point. So John struck at the right time here. The offensive line's in a lot better shape with this kid on board, and I'm excited about this pick. See what you guys think, though. Randall McDaniel says, what grade you got on Kitchens? I had a late second round grade on Cameron Kitchens, Randall. He was just too eerily looking like, for me at times, Ed Reed. Just too closely. The guys look just so similar to each other. You turn on Ed Reed's, Miami tape, you turn on this kid's Miami tape, and the way that they move and the type of plays that they're moving, the type of plays that they're making are all very similar type of plays. Randall McDaniel says, if Pete were still with the team, are we oh yeah, I didn't fully answer this question. I still think you might, Randall. Pete's a defensive-minded coach. Drafting a defensive player, first pick, certainly not something that he's going to be out on. I don't think John Schneider would have had to hard sell Pete on the fact that, okay, we're going to take the best defensive lineman in this draft. Is that okay with you, Pete? Don't think that would have been a tough sell to Pete. I think he would have been, if anything, right there behind John saying, do it, do it, do it, do it. So yeah, probably actually, it would have very much been. I think it just speaks to the value of the player that fell to them, Randall. It's that 14 offensive players going up ahead of Murphy that drove to that place of things. That's really what made it happen there, Guard Knight, thank you for another $5 donation. He says, Trolls came in here and brought up something fun. How classic would it be if Michael Bolton sang the anthem and raised the 12 flag? I'd be in tears. He's probably too pricey, man. You probably got to pay a freaking player's worth of salary to get Michael out now. He's like, I don't come out for nobody, But we got some more picks here. The Cardinals take Tip Ryman, 82, tight end. So Cardinals continue to select about 27 times in this draft here so far today. But Tip Ryman is the pick. Christian Haynes. What a great selection here. The PFF board had him as a 60 overall rated prospect. Looks like they had him as their number one guard, maybe in this draft in their rating of him. Where did they have BB at? Yeah, BB was at 2. So by PFF standpoint, we got the highest rated guard in this draft in the late third round. That ain't too shabby, right? Not too bad there. You're going to like this pick, guys. This is going to be a good pick. Meat and potatoes. Not a lot of sexiness, not a lot of sizzle to it, but he's going to be solid, and you're not going to have to wait a long period of time for this guy to get in and start playing and be ready to roll. So really good pick. Secures Seattle now through the rest of this draft, I think, to where outside of maybe inside middle linebacker, you're not stressed and pressed to any one given position here. John can truly just trust his board going forward now and feel okay about that. So it's a good situation to be in, I think, right now from a Seahawks standpoint of things here. And Garth, sign me up for getting Michael Bolton in to see the anthem and do the 12th fan flag. I'm with it. I'm totally with it. They got to put the long hair wig on him, though. If he's cut his hair short again, I need the long hair with the wig. the locks flowing. I need all that. He's got to bring the swag with him too, Garth. I don't want this short hair, 60-year-old version Michael Bolton. Just slap on the big old wig and let's make it happen. Walter H., thank you so much for subscribing to the channel. Please, folks, if you do like what you're listening to today, sign up, subscribe up, hit that like button if you could. It does help this channel out tremendously in my growth. We're on the road to trying to get to 20,000 subscribers this year, so you can help us get there by subbing up today, just as kind Mr. Walter has on his end of it. Thank you for that, Walter. Mr. Kane, thank you for the $10 donation. He says, I'm so happy. Brandon, I got my Molly's brother. Let's freaking go. Everyone like and F and sub up. I am loving this time of year. I'm rambling. I'll shut up now. No, be hyped. Ramble away. You should ramble away on good picks. When your team does it right, we've seen enough bad picks here through the years that when the team does it right, celebrate it. I'll knock them like hell when I hate the picks and when they've gone wrong. You guys know that about me. My first 3 years, I did nothing but crap on those Seahawks picks because they were bad picks. And they proved to be bad picks in retrospect. But the team has changed its model. It's changed its way over the last couple of years. It's moved to more of a value-based model. And as you go through this draft, that's just what they did. Either of these two picks, none of them are reaches. When you look at the picks over the last couple of years, you may not like the pick. You may not go, I don't want to choose to take Zach Charbonnet in the second round and back-to-back years after Kenneth Walker. But the value was right there. Charbonnet is a better running back in the second round than either Trey Benson or Brooks. To me, his upside's better. So you got to just lean into that at times, and I think that they did. And love it. The Los Angeles Chargers go and grab another second straight Michigan player in a row. They're going to go ahead and take Blake Corum, Michigan running back, highly productive Michigan running back the past couple of years at number 83. No surprise there. That was a little bit of a need for them as they did lose Austin Eckler this past year. So not surprising there that no, that's the Rams. Sorry, not the Chargers, but the Rams. Excuse me. They look so similar, their logos. You know what I mean? Okay, so the Rams go with Blake Corum. Okay, Rams. You do you. I'm good with that. They made their logos look almost exactly the same. And you look at this little tiny screen, they look so similar. Jake Waldman, we picked Christian Haynes with our first pick. And Mr. Kane, thank you again for that $10 donation. I'd love to hear that you're hyped up, man. This kid's a really good player. Really, really good player. And I think he's going to become a day one starter. You know, on the back of starting those 4 straight years, I think he's going to be ready to roll. Just looking at it right now, let's take a look at some of the grades here. So when you look at Pro Football Focus, I know there's some difference of opinion on this, but I think it'll be fun to show this nonetheless. So here is the PFF for Haynes last year. And you can see he was essentially 1, 2, 3, 4. They take out the small snap counts. That's why you see a 3, 4, 6, 7 thing going on here. It's not really true 14. It's 14, but you might have a lot of guys with low snap counts that are eating up above on the space there. But essentially 14th ranked guard by PFF last year. So, and you can see with the grades, pass blocking and run blocking were equally really solid. So he just gives you an overall really solid player. What you see on tape fits to these scores, where he doesn't have a big hole in his game in pass protection or as a run blocker. He's just really solid and steady in each of them. You know, really good player. Really like this pick for us. Another Michigan cat goes here at 84 to the Steelers. Like this pick for them a lot. Roman Wilson. So we're going to get some Wilson on Wilson next year. With Roman going to the Pittsburgh Steelers, he's going to be their slot guy in there. Makes a lot of sense for the Steelers. I continue to like a lot of what they do in this draft. They're having a very, very strong draft here. Again, Mark reminding me, please do hit that like and sub. Michael Hansen says Haynes is mobile and is a baller. Love the pick. Me too, man. I love the pick. This is a solid pick, good value. Guy's got to come in and play it. Hits a need. Value intersected with need, right? That's the thing I talk about where you're in your best place as a franchise in a draft. You operate within value. But like that eclipse that we had a couple of weeks ago, there are those rare times where value and need intersect, right? Beautifully intersect in just the right ways. As I showed here on the thing, and as you can see here, look at that thing I highlighted there over the right by Pro Football Focus, where they had this guy 1 of 10 as the best guards coming into this draft by the way that they had him rated. They had him rated with 60 overall value. You got him at 81. You got him 21 picks later than a PFF team foresaw him coming in. And I think this is going to be pretty universal too, by the way, where if you look through most of these different draft sites, they would have had him 15 to 20 picks higher than where the Seattle Seahawks picked. So you got the great value on the player that also fit to an exact need that you had at the same time. That is what we call knocking the draft out of the park. And that's what we call ideal type situation. Jeff Sheckle says Peyton Wilson must be completely broken to fall like this. Dude is a serious talent. Remember, it's the double dip with him, Jeff. It's the injury, which is not to be understated. That's a big part of it. But then remember, too, it's the 30.5-inch arms. I was looking at this, I believe over the last 25 years, there have been only 3 inside linebackers with less than 31-inch arms that were selected in the first 3 rounds of the draft. The NFL's got a real prejudicial nature towards those linebackers that don't have at least the 32-inch long arms, basically. Blue and Green says Haynes was a top 15 player. I think you can make a solid argument for that being the case for him, especially when you consider he's one of the top 1 or 2 guards in this class. And yeah, Haley, he can pull. He can get out in space. All the mobility-based stuff that we're going to want to see from our interior linemen in this, in this new offense, absolutely Haynes can do. Blue and Green says we got a second-round player in the 3rd. Pretty much, yeah. Baron Trap, can we get Kaylin Card? I don't know. She might be a bit light. She's a baller, though. She's a baller. Beyond Balance, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Balance. Says you just moved. Will get sick? Get honey from local bees. They contain what you need for local viruses, allergens. You demand. Love, brother. Hey, much love back out to you. Yeah, I'm turning the corner here. You can't tell by my voice, but I am turning the corner. It's not as bad as it sounds. I'm actually rocking and rolling. It's just that the voice is a little beat up. And that's the nature of the beast when you do what I do here. So it's all good. But thank you, Beyond Balance. I appreciate it, man. I will be taking a whole thing of honey and just squishing it into the back of my throat after the show. So just just pouring it down the gullet as soon as the show wraps up, man. No doubt. But thank you. I appreciate you. Appreciate you so much. Jose Rodriguez in the house. What's up, Jose? Good to see you, brother. Jose, I'll get you hit up on Twitter, by the way, once I get past this draft and sickness and cold stuff and all that. I'll hit you up over there. Tyler says, TheSeahawksNest, you think he will be our left guard or will they move Anthony Bradford to left guard? Both played primarily right guard. He did play right guard primarily with Connecticut. I think he has the ability to move to left guard. Bradford has that in his game too because he is so athletic. But because Bradford tends to struggle more in pass protection, I think you want to keep him at the right side so that you keep him on nose tackles, guys that he can kind of handle and control with his power. With his kind of his bare strength that he brings a little bit. And then you're able to move Haynes then over to the left side where he's able to hold up in pass protection a little bit better. So I would estimate that you're going to see Haynes to left and Bradford be your starting right guard. Ski Nation says, I just got here. What position did we draft? We took Christian Haynes at 81. So we didn't move up in the draft. We didn't package any picks. We just stand pat and took the player that was going to fall in our lap. And then Christian Haynes was that guy. Tony says he looks like another Bradford. A little bit. I mean, he's a big guy with really long arms, 33 and a half inch long arms. A little bit different than Bradford, though. Bradford, remember, only had like like 1 year of starts at LSU before he came out. So he's really a raw player that was going to take some time to develop. This is a more refined, he's ready to go kind of player right now. There's going to be less of a waiting game here with Haynes. 4-year starter. He's got a lot of time he's played. When those guys have played that much college football, they have so much acumen and wisdom and understanding of where to be, how to deal with blocks, what happens when you get beat, what's a good little recovery trick that you can employ that a guy who's maybe only started 11 or 12 games in college football wouldn't be aware of. He's got those little tricks in his bag that can only come along with playing that much football. It's part of the reason I like this kid so much as a pick. Wow, we got a Michigan, and a Michigan player going 1, 2, 3. So the Cleveland Browns come back and take Zach Zinter at the number 85th pick. So Blake Corum, Roman Wilson, and Zach Zinter all go in a row. And now we got the Niners trading back up to 86. Do the Niners finally satiate their fans? Do they finally listen to the cries and the pleas of their fandom? I mean, look at the needs. They need a tackle. They need a guard. They need a center. So what did the Niners do in this draft with those needs? We don't operate by needs. We operate by value. Where's the 49ers at? Yeah. They take Ricky Bearsall, receiver. Then they go with Renardo Green. I think if they don't take a offensive lineman here, their fans might riot. They may just riot if they do that here. Sealord says, I still have hopes for Bradford. Could stand to lose some weight to improve his movement. He wouldn't lose much of his power at all in doing so. I've got high hopes for him too. I thought he showed flashes enough last year. I mean, he had one game. He was our highest rated offensive player. So he more than showed you that that's there. And then for him to pull that off in that first year where I thought he was going to be best suited to just kind of sit on the bench and kind of gain another year of experience and just kind of learning. Excuse me. I thought I was very impressed by how he played to start out. And I still like Bradford's upside. I think you can kind of firmly now see the future of how they're trying to set this lineup because you got right tackle Abraham Lucas, right guard Anthony Bradford, center is going to be Oluwatimi going forward probably, and then you're going to get with Bradford on the left and of course Cross on the left, Haynes on the left guard, Cross at left tackle. Setting up kind of nice. And the 49ers finally did make their fans happy. Went out, they got Dominic Pooney. Gives them a guy that can play both tackle and potentially guard for them. So some positional versatility there. I like this pick for the Niners. That's a solid selection for them to move up and get that taken care of because these interior offensive linemen aren't going to last now. You're going to try to hold on and wait out until the 4th round. I don't think it's happening. We've already seen 2 lineman picks since we selected. And there was like 2 tackles taken up ahead of us just a little bit before we picked. So that interior line, I think, is going to start to be, we're going to see that run go down here a little bit now. The last of the receivers will go off the board. That could be what the Cowboys go here. Really could see them taking one of the receivers here. But you're down to Cedric Van Pran, Christian Mahogany, Corey Bullock, Jacob Monk. It's lean right now. It's getting lean. Randall McDaniel, thank you for another $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Randall. My Lindy's draft mag had him as the number 1 guard. Is he a left or a right guard? Seems like less of a project than Bradford. He's a 4-year starter, Randall, versus Bradford that only had that 15, 16 starts in college when he came out. So he's way different from Bradford and where he is on his process. He is going to go to left guard. I know he did play right guard in college, Randall, but left guard would be where I would see his outlook at the next level. He's athletic enough to move out there. He's good enough to move out there. So I see him as a left guard. And as your mag had him with Lindy's as the number 1, Randall, so do we see with PFF's rankings for whatever that's worth. They also have him here over the side, as you can see, with the positional value of 1 of 10. So you've got, look around this a little bit, folks. If you want to understand the good value of what the Hawks just did here, you got The Broncos take Jonah Ellis. PFF had him 6 of 33 edges in this draft. The Raiders take Delmar Glaze, who PFF had of 30 of 35 in this draft. Texans got Bullock. They had him as the 4th best safety out of 23. Matt Goncalves to the Colts, 17th for his position. 17th for his position in the first round. Or not the first round, but for the draft. So you're taking your 17th best tackle and drafting the Colts. You got the Bengals taking the 15th best receiver rated by PFF, and then we get to Seattle. You see one of these things doesn't look like the other here? Seattle gets 1 of 10 at that position. 1 of 10. So it really is, proof is in the pudding, you know. Bebe was a good one too for the Cowboys. I love that pick, but you see a lot of these picks. Isaiah Adams, the 18th best tackle by the Cardinals, earlier in the 3rd round taken. Andrew Phillips, the 10th of 39 cornerbacks taken. Colson, this is why we like the Colson, the BB, the Haynes pick. I mean, this is why I liked all 3 of these as possibilities. As you can see by their positional rating, Colson's case, the 3rd best inside linebacker out of 23 in this draft. Because the value is true and right and real here late in the 3rd round to take these guys. It makes a lot of sense. It's good. The Cowboys come back and make a head-scratching decision here, taking one of those inside linebackers, but not one of the ones that we wanted. Instead, taking Maurice Lufuau with the 87th overall selection, the 7th best inside linebacker out of 23 ranked by PFF. Not a big fan of him. I had Maurice with a 5th round grade. I don't like that pick for them at all. I like the Cowboys draft, and they've got some good value in certain spots, but they've had some ups and downs in this draft too. I wasn't a fan of the Guyton pick. Coming back, taking Bebe is good. BB's good, but this one's, I'm not a fan on that one. Isaac Draftnick Lipnick, thank you for the $12 donation. That's very kind of you, Isaac. Thank you so much, man. He says, PFF said that Christian Haynes only allowed 1 sack on 420 pass block snaps. That stat helped him get high marks. Laughing out loud. Norse, let's even go. Hawks, let's go Hawks. I feel you, man. And that's where I have the faith in moving to left guard. It's because what do you want the left guard to do more of? Be less of a baller and be more of a pass protector. And so that he already naturally leans into being a good, solid pass protector just by his skill set. I think that's where the transition is going to be an easy one for him to move over to left guard. I wouldn't always say that about all types of guards. You guys know this. I tend to be like, this guy's a right guard, this guy's left guard. But there are certain guys that have the ability to play both, especially if they're athletic, especially if they have both the power and then the ability to hold up in pass protection, because that's a skill set that can work at both guard spots. But I do think that, and that tracks what I saw. I didn't see him give up any, the games that I watched of him, Isaac, I didn't see him give up any real pressures in addition to not giving up sacks. I mean, he is lock solid. His anchor in pass pro is legit, hard to bull rush, and he's quick enough that you're not going to just kind of rip past him. He can keep his feet in front of you. But let's go, man. Let's go. It's been a great draft here for our Hawks. They've done a good job. We didn't have the picks that we had last year. You weren't going to be able to do the kind of damage you did the last couple of years. But do you do the damage with what you got at an equivalent level? And yeah, they kind of have. You came out of this draft. Think about this. The best interior defensive lineman in this draft, maybe the best defender in this entire draft. You got him. And now maybe you just got the best guard in the entire draft late in the 3rd round. You come out of the draft with your first 2 picks, having taken the 2 best at their position. Kind of hard to shake a stick at that draft, isn't it? Kind of hard to get mad at that draft, isn't it? But thank you, Isaac, for the very kind $12 donation. I really appreciate you for that, man. And all your support over the last couple of days as well. You're awesome, brother. Let's go. Radu, thank you for the $2 donation. What site are you using for the draft guide? Well, I was just referencing the PFF one. It's those over on the right-hand side here, Radu, you can see the positional rankings. So I've got the guys that have been selected here just to the right of me. And as you look at them, you can kind of see it shows their positional rankings that I like from PFF. Kind of gives you an idea of where those guys ranked at for their positional group. That was my main reference there for that one. I think Randall was referencing Liddy's, which is a magazine publication, scouting service place. but just referencing more the PFF stuff. Robert DeArmors. Thank you, Robert, for the $2 donation. I didn't have anything in your comment, just the $2 dono drop. I really appreciate you for that. Really kind of you, Robert. Thank you. Nick Craig has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 12 months. Thank you for the year-long dedication to the channel, Nick. Very kind of you. Says if McMillan is there in the fourth, I'd pull the trigger. He's got second-round talent, but was injured, but bounced back and looked good in bowl games. Well, thank you, Nick. As I say, this is where the draw, I think, will be. I'd wondered if it would come into play a little bit, that late third-round pick. I certainly think, and we've got some more selections here. Let me catch up on these picks real quick. I'll get right back to your comment on that, Nick. We got Marshawn Lloyd, another running back, going to the Packers. So they're going to have Josh Jacobs backed up by both Marshawn Lloyd, A.J. Dillon. Tyke Smith, safety, corner type with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They select here at 89. This brings the Cardinals back on the clock again. Cardinals have selected about 97 times in the first 2 days of this draft. Well, it's setting up nicely for the inside linebackers we all like to be available for us in the fourth round, doesn't it? Looking pretty nice on that part of it. We can just keep these guys alive here through the end of this round, you know? But, Nick, this is where I think you're in a bit of a conundrum if you're John Schneider. You got Grubb banging the table, saying Jalen McMillan's going to be awesome. He was held back last year by the injury. Once he gets through the injury, he's going to be awesome. You have maybe an early third round grade on Jalen McMillan, maybe a mid third round grade on Jalen McMillan. And you're going, oh my goodness. You know, you get in the early fourth round and you've got an inside linebacker. You might have a late third round, mid fourth round grade on versus maybe the third round grade of McMillan. There might be a pull there. The one thing that makes it, I think, a little bit tough on this in this case, Nick, is you kind of already did a McMillan with JSN last year. Because Jalen McMillan is going to be a guy to me that even though he's 6'1", I think he's more of your big slot at the next level. And that's where he's going to have to make his bones. And I don't think that you're going to have really the room for that to happen because you already have a guys in JSN and Tyler Lockett and Bobo on this roster that are kind of more inside guys than outside guys. So that might make it hard on that one for him in particular. But McMillan's awesome. And your points stand about the fact that, you are getting him a little bit as a depressed value because of the fact he was fighting through injuries last year. He didn't get worse. And then once he did get healthier, he got more to looking like he had the prior year, which was looking like maybe a back end first round pick. And how that was all going to break down. Yeah. Great points in there, Nick. And thank you for your longtime support on the channel as a member. Robert Damores. I'm sorry if I butchered your last name, Robert, but I do appreciate you nonetheless for both the donation and also becoming a member of the channel. All members of the channel, I just posted, I'll probably repost it tomorrow just to make sure everybody's had a chance to take a look at it. But I did just post my draft guide for all subscribers, all members of the channel. Take a look at your community post. It's about 73,000 words in regards to this draft. Find out what I had to say about Christian Haynes or Bryon Murphy. But that is available. If you just hit your community post, you'll see that in there. And I went through all of the positional groups, so really kind of put some good hard work into that. If you get a chance, please do go check that out. But thank you, Robert, for becoming a member of the channel. Matadin Gaming, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Welcome aboard. I appreciate you hopping aboard here, man. The Arizona Cardinals have gone with a cornerback. They're going to be going with Elijah Jones out of Boston College. Elijah Jones. I thought I looked at this guy. Yeah, I did. I had a mid fourth round grade on him. Cardinals are doing a little bit of reaching. We've had a run on corners. I can kind of feel like, do you guys feel like this too? I'm feeling like you can feel when some of these positions are getting run on a little bit. Corner and tackle have just been beaten to death here in the third round. Beaten to death. But thank you, Matt. Welcome aboard. Chris Pantas' his take. McKinley Jackson in the fourth. Keep building the trenches. Can't go wrong building the trenches, man. Can't go wrong building the trenches. Little Dallas Cowboy. Who are the Cowboys going to draft, Brandon? Well, look, I'm not going to crap on the Cowboys as far as being horrible in this draft. There's some good stuff I've liked. There's some stuff I haven't liked as much. Guyton's a really rough tackle. He has a great upside, but you're going to have to maybe wait a little bit of time to get there. Marshawn Nealon, small school guy. I mean, that's a risky pick there. The BB pick is the one that I like more than any other. I'm not a fan of Maurice Loof off of Notre Dame. I'm sorry, I'm just not. But BB, you got maybe the best guard in the draft. So value is really good there for the Cowboys. And as I was saying earlier on this little Dallas Cowboy, when your Cowboys have decided to invest in the offensive line, it's tended to be a pretty smart move for them. It tends to work out for them. So we're winding down here now. We've got still got about 10 picks here left, or 10 picks or so left here in the third round. Your Seattle Seahawks do come back and pick the second overall in the fourth round tomorrow. So if you guys can get up early in the morning, I will be streaming tomorrow morning as well, and they pick very fast. So Casey says, "You mad, bro?" I'm not mad. Abel says, "Common Cowboys L." Yeah, amen. Ailey says, "Did you know Trotter's average depth of tackle is 2.2 yards? That's effing nice." Yeah, he's good. He's good. He's a little undersized, but he's got a little bit of that loafa ability to sometimes use his undersizedness to his advantage, especially when it comes to dipping underneath blocks. Really good at that. He's a good overall player. His strength is in coverage, Haley, but he's a good run defender too. He's not just the one-trick pony. Green Bay Packers have taken a linebacker, but much like the Cowboys, are a little bit shocking in the one that they took. Tyron Hopper. Tyron Hopper. Missouri guy. I did not like this linebacker on the tape that I watched of him. I just couldn't get on board with him. Kind of he looks athletic. He looks the part. He seems like he can move really well, but I didn't feel like the instincts were really there with him. I like all three of these other linebackers that are available better than this guy. Packers kind of going for a strange pick there. They've been doing so good in this draft. That one's I don't know. I don't know if I'm feeling that one from the Packers on that one at 91. Drip Skylark, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that, Drip. Says, John is cooking. Absolutely love these two picks. Me too, Drip. And I think he's done a fantastic job. You might very well, you can make a very strong argument. It's not a homer argument. It's a strong argument to say, you got the two best players at their position in this draft with just two picks. And coming away in that manner like that, if that is the case, and if it's not the first, then Haynes is definitely the second best guard in this draft, then that's a fantastic opening to a draft. And he is still operating, more importantly, from the function that we wanted to see John continue to remain in, which is the value-based model. Don't reach for need like we're seeing a lot of these teams that are answering the bell on the corner run or the edge run or the tackle run. Take trust to the value of your board when you're selected. And John's been doing that through these first 2 days of the draft, and it's tremendous to see him pulling it off in this way. Very well done by John. Very, very well done by John. I'm feeling it too, Drip. And I think most of the chat is as well. I haven't heard too many people poo-pooing or getting too mad about the way they've gone here so far. I think it makes a lot of people a lot more calm and comforted when you're able to actually go get that interior guard and, okay, we got him. Okay. Whew. I think some people were a little worried there that maybe we were going to get into like the fifth round and we hadn't touched the interior of the offensive line. Rogers Green, another third round pick. No, we don't have a third round pick right now. We can certainly trade up potentially here, but not anything else left. We traded back out. We originally had 2 third rounders, but we traded into 2 fourths with the Sam Howell trade. Thomas says, I love McMillan, but probably won't see the Hawks take him. I wouldn't hate it, though, if they did. I wouldn't be mad. You can, again, can't argue with the value of the pick and where you're taking him at that point. This is what happens sometimes when you're operating from value. And if you got Grubb in the background in John's ear, you know, pick him. He's going to be awesome. Pick him. He's going to be awesome. You know, it's like, okay, fine. I'll take him. Malik Mustafa's hanging around too. Is this flag? He is. I have a little bit of a later grade on him. but he is there. He is indeed available. A lot of people liked him quite a bit too. Staniel says, Brandon, if you want to interview Christian Haynes, he has his email linked on his Instagram, just FYI. Thank you. Great note on your part. I'll reach out to him for sure. I'm going to try to get to Bryon Murphy. By the way, I think we did have Bryon Murphy last night in the chat. I went back and looked up the username, and the username checked out to what we had. So I thought that was pretty interesting. We had Bryon in there. I'm going to try to reach out to Bryon too and see if I can get him in-house. Mike says Wilson's shoulders are shot too. You don't like drafting a linebacker that's had both knee and shoulder injuries. That's definitely something that's going to be a dicey proposition. Well, the Jalen McMillan speculation, I guess, does come to an end. Jalen McMillan taken by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers with the 92th overall selection in the draft. Tampa Bay had a great opportunity there to take TJ Tampa. And look, you can see the users wanted him to take TJ Tampa too. But instead of doing that, they went with Jalen McMillan. Understandable. You no doubt have. I've got still a third round grade here on Jalen McMillan. So to get him here in the fourth round, tremendous value for your Seattle Seahawks. This will put the Ravens on the clock. 8 selections left here in the third round. Seattle try to trade back up. Do they jump back up? Peyton Nelson, thank you for the $5 donation. I really do appreciate you for that, Peyton. He says, I'm getting FOMO. I get well, I was in that place, Peyton, when we were going through the second round, and we're all just kind of going, okay, John, we're going to trade up. We're going to get back up in this, John. Okay, we're just standing pat. Okay, we're standing pat. But, Colson, BB, So it was a little rough there in the second round. I think a lot of us were kind of feeling a little bit of that FOMO of like, man, just a long time. We got to wait till we pick. But patience was rewarded. We came away with a really good player. We didn't reach. So you got to feel pretty good at the end of the day on how it went. And hell, at least tomorrow, you talk about an action-packed third day of the draft. Seattle's having 2 fourth-round picks. I think we got 2 sixth-round picks. So we got a lot of action going tomorrow, man. But I get you. It does suck to have to go those whole rounds without a selection. Thank you, though, man. Appreciate you, Peyton. Case McCracken says, Hawks Nest number 1. Thank you, Casey. It's kind of you to say. Very kind of you. Ravens on the clock. Jessica says, Jerry Jones picks players based on if they swear to not kneel for they hint them, not how good they are. Maybe. Maybe so. Maybe so. Chris says, weird picks for linebackers, which I'm fine with. Some people liked Tyrone Hopper a lot, and we met with him. I did not like Tyrone Hopper. I'm glad the Packers took him. I think that the Packers have had a strong draft. This is the weakest pick of their draft so far. Raphael says, think we double dip with Gray and Trotter? You could. I do think that Trotter is an inside Mike, and I think that Gray is more of a will linebacker at the next level. So you're not double dipping for the starter to the backup. You'd be double dipping for true starters of the future. Never Lucky says Hopper looks more like a safety. Kind of, yeah. Just tape, he wasn't doing anything. I mean, Hopper was the 725th rated linebacker by PFF. That's out of 775 linebackers. And he's absolutely brutal in coverage. He looks like a safety, but he can't coverage worth a lick of spit. But you took say what you want about, you can be mad and upset with PFF and go, I don't trust their grades, but 725 out of 775. I know you guys would be blowing a gasket right now if we took that guy in the early fourth round. And I think kind of rightfully so. He's more about how he looks and, kind of moves, more than anything else. And even as a mover, he's still a 4.63 guy. So he's not like he's a 4.5 linebacker, 230, a little undersized. Undersized and you don't cover well. Nah, I was out on Hopper. The Baltimore Ravens are going to take a small school kid out of Houston Christian named Jalix Hunt. This is a guy that I did not get a chance to watch any tape on because I couldn't find any Houston Christian tape. So your guys is as good as guess on mine if this is a good pick or not. 4.64, 1.6, 10-yard split. 6'4", nearly 34 3/8 inch arms. He's a big dude. Certainly fits the model of the type of player. This will be their guy that they hope probably takes over for Jadeveon Clowney in that role into the future. But good for our Seahawks. We also have, oh no, that was the Eagles took that pick. Sorry, I got back behind 2 picks. So the Eagles took Jalix Hunt, and then the Baltimore Ravens took Adisa Isaac, Chop Robinson's running mate on the other side of the line of scrimmage out there at 93. So we got some edges going off the board here. Buffalo Bills come back up on the clock. And this, I got to say, these rounds have worked out really well in Seattle's favor. That's how you're able to land on the Christian Haynes in the pick that you did, is that teams are picking for players that we not only wouldn't pick, or I don't think we would have as high value as some of these teams have as high valued. Kind of surprised. It says 102 safety, tight end, safety linebacker. Hard to say. I think tight end is definitely something, and safety is something at one point or another they're going to address. Scooby says, I'd be cool to see John Schneider trade up, but I would love, it would be cool to see John Schneider trade up, but I would love it too for once. Yeah, it would be kind of nice if they did. So I think you're sitting still pretty good. We're in that 4th round. There's going to be a hell of a player there. Greg says, Brandon, if you have to pick between Jaden Hicks or Cam Kitchens, who do you pick? I would probably go with Cam Kitchens. I just like Cam's ability and upside of taking the ball away. And he's not Ed Reed, but he's got a lot of Ed Reed to his game. And to take that swing on that upside in the 4th round, let's say, versus maybe Jaden, who's more of a floor guy. I'll go for a little bit more of the upside at this point, Greg. But they're both very close on my overall horizontal chart. Yeah, another dog off the board. How about that? Dog showing up. We got 3 receivers, Vitano, Penix, Braylon Trice. Edifon's going to go at some point here. Jamarcus says, as of right now, guys, we could get tomorrow our Christian Mahogany, Jaden Hicks, Peyton Wilson, Cedric Gray, Jeremiah Trotter, Cam Kitchens, and more. You're going to have a hell of a pick for tomorrow. You pick second on the day, and you're going to have your pickings. John's going to be rewarded for his patience. Yeah, Roxanne, 7 Huskies this year. Let's go, dogs. Let's go. Tony, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Tony. Very kind of you, brother. I'm open for Jaden Hicks at 102. He's my favorite safety in the draft. He's a good player. He's grown on me with time. I didn't really love the tape at first, but the more I watched of him, the more I liked of him. I am saying I would go with Cameron Kitchens over the top of him, but Jaden Hicks is not a guy that I would certainly be mad about getting either. And can't hurt the fact that he played at WSU either, but he's a well-rounded player. He can cover, he can hit, he can tackle. He's willing to come run the alleyway, and he can do some split safety stuff. You can line him out single high at times, so he would be a fit for this defense in his skill set. It's a good player, Tony. No problem with taking that guy in the 4th round at that point. The value is perfectly good. I have a 3rd round grade on him, so getting him in the 4th round is tremendous. Tremendous. Thank you, though, Tony, for all your donations and support over the last couple of days. Man, you are awesome. Awesome. You're a gentleman and a scholar, sir. Rave says, will the Seahawks get another pick tonight? No, I think John just stands pat. He's like, look, they're going to start picking Adisa Isaac and Jalix Hunt. Let them select. We'll just stand here until we get to our pick and pick a real guy. You know? Or they're picking Houston Christian players up ahead of us. Okay. We'll wait for the Clemson linebacker. Right? I think they feel pretty good in the situation where they're at right now. And the Buffalo Bills, after a long wait there here in the third round, decided to come back around and take Dwayne Carter, a defensive lineman from Duke. Guy who's got some similarities to Jarran Reed. Kind of Jarran Reed is a pass rusher. Not really Jarran Reed is a run stuffer, but a good player. Good value there for them here in the late third round. Haley's got Mustafa as my favorite safety in the draft. Ooh, okay. He's got some things in his skill set. I'm not as high on him, Haley, but I can acknowledge he's got some good stuff in his skill set. Steelers took Porter Jr. last year. Nick Craig, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Craig. Nick, he says, I think we can shore up our tight end in UDFA with a local guy in Westover or Culp. I doubt either will be drafted. I don't think there's a good chance I think that neither is drafted as well, Nick. It's a very thin tight end class where there's not a lot of names. That might be as much as anything the thing that helps them eventually become drafted. But, one of them I think is likely not to be. And then you have the local connections. Both those guys played at UW. You think you'd be able to pull one of them in, especially if you haven't drafted a tight end, Nick, because then you can tell that UDFA, hey, we only have 2 tight ends on the roster as it is. Your chances and the likelihood of you making the roster are very much increased if you come here. And with UDFAs, of course, that is the big deal with pulling them in, is them having that opportunity to know that I'm not going there to see my career die on the vine where there's no real opportunity for me to make it, but that I'm going to go to a spot where I can truly have a chance to not only make the roster, but then start to climb my way above that from there. So love Westover. I actually have a 5th round grade on him, Nick. I really like that kid's tape. I think he can actually block better than he's sometimes given credit for too. And Culp is Culp's got the freakishness to him, right? Tested amazingly and just hasn't been able to tap into that productive level, but he's built and moves just like you'd like a tight end to move. AI, what time is the draft tomorrow? I think it's at 9, I think. Sweetest is, could the Seahawks swap a 4th and 6th for a 3rd? Does that even check out as a trade possibility? Yeah, they could potentially on that. Depends on if it's the 4th tomorrow, Swedish Nobi. But I don't think John's looking at trading up at this point. I think he's perfectly happy letting this thing play out as it's playing out. If I was taking John, seeing which way the wind's blowing here right now in this draft, I'm like, like I just said, the last couple of picks, Jalen McMillan, Adisa Isaac, Jalen Hunt, Dwayne Carter. I don't think any of these guys were on their target list of being selected by the Seahawks in the 4th round. So John's standpoint is just let it roll. Let it roll and let's see where it goes. We're going to have a good player available to us when we pick. Let's not panic. Never lucky. I don't think Hopper goes inside in the NFL. Maybe not. I have a hard time finding where he's going to find his success at the next level. I'll tell you that. Chicken God says Oladipo and McCaffrey are my favorites in the 4th round. Great players, man. I'll stand and applaud if we take either of those 2 guys in the 4th too. Like them a lot. Dorless to the Ravens. I think I see you were asking about that when they were up. Yeah, they went with edge. They need edge help. Thank you though, Nick. I don't know. Big Dizzy, I'm slamming my fist down on the table and drafting Mahogany and McKinley Jackson. And the motto is, let's get tough. Trench dogs incoming. Big Dizzy, I said at the start of the offseason, I want the offensive line turned into a strength. I want a reinvigoration and a rededication back to the trenches of this football team. Team's doing just that. What you're calling upon would be just doing that. So I'll be riding right along shotgun with you in that car. I don't think that a team ever looks at saying we invested in the trenches. That was the wrong move. That was a misapplication of resources. I don't think teams ever really say that. And so sign me up, man. Sign me up. Robert Demores says, do you think one of these inside linebackers are worth moving back into the 3rd round for? If I thought that there was going to be more of a run on them here in these upcoming picks, I would say yes. But the Jaguars are pretty set at linebacker. They got Devin Lloyd. They're okay. The Bengals got their linebackers in place. They just re-signed Jermaine Pratt a couple of years ago. They're fine and they're okay. Steelers, maybe there's a little bit of a tiny need there inside linebacker. I don't think it's a huge one. And you certainly have a little bit of a risk there with the Rams picking an inside linebacker that you might like there, but you're still going to be left with a good selection at that point, I think. It wouldn't shock me to see John trade up here, Robert, but I think he's looking at the lay of the land. He's looking at these picks that are taken. Maurice Lafu, Marshawn Lloyd, Tyke Smith, Elijah Jones, Tyron Hopper, Jalen McMillan, Adisa Isaac, Jalen Hunts, Dwayne Carter, and now the next pick that just happened here with the Jaguars, taking Jerry Jones. I don't think any of these last 8 or 9 picks were really in John Schneider looking at it going, yeah, those are some guys we might have taken. That thing that would draw you to move up in the draft. I think John's being pushed the other way where he's saying, hey, everybody's taking players that we don't really want or we're not really trying to go for. So let's just stand pat. Let's just keep the multitude of our selections and take advantage of these runs that are happening. These runs on corner, these runs on defensive linemen, these runs on the edges, the runs on tackles, positions that we're not necessarily looking to target. So I think the better bet's just to kind of stand pat here, Robert, and we don't panic and just trust in this process and the way it's kind of playing out so far. McKinley Jackson's a possibility tomorrow, flagged. I do feel like they did take Hankins as kind of a way of acknowledging a little bit within that maybe they're not going to look to target nose tackle. But possible. Good call on Adisa, Chris. I do think, Jessica Sylvia, that Haynes is going to play left guard for us. AI Oladipo's a really good player. He's one of my pound the table guys in this draft for me. I put a very high grade on him in the 3rd round. He can hit, he can cover, he can tackle, complete safety. Got a little bit of like what you get with Jaden Hicks, where you just get a very complete player that can kind of do it all and certainly can fit into the split shell, cover 2 shell look that you want to run now, where the safeties have to have a multitude of different skills in order to make it work. He's a good player, though. Jamie Cruz, man, coming in with a great donation, $20. Thank you so very much, Jamie. Very kind of you on that donation today, man. I really, really, really do appreciate it. He says, I feel our first Mr. Murphy has a lot to prove because he was a fan and knows how we feel. And got GD routed with us in that Super win and Super Bowl loss. Rolled with us, I think, yeah, he meant. So he's bleed blue and green with us. Let Mr. Nelson know it. I will let him know it. And it's certainly a part that you haven't seen, it's an unusual part, right? Because here in Seattle, we're not always every team's favorite team. But indeed, it was one of the really cool stories to hear with Murphy that he was been a fan of the Seahawks since the Legion of Boom era. And then he's going to come in there, and there is a little bit of that. I love this team. He's from Texas, but not a Cowboy fan, not a Texas fan, a Seahawks fan. And I think there's something that's not just cool about drafting a guy that is truly an NFL fan and that this is the team that they love. I think you're right that there's a little bit that you sort of infer when you think about that you're going to get this guy's best dedication. You're going to get this guy at his most motivated for whatever that is. And I think that, Jamie, that's completely, there's something behind that, I think. There's maybe a little bit of something in that. Well, it looks like McKinley Jackson is going to be off the board for your Seattle Seahawks. The Cincinnati Bengals take the Texas A&M nose tackle with the 97th selection in the 3rd round, leaving us just 3 picks in this 3rd round with the Steelers, the Rams, and the Washington football team. But Jamie, thank you for the donation, man. I love that he's a fan of this team. It's also evident, I think he literally came in last night and said, what's up to us? So this guy was in the chat, I think, last night with us, cutting it up and whatnot. So, I mean, how cool is that you get a guy like that doing that? He seems like a really good dude and a hard worker and a guy that's going to be able to bring some impact day one. You're not going to wait really long for this guy to show you what he can do, I don't think. So, Hawk fans are going, trust me on this process. You may not trust that you love the pick tomorrow, and I don't think there's many of you that don't love the pick. But if you're a little bit on the fence with the Murphy pick, trust in the fact that once you see this guy in pads, once you see him in the preseason, you're going to very quickly be able to see what the draw was in him being picked where he was picked. I really do believe that. So I will let Mr. Nelson know tonight, though, Jamie. It was fun having a bit of that debate back and forth last night on the pick, and I was trying to bring him to the light. I was trying to bring him to the light. Ooh, all right. Okay. The The Pittsburgh Steelers with the 98th selection in the third round have taken Peyton Wilson. Okay, my butt's puckering a little bit now. I was speaking way too overconfidently. Now I'm starting to get a little... Okay. And the Rams need an inside linebacker too. Ugh. Damn it. Damn it. Okay. Come on, Rams. Go with a something else. Take Spencer Rattler here. Go with Rattler. Jimmy Cruz, you're awesome, man. Thank you for that big $20 donation. And also very well said. You should feel that route. You should feel that excited about Murphy. Oh, all right. So the Rams with the 99th pick in the 2024 draft are going to take Cameron Kitchens, safety out of Miami. So the Rams get the Ed Reed clone, the Ed Reed-like player. And inside linebacker continues to fall a little bit for the Hawks. Last pick here for Washington. And then we will be turning this over to tomorrow's draft. So let's get Washington taking like Jatavian Sanders here. That sound good to you guys? How about they go with like a Jatavian? Maybe another safety. Nitro, what's going on with Peyton Wilson? It's the reason he falls this far is down to a combination of a couple of factors. Number one, the injury is not just the knee. It's the shoulders too that you got to worry about. And shoulders aren't going to get better with time. You know, those can be a thing that can turn into chronic injuries and chronic problems very easily. Then you also got the fact that I think he's a little bit of an older prospect, isn't he? And then he's also got really short arms. So it just caused him to dip a little bit, but he's got as much upside as any inside linebacker in this draft in addition to that. That was just one of those, you got to roll the dice kind of plays and really trust your evaluation. Jamarcus White, is Draymond Jones a tradable contract? If so, let's get it done immediately. I would think he would be, Jamarcus, yeah. Because you're going to eat all of the bonus money, whoever trades for him is just on the hook for the base salary at that point. I think that you would be able to find a suitor for that if that was the intention of the team to move him at that point. Terry Reese, Brendan Jackson is potential. I did expect the team at one point or another in this draft to look for a hard edge, a guy that can set the hard edge. Brendan Jackson can do that for you. I think there'll be a little bit more of a draw to inside linebacker here, be safety in the fourth round, but it is possible. Snail says Jaden Hicks or bust. We only got 7 more picks to get through. Come on, man. Come on, man. Thomas says wasn't really sold on McKinley Jackson. We already had Cam Young. Yeah. Especially with Haskins in here, it wasn't really going to look like a likelihood. Jamarcus Hawksnest, if we select James Williams, do you feel we put him in as a box safety or as a straight up linebacker? I think Jamarcus, he's going to be a will linebacker for us. He will move. There'll be some snaps with McDonald's defense because he likes that versatility. He'll fit some snaps in there where he puts him back out there at safety at times. But the majority of his time will be down there as a will linebacker. Jamarcus, I think everybody in the chat was super stoked that they went with the O-line with Haynes. Really good on that pick. Really good on that pick. Chris saw an interview with Murphy, was asked where he want to go, and he chose Indy because it's cold. He's going to get some chill up in the Pacific Northwest. Luke McCaffrey at 119 Haley. I'd do it. Luke's awesome. Yeah, Green Earth Murphy was saying he was a Seahawks fan. Legion of Boom kind of swayed him back when he's a youngster. Green Earth says, dang, Murphy got to see Brendan poo-poo us drafting him. Yeah, he might have. He might have a little bit there. Flag says that Murphy also said he loves Michael Bennett's game. Ooh. Showing a little Michael Bennett love. I like that. Yeah, Haley, I could see Dan Quinn going with the linebacker here. Trotter is definitely one that it would hurt a little bit to see Trotter go here. Joe DB, every time you don't, that Brandon team's draft guy you talk about right before Seattle. Oh, here we go. So the final selection in the third round of the 2024 draft, finishing up day 2, Luke McCaffrey of Rice will go to Washington. So your Seattle Seahawks are going to be in a very good position tomorrow. And let's take a look at this. Let's take a little close look at this for a second. I'm bringing up the best available for you guys. You can see who we got remaining here on the board. And so what we've got tomorrow, let's look through some of these items and options. Radu Turkin, thank you for the $2 donation. He says B&B tonight, 100%. We'll be doing a B&B wrap-up show here as soon as we wrap up here, which won't be tremendously long tonight. But I will be bouncing over doing the B&B show tonight with Brendan as well. 100%. 100%. Absolutely. Hopefully he likes the pick a little bit more tonight than he did last night. Joseph Banuelos. Joseph, if my voice was right, I totally pronounced your last name correctly. I butchered it. Sorry about that, my man. I'll do better once my voice is cleared. He says, fairly new to your channel, but I love the content and community a lot so far. Who are you thinking we pick tomorrow with our first pick? Well, Joseph, first off, thank you for the first donation. Thank you for finding the place here. Welcome aboard, man. I appreciate you. Very kind of you to jump on in with a dono right off the rip. We got a great community here. I mean, it's the community I think that makes this channel go, is that you'll tend to find with my people that are chatting in the chat that it's not a lot about toxicity or people trying to dunk on each other or people being disrespectful, but this is really a place where we're just trying to talk about the depths of football and consider all the different ways to get out there and win and help your team and add to the team and what the team is doing and why they're doing what they're doing. It's like I try to reference this, Joseph, as kind of a football think tank is how I like to think about it at times. But very kind of you to say. You also present a great question right now in your timing, because this was just the topic I wanted to get into here as we start to look and turn the page towards tomorrow and what the Seattle Seahawks might do from an option front here, because they've got a lot of very, very good options ahead of them here. First off, TJ Tampa. TJ Tampa was my highest rated third round corner in this draft. There seems to be something with the run on corners that have happened. There seems to be some issue with him. I can't understand why he is still lasting to this point. I don't think he's necessarily going to be on Seattle's radar, but that is still going to be a good value selection for whoever takes him in the fourth round. Cedric Gray and Jeremiah Trotter Jr., when we're looking at the inside linebackers, you're going to absolutely have your potential to pick from one of these two guys. So a lot of really good inside linebackers actually still left here on the board in this draft. Seattle may not be driven to take an inside linebacker tomorrow because there's still so much depth within this draft of good inside linebackers. Cedric Gray, Jeremiah Trotter, Curtis Jacobs, Edifon Oliafosio, Nathaniel Watson, Jalen Ford, Jordan McGee, Michael Barrett. These are all guys that I think can maybe give you a little bit something as far as true starting potential for the position. All will be available moving into tomorrow. I think we can certainly say right now, watching this draft, and that we only had 2 inside linebackers taken, or 3 inside linebackers taken through the first 2 days. It is become an undervalued position. That's just where it's at, so to speak. So inside linebacker, to me, Joseph, is the one that stands out first and foremost, that makes a whole hell of a lot of sense. When you look at Jatavian Sanders, looked at it by some, including this ESPN board, as your second best tight end in this draft. The Seattle Seahawks have met with Jatavian Sanders. So, they could be looking at him as a guy that they have a second round grade on here now at the start of the fourth round. The value might be too good not to go with him. But like the inside linebackers, you've got a little bit of like, rich man's problems here, being that it's not that you go from Jadeveon to a drop off. You got Jadeveon and Cade Stover and Tanner McClatchin can play, and Jared Wiley can play, and Theo Johnson. A lot of people love Theo Johnson. AJ Barner might be the best blocking tight end in this draft. Jaheim Bell is a guy that it gives you the best yak of any tight end in this draft. He's a yak monster in there. You got to just manufacture touches, but if you do manufacture those touches, then, he can go crazy. So you got a lot of talent at tight end on top of having that potential number 2 best tight end in the whole draft on top of it. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome value there. This is just 2 positional groups, mind you, right? Wide receiver, Troy Franklin, Brendan Rice, Javon Baker, Malik Washington, Jamari Thrash. I like all of these receivers. John could also be driven a little bit by the strength of the receivers as we're standing right now and how many good ones there are in that side of it. Because there's a lot of good receivers here. Franklin, local kid, Brendan Rice, Baker can play in this league. He can absolutely play in this league. Walker is really freakish, but I wouldn't really want Devontae Walker. He's got too much rough. Malik Washington is my favorite receivers of the remaining receivers. That guy's like Steve Smith. So I think he's going to be able to play on the outside, even at his undersize. Really good player. Really good player. They could go back to offensive line. I think it's probably not likely to be a place they go here. Sato Lamua is going to be a guard next level. Maybe that's a possibility. Mahogany's still there. Mason McCormick, pure mover in there is a possibility. Really good mover for the position. Leviston, KT Leviston later on is a guy that transitions from tackle to guard at the college level. Maybe a guy they look to at that time to target there. So they could double dip back to the guard. I don't think that they... Van Pran, Tanner Bortolini, certainly these guys are possibilities in there. Most of the rest of these centers that are available in this draft aren't pure movers for the position. So don't know if they'd be as good scheme fits in that realm of it. I don't believe they're going to go with edge, but Brennan Jackson is a name to watch tomorrow because I do think there's going to be an intent at some point here, Joseph, to try to go get that hard edge, that big edge. It was Darius Robinson. It was Marshawn Nealon. Brennan Jackson was also one of those guys. It's not a full skill set guy. He's not giving you a lot of pass rush. This would be an early down run defender who can set that hard edge and is not going to get moved off the ball. Could be a possibility there too with a Brennan Jackson as a guy that they do look to target there. So those would be the main guys that I think I would take a look at. Inside linebacker, really the place you like, but some good different spots that they can attack here. I think they do not go defensive tackle again. I don't think receiver, running back. No, I don't think that's happening. Obviously, tackle's a no-go. Edge, I only really could see it being a Brennan Jackson type. I don't see any of these other guys really fitting to the mold. Maybe Braden McGregor later on in the draft, another power edge. But absent that, I think, nah. Safety does get interesting. This is another one that's really loaded here later on in the draft. Jaden Hicks can play. D'Adarian Taylor Demerson out of Texas Tech can play. Katan Oladipo can play. I don't love Jalen Simpson or Malik Mustafa as much, but there's a lot of other people that are much higher on those two guys. So there's actually still some really good quality safeties here. And this is part of what I say when this draft has gone, in my opinion, in a little bit of a way where it's been driven to need for too many teams. It's not only been driven for need, it's been driven for, hey, there's a run on this position. Let's get on this position now because this thing's about to run out. And that's not driving you into the right spot from a drafting methodology and approach. And it's also why there's so many of these good players that I'm referencing that are true possibilities for Seattle that would be fantastic value for the Seahawks to be able to pick, because I didn't anticipate all of these guys who were going to be landing here. There was a lot of reaches. It does not seem like there was as much of a consensus on this draft on this particular talent and where it deserved to go. And I think that this is working in the Seattle Seahawks' favor, Joseph, in a major, major way. So thank you, man, for the $5 donation. Welcome aboard to the channel and to the chat. It's good to have you. And we got a great community here, man. That is for sure. Chicken God, thank you for the $5 donation. Very kind of you. Didn't have any message put in there, Chicken God, for you. Just the $5 dono. I really appreciate you putting that in, man. Thank you so much. Spencer says Trotter Jr. for us next. Are there any better interior defensive linemen? No, you're out on the defensive linemen. McKinley Jackson might have been a potential, but the 3 techs are nothing to shake a stick at. And what are you going to do at that point? You're going to take a 3 tech. Will be your fourth 3 tech on this roster. I don't think they're going to do that. We also have James Williams too. He might be an interesting guy. Seattle might look to target as well, as if he can make that positional change. Spencer, I wanted Kitchens too, man. I wanted him too. Jamarcus, I kind of want Mahogany. I got no problem with him taking Mahogany and Haynes back to back. Consider the guard position set for the foreseeable future if they do that. Isaac says, yes, I freaking love the Paynes pick. Hell yeah, Isaac, let's go. It's a great pick, man. It's a great pick. Chris says, HawksNest, thoughts on Fabian Lovett, defensive tackle, if they want another one in the 6th. I did get a chance to take a look at Fabian. Run defending defensive tackle who has a background mainly used as a 3-tech, but also with a heavy amount of usage as a nose tackle. Against the run, he can both penetrate and 2-gap. When 2-gapping, he shows plus strength, and then the arm length to still go snatch the ball carrier. He's not so much about getting rid of the block, but dealing with the block and still going and making the tackle. As a pass rusher, I just don't think there's very little there. Only on nearly 1,000 pass rush snaps over his career, he has 5 total sacks and only 6 quarterback hits. So really long arms, 35 and a half inch long arms, and he knows how to use them. I do think he's a little bit of a tweener, where I think he's better as more of a nose tack, as a 3-tech that just doesn't, kind of like a 3-tech that is a run stuffer, kind of like a poor man's version of Chris Jenkins a little bit. But I wouldn't be in favor of going down that road with him. Too much tweener, I think, to his game. Josh asks, I'm an Eagles fan. I've been accepted here. These are good people here. Thank you, Josh. Absolutely. We accept all from any fan bases in here, man. It doesn't just have to be a Seahawks fan, and we'll talk about other teams too. That's the fun of looking at the sport, is, considering all the angles and all the teams and what they're doing. And appreciate you, Josh, man. Absolutely. Always a home here for everybody. Bill Henningsen says, please, James Williams, please. And I get it. He's a good player. You take James Williams. I got no problem with that either. That's an upside move there. Yeah, Jaheim Bell's built like a bowling ball. He's basically a running back in a tight end's body. Theo Johnson's nice. Very nice. Nick says, listen, I would absolutely have no issues if Sanders is our pick. He catches everything and is definitely faster than his 40 time. He slipped both times he ran it. Yeah, he's fast on the field, to your point. Play speed is really nice for a tight end, and he is highly athletic. Great contested catcher, good hands, strong hands. Gives you a little bit after the catch in addition to that. I had him as my 2nd rated tight end in this draft, 2nd or 3rd rated tight end. So getting that in the top of the 4th round is good value. Nick says, Malik Washington learning under Lockett, though. Oh, man, if we draft Malik Washington, I'm going to go nuts. That's one of my pound the table guys in this draft for sure. That kid is really good. Jacob Cowling would be a good pick too there, Thomas. 100%. Ante says, why didn't we get University of Michigan guard Zach Zinter instead of Haynes? Haynes is so undersized, and while ZZ Topper is a 6'5" guard. I think it comes down to mobility, Ante. Before Zach Zinter went down, he was not the most mobile of interior offensive linemen. He could get the job done, but it wasn't a plus trait of his. I think you can make a much more of a stronger argument that in Haynes' case, the mobility stuff is much more of a plus trait. And when it comes to the system that we're playing in now, it's not the old system where we're just going to line our offensive linemen up in front of guys and tell them, go hit that guy and drive him off the ball. There's so much pulling in space and climbing to the 2nd level and being asked to move and move comfortably. And I think that when you have a guy in Zinter who already had a little bit of, he had maybe some worries about his ability to hold up in that realm of things, then he has the major injury where he breaks multiple bones in his leg, and you go, he's probably not going to be better as a mover now after the broken leg. This isn't going to improve now. This isn't going to get better for us now. So I can kind of understand them going to Haynes over the top of Zinter. Top of the fact, in my opinion, I just had Zinter or Haynes, I think, is a little bit of a higher rated guy than Haynes, just period, as a player. But I think that's the main reason that they would have steered away there. Ricardo says Van Pran and Bortolini are still there. We're going to get real players in the fourth. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Joseph says, thank you so much for the detailed response. My pleasure, Joseph. Appreciate the donation, man, and you hopping aboard here on the Nest. Let's be excited. Nick Guzman says, Brandon B, did you also notice the lack of effort from DDT at times? I absolutely did not like seeing that. Who's DDT? See if I can figure out who your DDT is. Oh. Darian Taylor Demerson? I didn't see that necessarily. It's possible with him, but I didn't see it on the tape that I saw it with him myself. 3-year starter, he's been out there a lot. I think he is a little undersized at times. You know, he comes up there at 5'10", 197 with 30 and 7/8 inch arms and tries to wrap up Nick, and he just can't wrap up. You know, that's what it basically boils down to at that point. That's how it seemed to me, at least a little bit. But I thought the effort was pretty strong overall. Yeah, we got a 9 o'clock start time tomorrow. Definitely I will be live at that time. Thomas says, give me Oladipo, Gray, Theo, and Lumea tomorrow, and I'll be good to go. I like that all. Sign me up, Thomas. I'll take that all. 2 picks tomorrow in the 4th round, folks. Get up early. You're going to want to check out these picks. We're going to get 2 really good players. Chris says Carlisle could be a linebacker with later pick. Yeah, he's probably going to have to go through the same thing that James Williams is. Just kind of like a lesser James Williams, but is still a very talented player. Spencer Smith. Thank you for the $10 donation. Very kind of you, Spencer, and I do really appreciate it. Not to beat a dead horse here, but it's being undersold. We stole the best defensive player in the draft on many boards at number 16 overall. Add the second best true guard to that equals house money. Life is good. Spencer, this is my take on the situation absolutely as well. And thank you for the $10 donation. You saw a wild first round, the likes of which no one in any of our lifetimes has ever seen. No grandfather, no father, no son, no kid, no kid's kids. Nobody has seen 14 straight offensive players taken off the board. And that meant that John Schneider was going to be able to take advantage of something that he didn't have to do anything at all to allow for it to happen. He just needed the other teams up ahead to freak out in the way that they freaked out, to go that hard in the way that they went, to be able to strike when he struck. And you're absolutely right. I have no belief in my mind. I think if you took 32 NFL teams in this draft coming into this, Spencer, to your point, if I pulled 32 general managers, I think 31 general managers would have told you that, and maybe even 32 on this, because I've got a point on this as well. I think there's a potential that all 32 general managers would have told you that Bryon Murphy was the best defensive player in this draft, or at least maybe not 32. You're getting probably 25 of them. I think even the Colts might have told you that. So why'd the Colts take Law 2 then? I think the Colts took Law 2 because they had just re-signed DeForest Buckner the day before, so they weren't going to need a 3-tech anytime soon. They had also re-signed Grover, Grover Stewart. Confusing my errors of football. Grover Stewart. So their defensive line was taken care of, whereas they had a big needed edge. I think if you really pressed that general manager there with the Colts, he'd say, yeah, we went a little bit more for need versus the true value of the player that was there for us on the board. And that is what gets me excited about it. When you've got not only your team feeling this way, but you know that universally there's that feeling about this player, then it should make you feel tremendous about the pick. And it does for you, and it does for me too. And then you add on top of that you got either the second or first best true guard in this entire draft. He's number 2 for me behind BB. but he's solidly right there behind BB, and you got that at the end of the third round. That, like you say, is how you walk out going, this is house money, baby. We've already kind of won the draft just off the 2 moves we made here, because that's such tremendous value to get that good of a player where you got him. I can't think of another draft in recent years where you stood on draft day going, the 16th pick or pick past 15, you have a team pick a player that that team's then getting the best defensive player in the draft. I can think of no time like this. And the reason being is we didn't have ever 14 offensive players go in a row to start a draft before. The fallout of that is going to be, you're going to push a hell of a good defensive lineman down the board at that point. And that's just what happened. Well said, Spencer. I share your optimism on both of these 2 picks. Haley says Sion Vaki is Polynesian. I want him at 179. He's good. I just don't know if he's going to be able to do the safety stuff. To me, he's more of a running back, Haley. And if you want to put a running back, I think he can be pretty good there. Pretty good. Josh says, what number is this one? Empower Code, thank you for the $20 donation. I really do appreciate that, Empower Code. Very kind of you, man. Very, very kind. You guys have been tremendous over the past couple of days of the support. I really do appreciate it. I salute you as well. Appreciate the appreciation, Dono, for B and co-host Pumpkin. Words are not enough to describe your relentless work ethic. Love the Haynes pick. He was my right guard 1 and can transfer to left guard. Great at getting leverage too. Keep up the great work. Well, thank you, Empower Code. I really appreciate it. You have been a long-time donator and supporter of this channel. In addition, this ain't your first time around, member of the channel in addition to it, and I appreciate all of that support. It is really, really appreciated. You guys helped me and allowed me to do this for 3 straight days. So I don't have to go to a job. I don't take time off from a job. This is my job. I can do this just 24/7 because you guys. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. I know you do appreciate it too, and on your side of it. And Pumpkin couldn't make it today. She's too tired to get to the cat tree today. But we'll get her back for tomorrow morning. She's need a little bit of extra sleep. I think she's been working through a little bit of a cold herself, like her dad has. But Empower Code, thank you so much. I love Haynes too as well. You know, as I'm speaking about, I had BB as a little bit higher, but Haynes was right there with him. This guy can do everything you want to have done in your spread system. You mentioned the leverage side. He wins it every time. He's got that 6'3" build with really long arms. So you're not getting the 6'3" build with like 32-inch long arms. It's like 33.5. So he can get those arms up under, and he's winning the natural leverage. That's how you begin to get natural push in the run game. That's how you can get in control as an offensive lineman in general. And he just does it naturally with his build and how low he bends from the guard spot. So I agree with you. He's going to make a seamless transition over to the left guard role. The thing you worry about with the left guard when you move him, like we had with Damian Lewis a couple years ago, where you go, he really struggles as a pass protector at right guard, and now you're going to move him to left guard, where those pass protection struggles are going to be put in an even brighter display. Not the case with this guy, where he is already really good as a run blocker and a pass protector. He's not really missing that hole in this game. And it just goes to show, when you talk about the value of the Haynes pick, a few years ago, you took Damian Lewis in the 3rd round. And now here a couple years later, we take this guy in the 3rd round, and there's much more upside on this guy than there was on Damian Lewis, because he was just more of a run blocking only kind of guy. So one of the reasons I do love this pick so much in Power Code too. Jylon Devontae, James Williams is definitely a possibility for tomorrow. Kind of depends on what teams see as far as the real, can he make really the transition to the will linebacker? You know, it's hard to go from college doing this to doing that, but I think he's got it in his skill set to do it. Just which team's going to take that risk? I think Brian E., the consensus has been pretty much that the Christian Haynes is a great pick. Everyone's been really happy with that one. Jamarcus says Haynes is more mobile and has much better pad level leverage. Also, Zinter literally destroyed his leg. There we go. Yeah. You want to find the pure fits for this scheme. You don't want to just find just good linemen. You want to have the linemen that can allow you to execute your offense in full. And this is something that I think held back Waldron's offense, especially when it came to the screen game, because you just didn't have the guards that could get out in space to hit those blocks in the screen game. Damian Lewis especially was always late to get into those blocks. And a guy in Haynes has the ability to get there on time. Yeah, great point, Jamarcus. You're going to have to sell me Jamarcus on Troy Franklin. He put up a phenomenal year last year. There's no doubt in that. Boy, he's a little floppy in his movements. He's not precise. It's not necessarily sudden. I did give him a pretty good grade, 4th round grade at the end of the day. And if you took him the 4th round, the value's right there. But I had some things with him. Watching him run the gauntlet drill, and it's like he was snaking through the gauntlet drill. Oh boy, it says who or at least what position is expected at 102? I think I would go between inside linebacker, safety, and tight end would be my top 3 from a value-based standpoint of positions they would look to target, considering where they're at 102 right now. Brian E says, Brandon, you're going down for the count. You're Mike Rowe now. Maybe so. Maybe so. Luke McCaffrey was the last pick taken in the 4th round. Yes. Yes, sir. Josh asks, where's Pumpkin? Is she off planning the day 3 board for them? I mean, she might be. I tried to rouse her up from a sleep, and she was like, no, just let me sleep. So I'm going to give her the sleep button today. We'll bring her back tomorrow, though, once we get going back again tomorrow. So we'll get her back. Ryan Ball, thank you for reminding them that. If you guys could for me, please hit that like button. I also want to thank Mario Luna and Big Dizzy for subscribing to the channel. We're trying to get to 20,000 subscribers this year. That's the big goal in mind. We're the ways out right now. We're at the start of the year trying to get there. You can help us get there right now by subscribing up. Promise no clickbait videos, just good, honest content. And I would really appreciate it if you join Mario and Big Dizzy in doing that. And thank you to you guys for doing that. Much appreciated. Garth Knight, Brando. Thank you for the $5, Garth. He says, Brando, Pumpkin made you the Quizak Haderach. Use this power responsibly. Oh, I am. But I'm whipping out the old Dune style on this, okay, Garth? They didn't have it in the new Dune. I'm going old Dune on this one, okay? Remember, he could just with the sound, Sira Kuda. And he could like break a wall in 2 with just the sound of his voice, right? That's gonna be me. That's gonna be to me tomorrow. Cedric Gray. It's like hits John Schneider from 1,000 miles away, and he's like, Cedric Gray's the pick. John, we had something else in mind here. What are you doing? Cedric Gray. Just Cedric Gray. Cedric Gray. I'll use the power responsibly, Garth, but I will use it. And we need the pick that we need here. Spencer says, we have to think about life after T-Lock. Bubbo has upside, but Franklin can be wide receiver 2 in this league. If you ask me, shades of Jordan Addison, guy is a burner. He had a fantastic 1,300 yards production last year. And that's taking the top off the defense. That's not just being a gadget guy. That's getting open deep. That's making tough catches. He does remind me a little more of a Marquez Valdez-Scantling kind of guy to me. But I can't deny the production from him last year. And if they took him, I'm not going to hate it. I'm not big on him, but I'm not going to hate the pick if they went that way either. Haley says Trotter Jr. and wide receiver in the 4th, Malik. That'd be a dream scenario. If we went Trotter and Malik at 179, I'm going to be a very happy man. When you guys go watch the highlight of Malik Washington after he was taken, you guys would freak out. The guy's highlights are ridiculous. Never Lucky says we had to hit though because that's all we had to work out. Wouldn't call it house money yet. That's fair enough. And Garth, thank you for all your support the last couple of days, man. As always, you're always here supporting. I really appreciate it. Terry Reeves, is it okay to hate that the Broncos got Bo? Yeah, sure. Especially with Peyton working his way to trying to be the most hateable man in the NFL, it would seem. He's working his way to that point here, slow but surely. But yeah, Broncos believe it's all about the QB, I guess. That's what they're kind of telling us here. We'll see if Sean Payton's right. I would expect an offensive-minded coach to think that way. But it's kind of rough. Chicken God says the 4th round is right in John's wheelhouse for finding a receiver and a secondary stud. I could see that being the spot. And there's good value there with those guys that are available. Ante says, do you think we will make some trades tomorrow since we haven't made any trades yet? No, I think because you have so many picks at this point, Ante. I mean, it's possible, but seems like John seems happy to sort of just stand pat and let the board fall to him. I think he's sort of trusting the fact that some of these teams are reaching a little bit on some of these players, and that just works in his favor. Then on the downswing of that, it's possible he could if they've got a certain guy that they just, like, we can't let these guys fall him. We got to move up and grab him. They've done that in the past, Ante. They have, but he seems pretty calm here in this draft. I'd get it, Addis. If we went with Troy Franklin, I'd get it. He might be the highest rated receiver the Seahawks have on their board right now. Robert says, so if I'm hearing this right, for 2 straight years, our first 2 picks have been the top prospects at their position. That's pretty effing cool. It's very cool. Yeah. Well, hey, can I say this to you, Robert? I think it's 3 straight years, actually. Because I think Charles Cross was the best left tackle of those left tackles, though even the first 2 taken ahead of him. Evan Neal has not been anything special for the Giants, and Ikanamu, the Panthers left tackle, has had some ups and downs as well. I think Cross has been better rated than both those 2 guys. So not just 2 years, but 3 straight years, you've gotten the best player at your position in the draft. This is how you build a great team. This is the baseline to building a great team. Nick says, was I the only one who had no idea who the tackle was from Vegas? Drafted Glaze. I liked him a lot, Nick. So I actually had a pretty high grade on him. I think he plays some tackle and he can play some guard. Garth Luke McCaffrey was taken by Washington with the very final pick in the 3rd round. Ante says, I really don't like Rattler that much. What do you think about Joe Milton? Is he the quarterback messiah that we've been waiting for to come to Seattle? No, I think let's pass on the QBs that are remaining here. We've got too many good players that are available versus taking a QB. I like Jordan Travis of the remaining QBs, Ante, but none of them really do much to elicit much excitement, really. Josh says, I feel you on the sickness. My son is just getting over my croup, and now I'm dealing with my ass end of it. It's brutal, bro. It is brutal. Luckily for me, I've at least in the last 2 days kind of turned the corner on the feeling, like you're sick. But it's just on the voice. So God knows what this thing's going to sound like tomorrow. Might be a little bit rough. Might be just a shade rough. Blue and green, then Haley, Mike mentioned they were going to use Haynes as right guard. Oh, okay. He's in there competing with Bradford then. Geno Smith says, I'm Emo Smith. Why, man? You got a guard. You got your line taken care of, Brody. You got to be feeling good. We got you Haynes, man. We got you a pass protecting guard. You got to feel pretty good about that, Geno. Chicken God says Jackson Sermon is a possible UDFA at linebacker. Keep your eye on from Seattle. Family from Walla Walla, and father played for Oregon and Tennessee. Great athlete. Hard worker. I haven't had a chance to check him out. I like it, though. Definitely going to be part of the fun tomorrow, the UDFA game after the draft, too. On to the Petrich, Tommy Eichenberg. He's kind of like a guy as a middle linebacker that tries to play bumper cars as an interior linebacker, where he's just bashing his body up against linemen, hoping to kind of bounce off of them to get back into the play to make a play on the ball. There's nothing that really stood out in his game that impressed me. He's functional as an inside linebacker. I think he's going to have some struggles in coverage. He's not the most athletic guy. He's got some good size to him. He plays hard in the run game. He tries really hard in the run game, but his style is one that I don't know exactly translates that well to the pro level. I don't see a lot of inside linebackers just kind of playing bumpers cars down there, I'll bounce off the second level block and use that bounce to send me over to the running back. And then he'll sometimes make the tackle in that way. I mean, it does sometimes work, but I don't see a lot of upside on Tommy. Jeff says Jatavian's tempting. He was the best catcher on that Texas team, better than Worthy or Adonai. Well, I mean, Adonai only had 1 drop on the season, so he's pretty sure-handed. But I'd say he's right there with the Donna. He's got great hands, man. He's got some strong mitts. Visible 48. Have you been talking about the Niners draft yet? I don't know if I had as much talk about the Niners draft as much as I would laugh at the Niners draft as much as anything else. The 49ers, I don't think have had a good draft, in my opinion. Let's go through them real quick. You got, I think Dominic Pooney is a great pick for them. Love that one. Renardo Green, I think you went a little bit too early. Take him in the second round. I like him as a player, but I liked him as a third round graded player, not as a second round guy. Pooney's great. That's a good pick there. I'm okay with them in third round. That's something that fits to their need, and that was great value at the time. Ricky Parasol is one of the most overrated wide receivers in this entire draft. I feel like he has been completely elevated in that Odell Beckham-like way with Odell Beckham's little fingertip catch. And because Parasol had that amazing catch last year, it's pushed him up somehow. Because I just didn't see it on the tape with Ricky Parasol. That's one of, from my positions, I think that's one of the worst picks in the entire draft by the Niners. It almost sinks, in my opinion, their whole draft, making that pick at the player there. But I'm lower on him than a lot of other people are visible. Pooney's good, though. And Renardo will be a good player for you. It's a little over draft, but he'll come in, he'll tackle, he'll cover, he can run. So at least that guy is that's a solid pick, even though it's a little bit of an overreach grabbing him. Sean Payton might be heading his way in that direction of being one of the most overrated coaches in history, especially if he does fail out here in Denver, on the back of pushing Russ out of town there. He could be, manifesting that very reality for himself. Garth doesn't matter. Garth doesn't care, though. He says Sean Payton deserves what's coming to him in his legacy. He's definitely, he didn't land here by accident, Garth, to your point, Nick says Woolen on the left, Cam Hart, Kyrie Jackson on the right, Spoon in the slot, sign me up. I might go either of those two directions too. There are corners that I had with third round grades in this draft. You mentioned two of them, Kyrie Jackson, Josh Newton, that'd be good value there too. It's not a need, but the value could be there. LMJ says, where did Tanner McClatchin land? I've got him as more of a 5th, 6th round guy. And with where the talent of the tight end position's at, that's probably about where he lands. We might be getting on a run of tight ends here eventually. It's been very quiet on that group. So we're probably due for something to kick in on that fairly soon. Verlac Trotter's better than Gray? Probably, yeah. I'd say so. I like both. Tony C, who are we taking at 102? We're either taking Jeremiah Trotter or Cedric Gray. That's my bold guess. Oh, that's right. We got the best wide receiver in last year's draft too, Greg. I maybe argument. I mean, Nathaniel Dell, Jordan Addison might have a little bit of say on that, but I mean, maybe that's not been decided yet. But great point, Greg. We might have gotten 4 of the best position players of the last 2 years draft when you factor in JSN too, who certainly was the first receiver taken. Yeah, good point, guys. It's true. I hadn't thought of that one. LMJ, I'm okay with Tanner McClatchin in Seattle. I like him. I don't want to take him in the 4th round. I want to wait a little bit. But I like him. He's a good player. He'll block. He'll catch. Gives you a little bit after the catch, too. Jamarcus says I was pretty high on Michael Hall. Was hoping he would have a fall, but he didn't. Nope, he got picked up in, I think, the 3rd round there. It was about right for him. Nick says, I really think Geno has his best season to date. 4,500 plus yards and 35 touchdowns. That's going to be my prediction as well. I'm seeing 45-35. It just feels right, doesn't it, Nick? It just feels just about right. Or are we done picking today? Yep. Everything's good for this evening. All wrapped up. Parasol laughing my ass off. Can't believe they went with that guy. I can't either, Addis. I was like, oof. Oof. It ain't there on tape. William says, so Trotter Jr., another guard or tight end? Yeah. Yeah, William. Maybe safety in there. But you're thinking along the right lines. 100%. Josh says, I see so many fans reasoning themselves into liking Parasol. That's why I wanted to make sure, this is the reason why, Josh, last night, I wanted to make sure to get a picture of a 49er podcast as they were reacting to the Parasol pick. And I'll bring up the picture again here for you guys so you can see of Last Second Sports Channel. Jesse, friend of the channel. I love Jesse. He's good people. But I got to give him a hard time when his team picks ridiculously. You look at all four of the faces of this gentleman, and you ask yourself, you tell me, does that look like four gentlemen that are happy with the Ricky Parasol pick to you? Two of them can't even look at the camera. Third guy's can't look either. He's kind of half looking. And then the fourth guy's looking with the soldier's 1,000-yard stare, just sort of staring into the distance, wondering what it's all about. Why am I even here if we're going to pick like this? And it was such a great moment. This was just I didn't have to like sneak this shot off. I just like went over there and just did a quick screenshot. So Niner fans can talk themselves into liking the pick today. I get how that goes. I know how that is in the draft thing. You know, you hate the pick the night before, and you're like, okay, I kind of like it. They're not. This one's not. I'm gonna be holding Jesse to task when we do a behind enemy line session next on this one. If you guys want to watch Brandon be a little bit toxic for his own amusement, I'm gonna take the stick and just kind of twist it. So Parasol, man, huh? You know, how you liking that one? It's fine. Guard Knight, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you for that. He says this Haynes fella from UConn looks like he could tear down a T-Rex stalking the quarterback. He's a well-proportioned dude, Guard Knight. He may be 6'3", but it's all thickly put together. It ain't bad weight. He ain't a big fat body down in on there. There's a lot of guard, especially some tackles in this draft that'll kick into guard that are just these big old porpoises out there, you know? Just big old dudes. But they don't really move well. Aren't really athletic. Their job is to just be very big and get in front of people. This guy can move. He's thickly put together. He's got some athleticism in him. He has the longer arms than you would typically get on a 6'3" build. He's really well put together from how his body makeup is put together to be a really nice guard in this league. Kind of an ideal size you'd love those guys to fit in at. And much like with Bryon Murphy, you have a guy that naturally wins at the leverage game snap after snap after snap. And that he's going to be a little bit smaller than the defensive tackle line from him, but not in a bad way. He'll weigh just as much. He's going to have just as long arms, if not longer arms, than that taller defensive lineman. And he's going to be able to get up under those pads. And that, as much as anything, is what dictates a win when it comes to the line blocking, is who can be the low man. You know, it's not just that, but that's one of the first places that you begin with in being solid as both a pass protector and a drive blocker in the run game. Haley says, who's left that we've met with? I think we met with Jaden Hicks. I think we met with Jatavian Sanders. I'd have to look through the list pretty deep. I can't recall quite off the top of my head here. Can't quite. Roxanne, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate you for that, Roxanne. It says, John Schneider has to be the general manager of the year if he keeps hitting it out of the park. This was a great 2 days. Thank you, B, for the stream. It is impossible to forget. Go Hawks. Well, Roxanne, thank you as one of my OGS's in the chat. You've been here since almost a day one spot here on the Hawks Nest, some over 5 years ago, as time does fly. And you've been a constant, vigilant supporter on top of being a member of the channel throughout that time. I thank you so very much for it. I love this time of year. This is my second Christmas. I love watching what other teams do. I like laughing at the bad moves, especially when my team's making so many smart moves. It makes the draft just that much funner as a process to go through. It really does. I'm glad it's come off well, even with my scratchy voice fighting through today. But I've had a great time with y'all and chopping up this draft. And we're going to have a great time tomorrow too, as well, on the third day. A lot of picks, a lot of potential players still left to go. Not your typical third day where it's just a lot of empty cans, if you will. We've got some true talent here in day 3 that the John Schneider might be able to work some more magic into getting. And that gets me stoked. But they've done a hell of a job here, and it's been a hell of a draft. And I thank you, Roxanne. Thank you so much for all of your support to the channel. You know, this has been my pleasure. And John Schneider might just be in the mode for being General Manager of the Year at some point or another. He's been a hard guy to get it. No one's been willing to want him hand of it. But if this team comes back and Mike McDonald is able to strongly take this team in a big-time direction of, okay, not just a playoff team, you're 11, 12 wins. Is that enough for John to start to be considered? You've lost Pete. You had to reset this all through. You brought a new coach in, and it all hit for you so quick on top of what you did with the picks, on top of how you spent your money. You think that would elicit at least a few votes in his direction. Excuse me. Thank you, though, Roxanne. I appreciate you for that. Red A says, do you like Braylon Allen, running back out of Wisconsin, another big body? Hey, they don't come bigger than this guy. That's for sure. I do have a 4th round grade on him. He had a little bit of a dip this year from the previous year where you'd hope that he'd be taking a step forward. Instead, kind of went a little bit backwards. But he's a big back and truly one of the rare big backs that we've come through the draft in recent years, Red Ace. You know, once he gets going downhill, he's a little like Derrick Henry. Once he's up to full speed, the tacklers tend to just kind of bounce off of him due to his speed, size, weight combo that he brings. So 4th round's not a bad place to go take him. He's a hammer. At the very least, he's going to give you a good short yardage back at his size. But if you get him maybe in the 5th, that'd be even better. Haley says, Gray is athletic and physical, but lacks instincts. Trotter is instinctual, but lacks physical traits. Personally, I take instincts over physicality. Trotter also has the history. Seems can't miss, though. That's how I look at it. It's kind of like ski or surf for me, Haley. You know, both will be fine for me. I think they both do play a little bit of 2 different positions here, too, where I think Gray fits more into being a will linebacker and Trotter is more of a Mike. What if we get them both tomorrow? Never Lucky says, seemed like Geno didn't develop any chemistry with JSN last season. Hope it goes better this year because the film showed him open a lot. That would be nice. Some of that comes from a little bit of their lack of targeting in the middle of the field. You don't target the middle of the field, it's hard to have your slot receiver be very productive. So hopefully more of targeting the middle of the field will help that production take a step forward. Radu, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that, Radu. Says, call me crazy, but I don't want wide receiver. Bobo. Jake Bobo is him. I love it, Radu. Yeah, I like Jake Bobo as well. And if the team doesn't go with wide receiver, I will understand it. I think if they do take a receiver, Radu, it'll be less about Bobo and his lack of ability and what he can do in the future. And it's going to be more about the fact that they love the receivers in this draft, that the value fell just too good. That they've got a guy in the 4th round with maybe even a late 2nd round grade on. And then that's just too hard for them to pass up at that point. But like you say, it's not a priority. That's for sure. Thank you, Radu, for the donation. I appreciate you, man. Guard Knight, thank you for the $5 donation as well. He says, this will be an unpopular opinion, but I don't get it with JSN. He's small and slow. I just don't get it. I understand. He is a guy that I think is where some Hawk fans here, Garth, look at him as a guy that is an outside guy here at some point or another. I just don't see him as an outside guy when it's all said and done. He's an inside slot receiver at the next level. Can he be an Amon St. Brown? Yeah, I think he can be an Amon St. Brown. But you gotta work him. You gotta utilize him in that role. You gotta let him move those chains. He does have the short area quickness and that ability, as he showed with that 3-cone stuff, Garth, to really be able to change direction and, do those type of movements that you need in the slot to create the really quick separation when you don't have as much time in there to create that separation. He is missing the speed. That's no doubt about that. But I think the upside's still there and legitimate on the guy. I never saw a star quality guy, but I thought he could be a guy, Garth, that could be one of your upper level slot wide receivers in the league. We'll just see if he can kind of build on what he did last year with that. It was kind of an okay year in that first year. Let's see if he can get a little bit more. Definitely had some great moments with some of those catches. The Niner game with the one-handed catch that he had to lay out for, and the Eagle game where he had to run under the ball that Drew Lock threw and barely got under it with his feet inbounds. Showed kind of a little bit of his ability to still take the top off the defense. Thank you, Garth. Appreciate the dono, though, man. Chase Stern, thank you for the $10 donation. Says, I love the Haynes pick. What are the potential targets for day 3? All right, I'll run through them just a little bit here quick. We just ran through it. Thank you for the $10 dono. Cedric Gray, Jaden Hicks, Jatavian Sanders, maybe Brandon Rice. I mean, can I be honest with you on this? When it comes to this, Chase, I expect interior linebacker to be one that they look to target here. But let's kind of break this down to really the true answer here on this, Chase. And I love the Haynes pick as well. The draft has fallen in a way where there's really good quality players in a round 4 that when we started out this draft, I wouldn't have expected there to be this many guys in the 4th round that are so good. I could name you guys, 30 guys right now, Chase. If you look, go to the ESPN best available on the board. There's easily 20 to 30 guys here where it's like, I gotta go any of these guys. I didn't expect this many to be available. So, I mean, I can grab you kind of some randoms and say, okay, Cedric Gray, Jermaine Trotter Jr., Jaden Hicks, Jatavian Sanders. But there is so much value here that's been pushed down, in my opinion, Chase, because of the amount of reaches and the amount of guys that have gone much earlier than they should have gone by their rating in this draft, that you're not really in a typical place that you would have been in a 4th round here, Chase, where you're going, okay, we have a handful of names that we like, and then the rest is just a bunch of trash. It's kind of the inverse of that. There's a lot of really good names, and there's actually just kind of a little bit of trash in there as it stands right now. I do think by the time you get to the 5th round, this will bleed itself out and it won't be as good. I think the interior of the linebackers with those 2 guys we talk about with Gray and Trotter make a lot of sense. Safety makes a lot of sense, but again, there's like 3, 4, 5, 6 safeties I could mention here, Chase. Look at this alone here with bringing up these guys right here. I mean, look at this. Let's just go to the safety position alone, a position they absolutely could look to deal with. They have all their safeties on basically 1-year contracts or guys coming back off of torn ACLs. But look at this, man. Jaden Hicks, Darian Taylor Demerson, Katan Olawadipo, Jalen Simpson, Malik Mustafa, Bo Braid, Dominic Hampton, Evan Williams, Jalon Carlisle, James Williams, Damani Richardson. Any of these guys in there, Chase, are possibilities there. So it's really hard to narrow this down as you kind of would want me to do and say, okay, who are these small targets that we look through? There's too many guys for me to narrow it down. And that is on the back of this draft being run by teams who are not running their draft appropriately. There are too many reaches for needs, too many of teams panicking for runs on positions, in my opinion, especially in the 2nd and 3rd rounds of this draft. That has set the stage up very nicely then for your Seattle Seahawks to go get a player that they should not have there available for them where they're picking at either of the 2 4th round selections. Thank you, though, Chase. I appreciate all of the donations and support from you as well, man. Visible says, I really don't want to draft a running back. We already have 3 on rookie contracts. All of them as talented as well. Indeed you do. It's not a position of need, that's for sure. Lou says, I would love to draft Trotter and Barrett, and then like Trey Knox and Dolan Hooker, or maybe Zion and release Taylor. I like it. What's up, Rob? Nick says, the thing is, every single NFC team got it significantly better. This won't be an easy playoff berth with 9 or 10 wins. We'll need to win 12 to 13, which if we actually executed last year, we would have. It's going to be hard. I think the schedule's set up a little bit nicer this year than it has been in years past. But the NFC did get a little bit better. I will say the NFC was kind of weak last year. So even them getting a little bit longer and a little bit stronger, I think we're still a little bit behind that AFC conference as things stand. X-Man, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that, X-Man 406. He says, 3rd year in a row with you, Brandon. Thank you. Hey, thank you for making this missed spot that you've hung out with on draft day, man. I hope it is for many of you out there. It will be that way in the future, man. I'm going to do this all 3 of the days of the draft into the future. I love doing it. So thank you for making it your third straight one. That's awesome, man. I appreciate you. And it's been a hell of a draft. It's fun covering the draft when things go well like this, when they go in the right direction like this one has. Appreciate you though, man, X-Man. She's Stern, thank you for another $5 donation, man. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're going to start putting a button on this soon here. I got to still do the B&B show tonight. Chase, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, agree, laughing out loud. Felt like every other pick was a reach for an offensive tackle or a linebacker. Yeah, I mean, how many cornerbacks did we see taken in the first 2 rounds or the first 3 rounds? It was unbelievable the amount of guys that were picked there, and it's odd. I haven't kind of seen a draft quite like this with the amount of positional runs. It felt like every team was like, okay, now we're picking defensive linemen. Everybody's picking defensive linemen. Okay, now let's go to edge. Everybody go start picking edge. Okay, now we're going to cornerback. Everybody start going and picking cornerback. It's worked out in a really weird way. And this even started at the top, Chase, where you had 14 straight offensive players taken to start off the draft. This draft just really went weirdly. Teams kind of got in their mode of what they wanted to do. And I think them going in that mode worked out in the Seahawks' favor here, because John just sat back and was like, I'll just be patient and let you guys all screw the pooch on this one, and we'll just take the great player that lands in our lap. And it's why I love this draft, but also love what we're going to still put together for tomorrow, because as I was saying you above there's so many good options that are now available for you to go down this road with. And, it's kind of pick your poison, pick your awesome pick, Christian Mahogany, hire Ma, I'm with it. Double dip on the line, I'm good with it. Visible says, I don't think people understand how huge of an impact slot receivers can make. Think Cup, St. Brown, Edelman, Tyler Boyd. Even without elite speed or huge bodies, you can be a great receiver. Yeah. And this is where the game's grown. The game has grown to the third wide receiver, the slot being basically a starter. You're going to be in 3 wide receiver sets a predominant amount of the time. So yeah, it's especially if you're going to have an offense that you want to look to move chains, and you need to have a third down receiver that can get that done. So this is really not about this first rookie year with JSN, him not being a good player or him not being a guy that can be impactful. It's more just about how the use was, how many of his catches were coming by bubble screens and throws behind the line of scrimmage. The utilization was done in a wonky way by Waldron and company. And a little bit of that, it was at the head of it. Again, so some of the stuff doesn't have to be too much overthought when it comes to certain situations, okay? You're the 32nd NFL team. You are rated 32nd in the NFL at targeting the middle of the field. You throw to the middle of the field at the least amount of anybody in the entire National Football League. No slot receiver on any team that's going to be the 32nd team in the league at targeting the middle of the field is going to be productive in that environment. That is set up to fail. So we can't come to a final conclusion here with JSN. We got to let this play down a little bit and understand that was a big part of what was impacting his productivity last year. Greg says JSN actually led the team in drops, but his hands got better as the season went on. But it could have been because of the injury he had to start the season. Indeed, the broken hand, you maybe would think that would maybe be affecting in a guy that hasn't tended to have problems with his hands going back to Ohio State. In fact, that's one of the really great things you hear about him is his hands. We'll just see what he does here in this next year. I think he's going to be pretty good for us. Grandizer, Seahawks, Brandon King, the Hawks Nest. I just came here to see what Christopher Walken thinks of the Seahawks draft. Just kidding. Please save the voice. Say it. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, man. Yeah. Maybe I'll get a Walken in tomorrow if the voice can bounce back a little bit, but it sounds bad. I tried it earlier and it was, I think it was a little bit like, claws on a blackboard. It just, you got to have your full tenor to walking. But maybe I'll do an upload. Once my voice comes back, Grandizer, I'll have Walken do a breakdown on the Seahawks draft. Murphy, great. It's in rough shape right now. Oh, Lordy. Oh, Lordy. Yeah, Lockett's got a role here visible. I agree. Maybe he won't be the pure starter he's been in the past, but he'll find a role here. Josh asks, maybe this will help ease your mind a bit. Devontae Smith, who's built very similar to JSN in his rookie year, had one more catch, only one more tutty, but he did have 300 more yards. That was also our number one guy. Yeah, there you go. And at the very least, you had A.J. Brown and him, whereas the thing with us too there, Josh, is you had DK and Tyler, and so JSN becomes kind of the third guy. You want to run the ball a lot with Kenneth Walker too. You've got Noah Fan out there tight end as well, and I know you guys got a really great tight end as well. But it does make it hard to get as many targets to that rookie then when he's kind of sitting third, fourth fiddle on the progression read, which I think sometimes was going to happen. The other talented guys out there. Zach says Wilson in the lobby says Zach was the better receiver out of the three of them. Y'all hating for nothing. No hating here, that's for sure. William says, hey, B, who do you like right now between Trotter Jr. or Gray or somebody else for tomorrow? I have Trotter a little bit ahead of Gray. I see Trotter as a Mike. I see Gray as a Will. But they're very close in my evaluation. I have both of them with third round grades, William. So any of those guys you pick up in the fourth round, that's a great pick. Like them both, though. I go a little more Trotter over Gray. Yeah, Devontae's a top 20 wide receiver now. Yeah, he is. He is, Josh. Agreed. I think JSN will see some similar kind of bumps. All right. So we're going to, I want to thank the sponsor of my show today, and we'll kind of start to put a little bit of a wrap up here, folks, as I still need to do the B&B show here today, and the voice is definitely starting to fail on me a bit. I know it's been failing all day, so that's nothing new. I want to thank this sponsor of the show, Underdog Fantasy. They've been sponsoring the Hawks Nest throughout the year, so kindly to do so. If you click the top of the description section below or use my code NEST when you go to the site for the first time, Underdog Fantasy, they will match you up to $100 of your first deposit. So $100 on the Hawks Nest from me to you through the Underdog Fantasy app. And all you got to do is use my code, NEST. They've got great ongoing matchups and contests throughout this offseason. Yeah, football season's out, but you want to get on baseball, basketball, football will be just around the corner. They've got some great seasonal lines out there that you can get on. So definitely do check that out if you get a chance. There's some restrictions that do apply in the state of Washington. But Underdog Fantasy, thank you for sponsoring the show, giving away a lot of money every single week. Get into your daily fantasy. Get it today. Get it with Underdog. C Lord says, I think something JSN smaller than he is because he's very stocky with an especially beefy lower half. Yeah, I mean he's 6'1". He's pretty good size. A little bit of short arms, but not bad, not T-Rex arms. Gar says JSN might be Hakeem Olajuwon according to his fans. Yeah, he just might. He just might on that one. He says JSN, Draymond, and Van are examples of some of the players that we just have to wait and see how they are used in the new system. Yeah, well said. Agreed. Agreed. Greg says JSN actually led the team in. Oh, I think I read that part. Sorry, my bad. Rob says get some rest, bro. Yeah, I think we're at that time. I think that time here. Put a little bit of a button on this one. If you guys got any last couple questions, go ahead and pump them on through. But let's put a little bit of a button on this one. I'm going to get over and start doing the setup here for the B&B show. Be back with Brendan to talk about this Christian Haynes pick, which I think will be pretty cool. Thank you to everybody today as well for keeping the chat so, as you guys always do, respectful and kind and just keep the honest discussion going where, hey, well, we can have disagreement, but we keep it respectful. I really appreciate all of you guys keeping that line towed here over the last couple of days. Is there can be the tendency with the emotions on this stuff to run wild and people to, just get out of whack a little bit. Ricky Ricardo says, you think Geno gets extra motivation from the rumors of the Seahawks trying to jump to draft Penix? No, I think he's already very properly motivated at this point, Ricky, because he's got a new coaching staff coming in. You're comfortable when you got the old coaching staff and you've shown them who you are and you've earned their trust. Now you've got to re-earn that here. And that means you need to be on your P's and Q's. And that means you need to be putting yourself in the best possible position to be ready come season. So I think he's already at a point where he was highly motivated by this. Even the Sam Howell trade probably was even more of a motivating factor there. But no, I think he's probably working his butt off. And by all accounts, everything we're hearing, he's grinding away as he has the last couple of off seasons. Which definitely I expect him to, as I've said, have his best year in Seattle in 3 years this next upcoming season. I expect 4,500 passing yards. I expect 35 touchdowns from Geno Smith next year. Josh says, I missed Howie's presser hanging with you guys, laughing out loud. They got it on recording, Josh. They got it record. Greg says, I think JSN outplayed Lockett last year and should be the number 2 wide receiver this year, and it'll be interesting to see if the new coaches agree. Man, my wonder on it just is, can E. Greg consistently win on the outside? Or is he a slot guy only? And I trusted my evaluation. My outlook on him coming out of Ohio State, I loved him. But I did see him as kind of a hard-lined slot guy that occasionally could play on the outside. But maybe he shows that he's got that in his skill set this next upcoming year. Gar says, Zay plays big. JSN is small and in big moments. Good on the Ravens. And Zay's a good player. He does have some hand issues, though, Garth. You got to admit that. There is some things with him in catching the ball that goes back to college. And Zay was used more. It's also a little bit of a difference there where Zay goes to that offense and becomes instantly basically their number 1 wide receiver. JSN comes here and he's the number 3 wide receiver. It was always going to be hard for him to find a lot of great uber production within that. Mr. Dog says, do the Hawks Nest, my dude playing through injuries. That's how I do it. If I'm going to ask for our players to do it, I better do it too. I better walk it like I talk it. You know what I mean? Walk it like I talk it. What's the next podcast you're doing tonight? Josh will be doing the B&B show tonight, about probably a half hour, 45 minutes after the wrap up here or so. Visible says, I can't believe how much more accurate Lamar has gotten over his career. I remember how erratic he was coming out of college. He's done a great job to get better as a passer. And I was one of the more impressive parts of what I saw last year was watching Lamar transition from a quarterback that was a running back playing the quarterback position to truly playing the position like a quarterback. And he just now needs to kind of top off the tank here by getting those 9 route throws, those deeper throws, a little more accurate, because teams just press him up against the wall where they're like, we're going to take away the short stuff. We're going to make you hit us over the top. And we don't think you're accurate enough to hit over the top. But he's come miles as a player, as a passer since coming out of college. Absolutely has. Jordan says, why are we just making things up now to knock players? Yeah, I'm not in that road. Definitely not me. Definitely not me. Brandon, think Taylor gets released or de-Eskridge? Not yet. I mean, if they get an edge in this draft, then, or they get another receiver in this draft, blue and green, the chances raise up. I think Eskridge is going to have a hard time making the final roster. He may stick because as a kick returner. Taylor, kind of a similar thing there going on. You know? All right. Well, we will be back tomorrow. I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up here now. Back at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Seattle's picking twice tomorrow, first thing. So please do join us tomorrow. I'll get the prep for that show done tonight. I want to thank Chase Stern, X-Men, Garth Knight multiple times over, Roxanne Roll multiple times over, Radu Turkin multiple times over, Empower Code, Spencer Smith, Chicken God, Joseph, Radu, Jamie Cruz, Tony Borges multiple times over the past few days with Tony Borges, Nick Craig, Peyton Wilson, Drip, Nick a couple different times. Thank you, Robert DeMores, for joining the channel and becoming a member as well. Isaac, Randall McDaniel, Mr. Kane, Beyond Balance, innumerable people today coming into the chat, showing the love on the donos. Thank you all for all of you on that. As I say, you guys are what allows me to do this full time and be able to roll like I do. I like the way we do here on this channel. And I really want you always to know from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate that, because I am very well aware there's a lot of channels at my size that aren't able to necessarily go this hard with it and to do this sort of in a 24/7 manner. And so I really do appreciate it. Days like this are days where I really just have a keen appreciation for the fact that I'm supported in the way I am from you guys all the way around. Always encouraging. You guys dealt with my crappy voice today. I thank you for that. It was rough. We had to fight through, but you guys hung in there with me. We had great viewership. I do ask you guys on the end to do me a favor and slam on that like button as we head on out the door. I will be back in less than about 45 minutes here with Brendan, and we will be doing a wrap up with the B&B show. And then we will be back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. So until that time, thank you for watching. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys. We're having a hell of a draft. Your Seattle Seahawks are doing a great job in this draft. They are maintaining the value-based model, and it is bringing them success. It is bringing them great players, and they don't even have to trade up, trade back, move here, move there to get it done. They simply stand pat, trust their board, and you come away with an amazing draft. Sometimes it can just be that simple. Sometimes it can be just that easy. And that's what John Schneider is doing. It ain't detail driven. It ain't eccentric. It ain't draft day with Costner. We're going back and we're coming up. And we're going back and we're coming up. But it is still just as amazing. You walked out with the best, potentially best defensive player in this draft yesterday. And today you might have walked away with the best guard in this entire draft. That's a hell of a coup for the first 2 picks for your general manager. Let's see what he's got on tap tomorrow. 2 fourth-round picks, selections throughout day 3. Can he top this off? Can he get the last cherries on this Sunday? We'll have to see. I'm going to be here checking it out all the way through. I know you guys will be as well. I appreciate you watching so very much. We will be back very soon here in just 45 minutes. But until that time, please, by God, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.